Окей. Би трябвало да сме лайв. Добър вечер на всички. И добре дошли на този стрим, където ще гледаме LCQ. Така. Малко Brawl Stars контент, понеже нямаше от доста време. Какво ще правим днес? Ще гледаме LCQ, ще коментираме кой как се справя, дали ще видим дали ще оценим предикшените и като цяло да. Ейо, Крис България, добре дошъл на стрима, радвам се да видя какво става. Ами преди малко хапвах, чух се с един приятел, който не бях чул от супер много време. И сега съм тук, за да стримвам и да гледаме LCQ. Опа, Калян, добре дошъл. Здравейте на всички. Така, дайте ми малко време само да си настроя екраните, защото както винаги съм неподготвен и съм най-гадният стример съществува някой, но важното е да сме живи и здрави чата. Пробвам да го отворя от самия сайт на Brawl Stars. Ако не стане, ще го гледам от YouTube. По Amazon Prime. Това не е ли лайк 300 лева на месец? Не е чак толкова скъпо, но не е ли скъпо това нещо, добре? Amazon Prime звучи скъпо. Така, чайте само да видим. То не мога да пусна от самия сайт. Да гледам нещата ми, май няма да стане. Ще гледам през YouTube kinda. Така, сега малко може да ви рейпне всъщност, че му спра звука. За да настроим картина, работи и след това вече ще му пусна звука и всичко да бъде точно. Чакай да малко, че нещо ми лагва самото нещо, което не е хубаво, ще си изключа чата. Ще спра някои неща. Сега ще го пусна чат, ще го пусна звука само да оправя работите. Така, бам! Добре, вече би трябвало да виждате всичко. Извинявам се, че не съм много официално облечен днес, но значение. Или сте ми свикнали. Така. Добре, kinda е добре така. Сега ще пусна и звука, малко ще го... Не, всъщност мисля, че така е окей. Сега ще видя чата, съжалявам, че малко игнорирах чата.
Crowd, and when they get going, they are just built diff. That could very well be a difference maker in this competition.
I'm super hyped to be here today. I'm sure you are too. I'm sure the crowd is as well. They're super loud in the background. You can probably hear them. We want to have a look at the next 3 days. This is the format ready. We have 4 groups to begin with.
So let's talk about it. We've gotten 16 teams. We've organized them into 4 GSL groups. They're going to be playing the GSL style bracket. Think a little double elimination bracket within those groups. We're going to wave goodbye to 2 teams from each group, and then we're going to mix it up on day 3. It's going to be 8 teams from there on. Group A will face Group C, and Group B will face Group D. From there, only one team can emerge from each group to...
То не се... Окей, чакай да. Ще го спра за малко, за да ви обясня. Реално днес... излезе ми мишката, брат. Как ще бъгне така? Се навие. Имам някакъв бъг с мишката и мишката ми просто изчезва. Не знам на какво се дължи. Много странно. Така. Искам да съм така, да, искам много си хубав. О, мерси. Рис, не, рис. Значи, има LCQ. LCQ-то е Last Chance Qualifier, където отборите, които цяла година не са успели да стигнат до финала на Worlds, отиват тук и се бият един срещу друг. Реално само 4 от 16 отбора отиват на World Finals. Реално това е последния шанс да се квалифицираш за World Finals, където вече наградата е милион или нещо такова. Така. Защо не ми се оправя мишката е много интересен въпрос. Ще се караме. Върна се мишката, брат. Така, ето ги групите между другото. Надолу не виждате мишка. Група А, моите предикшени бяха, че Crazy Raccoons и Inner Circle ще минат напред. Ревена на X-Park също изглеждат много силни. Група Б, Нави и Тотем са със силност топ контендерите. Група С е много близка. Група С абсолютно всеки има шанс да спечели. Може би най-добре изглеждат Toxic Otus и Rival, но аз все пак ще викам за каса. И група D е главно между три отбора Papara Supermassive, Team Electros и BC Gaming. Така, как е звука, чат? Много ли е силен звука, ми кажете? Аз съм спрял сега чата. Може би ето така, ако остава.
That first match, let's head straight into it. It's none other than BC Gaming versus Team Electros.
Трябва да реплетите на по-реплет 100% не ги чуваме. Сега не ги ли чувате? Окей, добре. Е, така ще го оставя. Ако трябва, мога малко да го увеличим. Да, Team Electros срещу BC Gaming. Тук съм за Team Electros, чат. Реално BC има Jubileo, който е също много солиден играч. Обаче Team Electros имат също много добър ростър. И просто Team Electros имат Diego Gamer. Опа. Ето го Diego Gamer! Diego Gamer!
Yes. Is a team that barely even made it here, of course. They made it through due to sort of a snafu with Elevate, and Rafiki is going to be the only real remaining member of that original squad at the beginning of the year, as Libby joined mid-season and Diego Gamer is to fill those shoes of Bilal.
It's such an interesting team we're looking at here. A bit of a mix-up, and I feel like they still can stand strong.
Давайте, Electros.
He's maybe the only one with some LAN experience, though. He has the most of all 6 players on stage, though, with 8 LANs under his belt already. And now we have a little look here again. On the left-hand side, we have this BC Gaming roster. They represent Brazil.
А къде е Хира? Кой отбор? Хира мисля, че не играе професионално вече. Хира е по-скоро ютубър в момента, доколкото знам. Мисля, че беше се пробвал, ама не е някакво лице. Чайте малко, той не се вижда всичко обаче. Ами дайте си да оправя малко екрана.
The LCQ in Brazil, in Sao Paulo, and then on the other side again, Rafiki. We're seeing here they did not really think they would be making it into LCQ. They did not have as much prep time as other teams. Ready? You feel like they're still going to be
така ще го сам чат, да виждате кой също кой ще
играе. I don't think people are ready for what Team Electros is going to be bringing to the table. I think that there's been very limited time to get this team to mesh as a roster, but even still, they're great individual players. Rafiki and his Libya have had plenty of time to deepen those synergetic connections, and then you also have Diego Gamer coming in from a World Finals qualifying roster.
Кое не е изи, чакай малко. Брат, за час ще клаш 4 както брат. Ме научи на тактики повече, ама как?
So let's welcome them to stage.
Брат, Squash не е чак толкова трудна игра, в смисъл особено в началото. Пък и много зависи от левелите, което е най-големия проблем според мен.
And now it's the time to introduce our teams. Representing Brazil with the focus and determination, ready to show their strength. The other teams, the underdogs here to electrify the games. Please welcome
между другото, вижда ли се всичко добре? Сякаш аз малко забивам. Не знам. Не, май окей. Електрос, мисля, че бият. И аз съм за Електрос, човек. Айде, Електрос! Всичко се вижда, найс, окей.
Because this is his first ever postseason ever. This is his first LAN ever for the guy. But he is a standout player from this roster.
Айде, Team Electros, Team Electros.
Going out in the early rounds. It's time for Dirk to prove himself. This is his first chance.
Размажете ги, Electros.
And on the other side we have Team Electros again. Also here the Unk as Livy that brings in the experience. What do you feel like has been his last words to his teammates coming onto the stage?
I think one of leadership. I think when you look at Livy's journey this year, it's been one that he's really had to battle through, starting the year, of course, with the Elevate roster with Frank Collins from Zar, and then that disbanded.
Днес ще играят ли тем? Да, ще играят. Всички, които видяхме, ще играят днес. Поне по една игра. Ако спечелят, мисля, че е по една игра, ако загубят по две игри. BC много хора ги подкрепят, защото пичовете са от Южна Америка, като там е турнира.
It's been kind of a split decision, and this is one of the harder matches to call. Here's what I think. I mentioned that I think there are teams that belong here at LCQ. You know, they're just outside of what's World Finals worthy, and then you have others that are on the come-up. And I think Team Electros is very much one of those teams for which Last Chance Qualifier is just a stepping stone to an eventual World Finals. The only caveat is that they're not here in full force with their original squad. Ducky's missing from the beginning of the year. You've also got Diego Gamer filling in for Bilal, so it's going to be tough, but I think they just might be able to eke out a victory.
Ще могат. Латина Америка или Америка си? Южна Америка, латинска, смисъл в Бразилия е самия турнир.
And Team Electros on the other side, two players that have never played at a LAN event. Diego Gamer would have had the chance, of course, with his previous roster Elevate at Brawl Cup. Unfortunately, he couldn't join due to visa issues. Now, though, he looks like he's not even that nervous. He's ready. And I read in an interview with Aslevi that he feels like Diego might even like the crowd. He might even use it to his advantage.
And I met his parents. They're lovely, lovely people. A very, very polite guy. And I just love to see someone like him who's just worked so hard and achieved so much.
Yes, Brad.
Get another chance to qualify for a second time to the World Finals. Let's be honest and not avoid the elephant in the room. I think as well, you know, when you consider the fact that, you know, as Livy had to knock out his former teammates of Pioneers in that August monthly finals to earn enough points to solidify himself for the LCQ. There's so much story, so much backstory to this roster, and I just feel like they just are a team so deserving of a World Finals.
I think we couldn't have chosen this very first
match. Брат, Бразилия мислих, че са най-големи фен на футбола, а тук има 1000 души. Брат, Бразилия е много голяма държава. Имай предвид, че те са огромни фенове на футбола, ама 1200 души не са много. В смисъл... Чай, то в момента не играят. Искам да видя, Бразилия би трябвало да е поне 20 милиона, да знам.
A really, really close one for sure. Just on the
много
note of Team
голяма
Electros,
държава.
how difficult it was for them to make here. It felt like they were fighting some
200 милиона, брат, аз съм умен. Буквално е 200 милиона. Сега 1200 човека са много малко, като го сравниш. Пък Брал Старс се цика по цял свят, има предвид.
There's so much at play here for Team Electros. I really am looking forward to seeing them play.
It's always nice anyway to have South versus North America. Who's going to be the true America, you know? The players
Айде, Electros!
ready. We're just waiting for them to be seated. Electro starts into this as 5th seed from NA, BC Gaming 3rd seed from
Чат, ще отида да се взема нещо за пиене.
Technically mean they take it, no? 3rd seed beats 5th.
It's so hard to tell when it comes down to being on the world stage, doesn't it? And how this region is going to
баница. Сега, не може да сравниш Бангладеш и Бразилия, брат. Колкото и да има престъпност в Бразилия и всичко, Бразилия се е развита държава.
I think that made a massive difference in sort of how that South American team prospect at the LCQ was going to perform. And in regards to that as well, Bravo, who was playing for Alpha 7, has now joined BC Gaming as their coach. So I think that speaks volumes for this region and how close-knit it really is.
Well, I think there's definitely some unity around. We want to see our region do well on the international stage. And in previous years, of course, we've had to wave goodbye to some of those world spots for South America just because they haven't really shown up and done that well at the World Finals. So if it's got to be anyone, I'm looking at BC Gaming. They're top 4 in their region. I would always say aggressively top 4, unfortunately, because every single time they face Loud or SKC with one exception in March, which was a weird one, they managed to take a victory there. But besides that, they've always been top 4, haven't really managed to take down the front runners in their own region.
Teams are just discussing the draft. One thing that players have said time and time again this year is just how influential that draft really is. We're seeing across the board, across the regions, pro draft is really starting to shine.
Индийци, брат.
That is a real difference maker.
100% индиец.
On Toxic Lotus, for example, is a prime candidate to take that.
Чат, чухте ли новия албум на Вирго, между другото? Новия албум на Вирго е insane.
Across the regions and have been able to demonstrate and prove their worth at Brawl Cup. The question is now, how are teams that are maybe
с моите сокчатка.
be able to fare against the very best? Because draft is what it all comes down to.
Не.
At least they have some time now to get ready for
такива неща.
First match here live on stage. Some of the matches we heard are going to be played behind the scenes. We're going to see those teams later out here as well. But of course, for those two teams now, they can already experience the crowd, and it's quite full in here. So I hope they take some of this energy from the crowd also and
брат, чуй го инсене. Много добър албум. Сега не мисля, че е добър колкото Lotus, но със сигурност приближава.
At last, this is their very last shot at the World Final entrance.
It is very true. There's only one match that you can afford to lose, and it is here in the group stage. But if you go ahead and win this very first match, then you're through. You don't have to play a second match for the day. You can go ahead and start preparing for your winner bracket. And if you make it through there, then you've only got one match to prepare for that day. It is such a huge advantage to go ahead and win the first match.
Сцената е много странна, между другото. Тия клетки, разбирам защо са ги сложили да е някакво се едно ще се бият наистина. Ама някакво... На български ли му албума? Да, разбира се. Ще съм бил там. Някой ден, човек. Значи World ще са в Европа. Тая година сигурно няма мога да отида, защото ляйка след един месец. Но някой ден може да отида на нещо такова, защото те в Европа имат най-много плеяри. Също не знам, World може да и в Азия. В Азия няма турнир тази година.
We're giving the players a couple more seconds to calm their nerves and to get ready for this first match to kick off for the LCQ. Gonna see you in a couple minutes.
Аре де, брат, какво стана?
Oh, this place gives me the creeps.
Nothing to fear if I'm here, milady.
Аре бе,
Maybe
няма голема това чат. Буквално... Защо просто не почват? Минали са 24 минути от стрима и да започват. Ега ти хората.
we should have gone to the love swamp.
Кака, брат? Мама ти кака. Я да видим, между другото, така или иначе имаме време самия сайт на Brawl Stars. Да вървят нещата тук. Да, те ползват плеера на YouTube. E даже не мога да го спреш на пауза, ли бе?
Mano, vocês são muito ruins, velho. Muito ruim.
Não fala assim do Lucão. E tu, Raíssa? O que tu já ganhou?
Não.
Oops.
Tipo uma capivara fazendo brigadeiro. Não.
Não, não. Esse negócio mais com o nosso jeitinho, nosso gingado, assim. Eu acho que a gente precisa de uma mina da hora.
E aí, Toquinha?
Много як броер, между другото, много яко се играе с него.
Mano, a mina é muito massa, velho. Tá legal esse vídeo. Gostei. Gosto.
Windows and welcome back to the LCQ. I hope
Welcome
you took
back,
this
brat.
chance to lock in your predictions. Get over to event.brawlstars.com if you haven't yet. Also grab some snacks and drinks. This first one is
Ето ми го
already gonna be
дринка.
back.
It's going to be so exciting. We'll get to see what one of South America's top teams does versus a North American team that really only started to show up in the second half of the season and only barely scraped by to get here because one of their companion teams was disqualified from the World Finals.
Не, брат, как съм се бе? Това е близък матч.
Of BC Gaming, the home squad for this region. 21% for Electros. I think it's very skewed. I think that Electros are better towards a 55-45 in my opinion, but nonetheless, it's what we come to expect being in home turf.
The home squad definitely came through here for BC Gaming. Let's see if they can actually take this one. I also want to see if we do have Mina or Ollie open, at least at some point today. They're both banned out. And this one, Lumi's going to be the first pick. In Pinhole Punt, you really just want mid control. Maybe then...
Ой, викам мид. Аз много не знам това мидта чата, но сега ще я разберем. Може Биби? Бони, окей. Да, ето мид срещу мид. Бони има малко повече...
Makes it a pretty miserable matchup for anyone to play. She's going to throw down those maces and then let them sit there, right? Let the frozen areas simmer in case anyone marches forward. But here comes the Otis. This guy got a major buff recently.
It's come into the meta massively so because of Bonnie, and being able to mute her out upon that landing is going to be quite influential here as well. I think Finks here could be a fantastic brawler idea too if Team Electros want to consider going with something along those lines.
Може би каунтара направим нещо заедно. Дай ми секунда.
That could be quite nicely actually combined with a Kenji as well, so I wonder, and it's going to be that very thing. I love that for Team Electros.
Значи, брат, абонирам се след стрима, ще го видя. И аз съм отворен за колаборации, така че... Така че да, казваш какво правим и го правим. Може да влезеш в Дискорда, ако искаш директна комуникация, ако не и в коментарите да ми пишеш. Просто ще го видя след стрима, защото сега гледам друго нещо. Но не харесва рад. Откъде знаеш? Кенджи, окей, чайте малко. Пропуснахме малко. Честно казано, BC Gaming ми харесват повече в това драфт. And that Hank is now going to have a bit of time. Супер, супер. Предпочитал Омари. Това ако имах пари за Омари, нямаше да уча в икономически университет Варна. Те бяха... брат, защо така ми лаква, бе? Нико?
Well, here comes the first push in from Team Electros. It's Rafiki to get in. Loco needs to be denied that super. Rafiki bounces off the wall. Is Livy and Diego Gamer with a wide open goal. And they'll run down this clock just a little bit too. You saw BC Gaming immediately implode as a composition here. Team Electros surrounded them and crunched them into their spawn.
That's about to start, but look at this Derp stand out and the aggression now shining through for Team Electros. Got shield as well as the Candy splice from Rafiki. I love him on these kind of brawls. That's for the ball! Line by Loco. A mute just
Инстейн. За малко да вземат първата игра. Обаче чайте. Трябва да направим нещо за... А, знам за какво.
Rafiki has to abandon though. On the left side, Diego Gamer receives that super derp, now pushing in as Livy's looking for the combo, and Rafiki helps out with that kill.
Не знам при вас как е. И аз съм отварна Инстейн.
Diego Gamer's got plenty of shield looking to walk it through, but once again,
И брат, не мога да влязат. Това не е нормално, бе.
Continued aggression for Rafiki, considering to dash in hypercharge for Eslivy, but no super. Mimi's one struck away, but he's not been able to earn it, so a little bit of a waste as Derp jumps in and punishes him for it.
Derp still alive. Rafiki's trying to change that hypercharge style onto Loco. That's one down. Now receiving the pass. Rafiki with the Hozumaki healing. Just in the nick of time.
Добре, чайте малко, че аз пропуснах първата игра. Правите си покана. Оки. След стрима със сигурност ще видя. Той аз сега мога да приема, не? Май.
And he just kept going time and time again, and there's only so many times the BC Gaming could stop him in motion. They've got to have to really knuckle down this time to secure it, because again, he's just so slimy.
Look also how those lane matchups have changed. We'll see that initial takedown for BC. Whoa, that's an early goal for BC Gaming!
Дали ще стане така, е, че да
matchup that he needed.
Даже няма да е.
BC Gaming could stop him in motion.
Rafiki with the Hozumaki healing just in the nick of time to score the goal. And the first game goes to Team Electros.
Малко ще сме назад,
Rafiki is so dangerous. You cannot turn your back on him.
Аз мисля, че си лаги и без това.
And there's only so many times the BC Gaming could stop him in motion. They've got to have to really knuckle down this time.
А не, това не. Между другото, да, така е по-добре. Мерси за съвета. Ало, нападат и това е гол! Не знам, че го видяхме преди малко. Своп. Владо има и своп. Само BC Gaming. А, глупости, само Electros.
And that was the goal to wake up the crowd for sure, as we thoroughly expected. And that's what BC Gaming need in this position. Being behind is not what you want to have in your first set.
Rafiki е в доста добра ситуация, между другото. Обаче Локо има мют. Диего падна.
Here comes Rafiki on the right side, soaked up that first bubble from Jubileo, was attempting to push in, but why is the guy fighting a 1v2? He's way estranged from his team. It's not going to be a goal for BC just yet, but in the correct position. Jubileo's trying
Не разбирам този тип хумор, не съм чак толкова навътре в филма. О, Jubileo е стънат, успя да се измъкне.
From Lumi. It's just going to serve to back things up. Rafiki also baited out here. Going to pop that super, attempt at more damage from Loco because that is his main enemy here, but still cannot get that kill down. Team Electros are not in control.
There's a hypercharge coming on here for Derp, but he needs to be able to earn back his super to be able to make use of it. A body jump into the goal mouth would be devastating here for Team Electros, who have got to now play defense. Loco as well, having no mute, is going to be troublesome. He can't go as aggressive as he would like to on that Rafiki lane side.
Jubileo с hypercharge, тук може да стане нещо. О, шит, това е опасно. Това е гол. Едно на едно, insane.
All tied up here in set number one. Team Electros have a real match. They surrounded and crushed BC Gaming.
Айде, Electros, стегнете се.
Exactly how to respond. They fire back with lane swaps. That is what they did the entire game. I call it musical lanes. You'll see Jubileo rotates over to the right. Not the greatest. Rafiki is over there. Rafiki's going to try and take advantage of this early game interaction as Livy's also attempting to
защо пак лагва?
Rafiki has to back away. He's one shot by the Hank as Livy's got the matchup.
Окей, браво бе, Livy!
That's so much control for Team
Айде,
Electros.
Диего натисни. Бой. Добре, трима. Ма трябва да хилнат.
It's now BC Gaming's turn to play some defense, but a good response. Team Electros were not really in that last game. They've got much more aggressive this time round. Huge taps from his Livy there onto Jubileo as well, who's now in a really tough position. Jump in as well from Rafiki. It's looking better, but no sign of a goal just yet. Can Rafiki slime his way through?
Whoa, не, няма могат.
They can't get the ball
Какво? Не!
Loco, you're an animal! What a defense from the guy! Now the ball is found back at mid with Team Electro's team
No,
wide.
publicidade,
They're gonna have
това
to earn back
това
control of this mid ring of bushes.
Ще просто вкарат гол да спечелят, да е ступид малко, да.
He's got one on the left side already. Now attempting to defend the right side as well. Jubilee
Okay.
absolutely nowhere, and Dirt falls as well.
Nice, nice, nice.
This ball's got to get daisy chained all the way down the field. Not going to be enough time for Team
Pero
Electro's to
Tiki няма
generate a
време
goal
обаче.
here, but they have pushed up this effective line of scrimmage to the BC Gaming side.
Great synergy there between Livy and Diego Gamer to get that stun and the pickup from Diego. Wonderful stuff. You can see the communication now starting to really flow for Team Electros.
Мисля, че мога направо още едно нещо, само
The clock
да
just coming down to about 50 seconds. They can get to goal here. We wouldn't be leaving much time for a response. Some great ice on the field now as well, forcing the hand of BC Gaming into a corner. Great taps. Diego Gamer in a fantastic flank spot on that right-hand side and continued aggression.
Мисля, че мога да...
Hypercharge now as well, and this should be the goal for Team Electros. Going to buy down the clock as you absolutely
Nice, nice, вкарахме.
just 30 seconds for that response.
Looking at the utility for both sides, it's only Jubileo with the super. Rafiki has one to respond. He's going to try and isolate Loco by the looks of things. Already gets that shield from Diego Gamer. Now in with the hypercharges, Livy looks for one. Jump away from Derp. Rafiki intercepts the ball. Pass to the back left. Jubileo has to retrieve. There's not enough time. Loco's got to heal up and gain positioning. It's going to be their third responding. Double kill for his Livy. Not a chance in the world of BC Gaming coming back here. Rafiki pops the hyper just to put some extra hurt on him for the final goal.
Браво, бе! Браво на Electrus!
This team split apart at so many different times, prevented from coming here, have already kicked things off with a set victory.
And that set was earned with some serious style points between the end as well. And going into the next set, that's what you want to have on the side of Team Electros. They didn't need a second goal, but they still played for it as if they were on a tied ball game. Look at the stats now coming through as well. A great game for all three members of Team Electros. 9, 10, and 11 takedowns for Diego Gamer there as well. 385
What do you
DPS
mean,
for
bro?
Livy.
What do
And
you
the goals
mean?
say it all. A fantastic opening set and one that can often start the momentum that you desperately need on the world stage.
Want to point out a few things here. You see BC Gaming, that Otis pickup. There is a reason he is so good. He has that stopping power to prevent some of that stuff that Team Electros was going for. And you saw a lot of times, he was the last link in the chain. My gosh, the clutch defense from Loco in game number 2 was absolutely staggering. You saw Rafiki barely stay alive there with his
Ако го
gadget.
направи на 480 и бъдем
His gadget, the mechanics have been
мизерни.
on point. We had doubts about the synergy. It's only set 1, but I'm beginning to believe.
I feel like there is definitely some fuel in the tank though for BC Gaming. They've got the crowd on their side and these defenses were
Сега искам да видя дали ще се вижда много зле.
Unreal. Really, really fantastic gameplay. And that just goes to show how...
Ай, чайте малко. Опа. Чайте, че цъкнах нещо, което не трябваше да се вижда. Докато се опитвам да изчистя нещата.
It might not be the best brawler everywhere, but teams don't necessarily want to take the risk.
Every single set. You know, I'm going to get... We're talking about this in the green room before the show. You mentioned that South America loves their movement brawlers.
They just gravitated time and time again towards brawlers like Stu, and again, Mina is that very same idea. Another reason why I feel like they're going to want it, but I don't think that anyone is going to let them get their hands on it. That's the difference. And I think that, you know, when we see things continue towards the later part of the day, it's that kind of troublesome brawler that might not be the best brawler everywhere, but teams don't necessarily want to take the risk.
Every single set. You know, I'm going to get sick of it eventually, but I'm going to be watching to see if Mina is finally left unbanned. We wouldn't want to have a World Finals 2023 situation where Charlie was banned every single time. But Team Electros, go ahead and get rid of it. You see they've got that second pick. That's the indicator. You never want to let your enemy have it. This is the first selection. Note also some of the other things. Colonel Ruff's banned by BC Gaming. Colonel Ruff's is so good as a 2-3 pick because you can go ahead and pair it with something like Ollie, for example, which is just awesome. Even in a long-range map.
Watch
on the 480 on this map. We'll see Crow as a first selection. Crow is even better. You can get good lane matchups on this map. We'll see Crow as a first selection. You brought this up as one of the top picks right now. It's going to be great for just getting some general control around mid.
And a very LATAM brawler pick as well. It's been one of those which they would champion even when it wasn't meta. So I like the idea of it. The slow, the poison, especially with the amount of push on this map. makes some sense. Team Electros, some big heavy hitters out of the way, but like an Ollie on this map, I think it wouldn't be the worst of ideas to consider it heavily. The hypercharge is absolutely devastating.
Така, Крол ли беше първия?
Their first brawler pick, and certainly one that's
Крол, Бони, Ring of Fire. Абе, Бони контри до някъде Крол. Защото има да укрил.
But I want to see some aggression, some up close and personal brawlers coming in for Team Electros, because Rafiki, he is that guy, and Ash, something like a Buster would be great as well here. I feel that would be what I would be thinking.
Yeah, Buster, and I think especially as a last pick, like just in case BC Gaming go ahead and go for that Ollie, don't want that snatched away from them. Byron is now here to play. This guy is a mainstay in the meta. We talk about like what's meta right now, and guess what? Like 2 years we've been in a hypercharge meta. This guy's got a hypercharge recently. It's absolutely nutty, and he can also heal like teammates with it.
Добри пикове за сега за Electros.
That really speaks volumes as to what you were saying about saving that kind of tankier brawler for that third and final pick. And by doing that now in the second pick Byron, I think that BC Gaming have really got to the hatches of a big tank counter here. I mean, B wouldn't be the worst idea, going to go for the cars as well. I like that brawler pick for them.
То чат проблема идва като почнат много да се бият и ми пада качеството, защото просто има много картинки да се движат.
Kaze, she's all about pressure and assassination, and guess what? I see something that's one of the major vulnerabilities for Byron. He doesn't have any sort of away, so are we really concerned about feeding him a super? Not that much. He's going to get it anyway. It's all about taking down that Byron. That's the lifeblood of the team. Byron's going to be played in a way that supports another brawler. I don't think there's really time for them to about face and go for something different here. They're going to go ahead and be
Дрейк няма ли да стои много добре? Макар мисля, че няма точен каунтър на Дрейк. А не, той Дрейк е двама, пък не ти не да, Бъстър, танк. Оли също според мен беше вариант. Оли не е бан. Но пък Бъстър си зарежда шилда от седене до приятели, така че със сигурност е някакъв плюс това нещо.
Yeah, I also look at like Team Electros' bans. I mentioned already, but left completely open here. Rafiki is an excellent buster. In fact, I think every member of this team can go ahead and play a buster. But they didn't really mind facing Ollie here. I'm gonna go ahead and say that. They didn't leave, Colonel Ruff's banned on their side. BC Gaming went ahead and did that for them. Let's get into it. It's set number 2 here between BC Gaming and Team Electros. Team Electros already up by 1 set. BC Gaming not gonna go down so early. They're here with a renewed fire after that first one.
And already, first shield goes out. Jubilee on that right-hand side will fall.
Добре, Jubilee падна, което е много ключово. Найс! О, всички са бланднати вече.
And Rafiki, look, he's gotten a hypercharge pretty much for free by staying close to his teammates. Going to look to take down Jubilee, who intelligently uses that super to get away. As Livy solos Derp, who gets his super on the next hit and blasts him away. But Team Electros still have this aggression. They have the positioning on the point. They are fighting a
43%, просто не умирайте всички.
Will be successful now, the hypercharge. That's healing and that's damage, but he's just going to use it for healing. It is a classic Byron and tank strat, and it's working so well for Team Electros as they play as pretty much a big
play. Те са живи. Добре. Изливи, браво бе, изливи, мале, изливи контри. Кърти, брат. Изливи просто износи топът. Има ли български проиграчи? На такова ниво не е, но има хора, които се занимават. Има няколко човека. Се опитват, но самия европейски регион е много тежък. В смисъл, това е най-трудният регион, в който можеш да пробиеш. Мале, те могат да обърнат сега. Не, Зливи умря много тъпо. Не, няма шанс. No shot, брат, обърнаха. Но се справят много добре сега, не е много добре.
They started off this round by going what 50% to maybe even just 8. And the way that they stuck together in this big blob, it was like watching a guard.io. They know how to stay in a circle and give Rafiki that hypercharge for free. And it worked. I mean, as soon as they were remotely challenged in that position, they popped the hyper, they popped the super, sent Rafiki forward, but it dissolved. They were baited out of the super. Loco knew exactly what to do with the hypercharge. Once again, Jubileo taken down immediately. It's just like what happened in game number 1.
Браво на изливи! Jubileo! Oh shit, това е... А не дабл кил.
And now being a little bit more cautious this time round as well. By the cookie copper gadgets of the Gust. Forced back himself. The tap from his Livy. Hypercharge for him. Can he find the connection? No. Nonetheless, press the gadget there for Rafiki.
Nice.
Which comes in close.
2-5, обаче са много малко и двамата. Ай, 124 кръв, брат, ма няма как да остане в зоната. Там проблема обаче е, че ги настигат почти на 5%, на 3 вече, на 2, на 1. Настигнаха ги, даже ги минаха. Добре, давай, щит. Браво! Диего ги цели. О, Диего е дет обаче. Рafiki трябва да се хилне.
Oh my gosh, Rafiki would have rather died there so he could at least respawn on full HP, but he's not going to be offered that luxury. As Livy, yet again with a hypercharge in, just trying to get this HP and a little bit of damage, but those catapults have been completely off the mark for this entire set. Derp staying alive, now up to 90%. BC Gaming have this one in the pocket. Team Electro sending whatever they've got at this. Rafiki going to be hit by that damage from Kaze.
Nah.
BC Gaming fire back.
Ей! Трития за тиган, телефон или керамика? Не знам. Да, може би... Нямам идея, брат. Тия, знаеш ли, чугунените тигани са много яки. Те не знам, те май не са покрити нито с телефони. Те са тежки, масивни и се вкара буквално. Биси са добри, да. Няма спор, брат, просто аз съм за Електрос.
I don't think Team Electros, whether they really identify it, because I watched the same thing happen twice. You see Crow jump in, they're all stuck together. Hypercharge from Crow is going to pierce everyone in that radius. It was their undoing 2 times in a row.
Гледай, Crow поправи. Наистина локо и сноси. И това каза тук, брат.
Dealing damage to the entire enemy team with a hypercharge. Hats off, I gotta say it to Crow. Loco, a maniac for his performance here.
Jubileo и Loco изкериха.
What a great match to start the day. You can just see how closely matched both sides really are here. It's anyone's for the taking. Team Electros, a fantastic start. But BC Gaming fighting back under pressure is what you love to see. And now going into this third hideout, it's anyone's for the taking.
As we get ready for hideout, I want to remark on one of my major criticisms of BC is that, honestly, throughout all the monthly finals that I watched them in, they were good, but they never really blew me away. They never really struck me as a team that's making it out of the last chance qualifier. That has something special here. But after what we just witnessed in that set number 2, I'm beginning to believe, not entirely convinced BC Gaming, but I got an inkling of an idea that they've got what it takes.
Да, така е, човек. Буквално едно от малките неща, които Brawl Stars направих като хората е това e-спорта и до сега е жив. Аз не цъкам толкова често играта вече, обаче ми е интересно. Защото цяла година съм гледал тия отбори и съм се превързал към тях. Зарегона май да шах. Не!
Will she ever is really the question. You can see BC Gaming have gone ahead and given this ollie to Team Electros. Team Electros banned out that Byron, but Colonel Ruffs is wide open. And let's talk about Colonel Ruffs. What makes him so good? Well, first of all, we're in a hypercharge meta. It's all about getting that hypercharge to those busted brawlers so they can have that without having to earn it. Second of all, now he's got additional projectile speed in the last patch. It means he's going to be able to fight those long-range interactions way better. But as long as BC Gaming never give a good Ruffs lane, then it's completely off the table for Team Electros.
J-Yong. Ești trăgând tanks of J-Yong și oști nești.
Team Electros are going to have some heavy heals behind Ollie to be able to advance forward in this map, but they banned the Byron themselves, so certainly Grey and Byron are some solid bans. Grey is definitely going to open up the potential door to a thrower here, but J-Yong for BC Gaming paired in with something of maybe a sharpshooter would go a good long way here for me. Let's see how they kind of feel about the situation themselves. Angelo, that's a great sharpshooter.
Angelo, bro.
It is, and you know what? I saw some cheese with Angelo. I saw Kit Angelo, something that we haven't seen in the bans just yet. I think it's, you know, a pretty intimidating one. It's not a noob killer. Well, it is a noob killer. A lot of things can kill noobs, but Kit, in general, in competitive, is a very feared thing. It takes an expert team to not go ahead and use one of their bans on that, but it is fully on the table. As a last selection, it is especially dangerous.
Hit не знам, Hit може да работи само за Електрос в момента. За BC не виждам как ще бъде. Jean, okay.
Comes Jean. That's going to be some synergistic play, sitting around some of those teammates, giving them healing, also looking for holes, anyone hanging out of position. Really only J-Yong can do that. And I think also just like looking at what we've seen so far from these teams, I'm still anticipating who's going to get that blue star first. By the looks of things, it'll be Derp right now. He'll speed himself towards it. But there's still room for someone else to go ahead and claim.
Nice.
I feel like maybe Team Electros
Не ми е видял Дрика, значи. Бел, wow.
Bell going to come in. So settling then for the healing of just the Jean, it could place Ollie in a
реално това е доста нормален драфт за баунти.
Team Electros, maybe some deaths before having that hypercharge
might
be on their playing card.
Сега няма ли скриншот, няма ли скрин рекорд? Не знам как ще го доказва. Аз ако бях играл срещу Джинкс, ще да направя цяло видео от това, честно казвам. Това е един скриншот да не си вземеш. Не би го разбрал.
Reload speed of the Angelo. They've got the maneuverability and the versatility of having that J-Yong in the mix and the defensiveness of that Charlie into what is a really quite a brutal brawler in the meta right now with the Ollie. But the Bell is a safe pair of hands. It's going to definitely enforce the idea that BC Game
Чат трябва да натисна между другото 10k в клаш скоро.
The Ollie is going to be dependent upon how much they can weave around this Charlie.
Да. И аз имам милиони чат, обаче не ги показвам. Имам и Ферари, ама не го показвам.
And as you can see, Jubileo is going to get that blue star. Derp could have gotten it, but Jubileo gets it. He's a much safer brawler. He's able to jump away. Team Electros now, as anticipated, will have to play offense for the majority of the game by the looks of things. And you'll see Rafiki trying to stay away from that Charlie, just looking for any supercharge if he can get it. He's going to have to earn it the old-fashioned way. You know, no Ruffs to support him in that regard. But still, he won't really be able to jump over. That actually makes him a way better target for Ollie to go ahead and jump in on.
True, but it also means that Jean's going to have a tougher time landing those shots as well. So it's a bit of a give and take, isn't it? Rafiki really trying his best to push himself forward here, but these taps from Jubilee really are very strong, forcing out the gadget previously as well. Jump away from the situation now. Diego Gamer
Пуни Чарлито! Не, как ще пропуснеш пул, брат?
But nonetheless, Team Electros will stay in position.
Защо Диего косплейва мен в момента? Бой, браво!
There it is, but now he's got to be evacuated on the right side. Here comes search and rescue.
Nice.
Gamer with that healing radius to get him.
Имат дефенса, имат контрол.
Has also gotten a super of his own.
Now, BC Gaming pushing forward and looking to find that
connection. Вау, Анджело как го дължим това. Това беше много красиво. Трябва да вливават. И двата тима трябва. Не, Диего! Диего, защо така излагаш мен и моите предикшени? О, браво на Рафики! GG! Евала, доста добре изиграно от електросите. Браво!
They are purely defensive, and when Ollie's able to go in aggressively and be retrieved by his teammates in the same go, that is the win condition for Team Electros.
Значи той използва Dex 3 Evolution Key Black Brick Night Witch сигурно използва. Golem. Какво е 3 Evolution? 3 Potion ли си има прави?
Yeah, miscounted the shots from Derp. If you're going in there as Ollie did, you have to have that interaction calculated. And Derp had ammo that he simply wasn't anticipating. It's now a firm advantage for BC Gaming with their 5 stars against just 2 from Team Electros. Here come the Spiders on the right side. Loco knows exactly the matchup to go for with these Spiders. He's also got to stay clear of Rafiki, especially when he doesn't have that super. Rafiki now circling through, has a super and the gadget ready to be used. It'd be useful to have some support from Bell for the next push in. Team Electros are just looking and isolating some point of weakness.
BC Gaming are doing a very good job of just depriving Rafiki of that hypercharge as well.
Правим още малко да натиснем. Реално това Оли е много опасно.
And now comes Rafiki in, and Derp will go down. Oh, the cocoon is there, but in the meanwhile, Rafiki gets a double regardless, and it should be an escape here. Maybe he's pushed back. No, it's still 11 stars for BC Gaming, and another push required for Team Electros.
If they get Jubileu, then they will be able to get this one back and win by a tiebreaker. That is a key kill for them, but they got 30 seconds left. It's still enough time to get a couple of kills, especially versus Derp. They could snag
Diego, брат, оцели го.
Rafiki's circling around so he doesn't use those spiders. Go ahead and take down Loco. That's the emergency. Now Loco pops the super just in the nick of time. Now they got to get Diego Gamer out of here. That's a pull ready for him. Derp, the optimal target for him. They'll both get away. Rafiki can dash, but he's going to go ahead and soak up some damage for now. Hypercharge style. Pull him back. A takedown on Loco. 5 seconds to go. Derp knows that it's done and dusted with the seconds counting down. Team Electros 2-0 style here in set number 3.
Браво!
Taken down in set number 2.
Това са Електрос, които искаме. Давайте, така. Не, Evolution карти. Как има 3 Evolution в един дек? Не са ли 2? Максим.
That was the spark that Team Electros needed. You can see it on stage. Really just giving them that boost of which they really did need. Such an exciting set. Unbelievable stuff. Rafiki again. Got to give that man a massive hand. Speaking of hands, Diego Gamer didn't really hit any of his, and that's the 0 above his head. Does need to come into the next thing a bit more of his worth, but I'm so impressed by Rafiki. You know, a player which is really on the rise, a player that hasn't had the most land experience. But boy, is he coming out strong today?
Да, не знам как. Много странно човек.
When we have those players that come in and prove their worth.
Да, Електрос доста солидно си играха този рун. Се буквално доминираха. Те имаха и по-добър драфт. За просто BC нямаха чак такъв добър каунтър за Оли. Оли и Скери доста солидно. А Диего буквално троеше повече. Но пък точно този пул накрая, който путна, реши всичко.
Phenomenal drafter and holding his own lane in the same time. We'll see Rafiki and Diego Gamer, this pairing on the right side. Interesting considering that Diego Gamer is the newest addition to the team, and seeing them play together on lane, I think once more quells the doubts that Diego Gamer, is he really going to fit in on this team?
Брат, Диего е да бест. Нищо, че мисля два джимпо.
Have they had the time on the side of Team Electros to really solidify that unity? And that could have just been an offset for him. Let's give him the chance to show a bit better. Maybe Gene's not the best of brawlers for him, but really in this meta, where Team Electros are thriving is with the up-close and personal brawlers, and that's where BC Gaming needs to put a stop to this. They've got to be able to really focus much more
base race map chats.
Specifically.
Is very, very true. You know what?
Тук очакваме булове, бибита, барлита.
A lot of what's happening on screen. This guy never died.
Такви disgusting crowd.
The supers, okay, he missed both of them. I'm not going to make too many excuses for him there. But the pressure, they had to get enemies into the corner somehow. Let's get into draft for set number 4. Team Electros on the cusp of victory, just one set away. But BC Gaming have proven that they are ready to step to Team Electros and could very well push us to a set 5.
Аз не знам дали все още съм мета тези броери, обаче Дарил между другото. Също Чък, ама Чък не мисля, че не се цъка на този мап много. Мико, мале чат, Мико.
I think Shade here, not being banned, is quite key. Yeah, first pick has got to have been there for Team Electros. We saw time and time again in East Asia how just influential that brawler was on this very map. I think BB actually deserves a bit of a shout out now in a much better place since the rework too. I wonder whether that could be on the cards for BC Gaming.
Yes, BC Gaming, give us a South American special and show us why actually BB is a pretty formidable opponent here. She's just made of health, speed, movement, and damage.
BB е добра, обаче Мико е много демидж на сейфа. Добър вечер, Димитър, добре дошъл на стрима. Как имаш YouTube канал Университет, аз не мога. Стига, не е толкова зле, днеска бях на Уни, след това се чу седи на Вери, сега стримам. Аз не виждам проблем с това. Но виж, това е и че аз съм в самостоятелна става, може би е по-тегало да си с някой става. Смисъл, разбирам те до някъде защо ти е тегъл. Но за теб обичам те футбол. Футбола е добър спорт. Само Левски, София напред. Не виж сега, не гледам много български футбол, ама как скажеш? Арти между другото много странен пик. Чете добър избор, да. Карал е много странен избор, но Карал по-скоро го виждам като дефенс за Арти. И освен това е доста демидж, ако остане сам на сейфа, защото може да се обърне към стената и да я ползва за да си връща по-бързо кирката. Дрейко, добре. Доста солидно са Електрос. Знаех си, брат. Карал на зами, на мен не ми изглежда най-добре. Пик обаче от другата страна. Да, може би заради хайпер, аз добрах, че Арти има мега щупен хайпер, ама. Само че беше много вкусно. Кое бе? Добре, перфект. Бул, разбира се, да, Бул, много ясно, брат. Така. Мара, ще ти спия студени чай. Какво мислиш да ми набрат много на кефи да цъкам? Не знам колко е балансирана, мисля, че се щупаме като всеки нов бровър, но ме кефи да цъкам. Играем се. Ай, Диего!
Absolutely blowing his Livy to smithereens. Unbelievable from him to keep that defense alive. Derp is doing wonderfully well. Diego is going to come back in again now and try and get something done with Rafiki, but the time is really dwindling. They've got 2 stages down on the safe, and with the berry there, that Ice Cream is just going to whistle it down so quickly. Now they're almost down to the 1 stage left as Team Electros are bang in trouble.
This is not looking good for Team Electros. They're almost down to that final shield. Here comes Loco around the left side. Such a matchup for him into his Livy. And now the hypercharge from Rafiki. Looking for 1. Now for 2. Onto Barry on the top right. Diego Gamer also attempting to play defense versus Loco. Even at the hypercharge, Loco is him when it comes to these dashes. Is Livy trying to tank some of these shots? And will get the defense down to just 2%.
Winnable.
Winnable. They can get this already. Hypercharge forward. And no!
Okay, winnable.
Diego Gamer still attempting to defend, but it's a fruitless effort. Jubileo has that last tick of damage.
В момента не, но аз съм за Електрос, не знам. Електрос срещу Биси.
Unreal though. I mean, Derp on those defenses, it was actually Diego Gamer he took down on the shade, but it was just such an immediate response. And every time he was able to continuously lock down his opposition and go on the aggressive towards the end as well. I think that was...
Иначе добре играм. DC Gaming успяха да натиснат много бързо. И не дадаха време нито на шейта да се нафарми хубаво, нито на Карала. Дракото също му трябва доста време за супер планова. Реално би си чизнаха с... Не, това беше грешка да се пуска супер толкова рано. Nah, брат. Добре, Локо е дед. Добре, това би трябвало да е 50%. Добре. Да. Браво, бе! Сега, 1-1. Това е много бейс рейс мап, чат. Аз няма да си върна думите назад. Това мап не е сериозен да е спорт, честно. Сега, ако мен ме джиджвате за избора на мапове, вижте какво се цъка на LCQ. Това не е сериозно. Аз правя малки турнири, тия правят турнири за $1000, връщат се, еп!
Good start here for Team Electros. Rafiki now healing up. Diego Kevin coming in now with the hypercharge as well. Huge taps to the beast.
Nice.
2 stages down. There's Livy on the right hand side now. It's going to place Derp in a very tough spot. Hot coals on the safe as well. And another stage potentially about to fall as they keep these taps going up. Diego Gamer comes in, forces out the hypercharge there of Derp. And the safe is really in trouble on both sides. They've left Loco on the top side as well. It's neck and neck.
Hardly a tempo lead. Team Electros have got
Okay, червения сейф не е смъкнат под.
From BC Gaming is going to be interrupted by some timing. Diego Gamer now looking for additional damage as Libby trying to bait out a super from Loco who's
все още имат един шилд на 1% между другото.
But Team Electros are playing so safe around this. Is Libby now in from the right side, that pickaxe swinging. Rafiki now super as well. Jubileu attempts for the takedown. Rafiki eliminated and Loco ready for the defense, but Diego Gamer is back through the safe as Libby just needs a couple more
GG!
Diego Gamer for the final shot.
Айде, Electros!
This ragtag band of brawlers barely making it here to the last
може да направиш екрана по-широк. Мисля, че да. Okay.
A shot to the heart of this home region as North America kick things off strong and dampen out the cheers. Well, what a battle! What a fight! BC Gaming had it all. This was a match which thoroughly deserved to go to the fifth and final set.
Така ще го направим. Само малко е грозно. Другия вариант е от тук просто ще го направя фулскрин.
And when they nearly brought us to a set number 5, the hometown heroes are going to have to make some magic happen in their second match in the group stage, where they'll be facing the other losing team here in the opening matches. Looking at the stats, though, you can see just how strong Derp was on that defense. Jubileu doing tremendous damage, and Loco so many times dominating the matchup versus Livy or even Shade opening up the map gradually. I really thought that BC Gaming would bring us to set 5.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like that could have very much been the case. I mean, the way that they were playing was absolutely phenomenal and really giving a fighting chance of taking it the distance. Wasn't to be. On the other side of the bracket, it looks like
Значи, съм на 1300 на стрима от шеф. Вече не е ли трябва? Не. Виж, би си отиват в долния бракет. Виж как е. Отдолу... KDS и Папая са свършили, бе. Как така, бе? Те на два стрима ли са разделени? Какво се случва? Аз не мога да разбера. Малко тъпо ще го виждате сега, но... Не, един стрим е... Ние да не сме изтървали първия мач. Не. Кога са играли Папара и... KDS, what? Може би са два стрима. Ма да не би този стрим, който е на... Португалски да се другите. Не. Какво се случва, брат? Един стрим, бе.
Gaming be taken down. I think they know that they have all the people here in the audience.
Другите игри не ги ли дават?
Now we head over to Group B as well, where Reply Totem will take
on
Chapter of Happiness from the Chinese mainland region, and Navi will take on Upcore Esports. It really is such a stacked LCQ. Both of these two teams on each side of the field have got to bring their all now.
Аре, сега тя няма мач, но не ме бъркаше, ама. Не, те Папара спечелиха, другите по-скоро да се бъсна някъде. Може и това да е. Hell no! What the hell, man? You guys, what the hell? Брат, не знам, тем са ми много смешни. Тя 100% ще загубят, брат. Гледай тия какви са покемони. Гледай, бе, защо така стоят всички от Чайна и Токсик, колкото са и така се яхат? Защо слага? Може би е нещо в Китай. Знак на уважение ли да я знам.
And this is the difference, isn't it, really, when you look at things. The experience behind Reply Totem, you've got just Maru and Maori going through since 2021 as a duo in the World Finals, and this is the first event for, you know, Chapter of Happiness in the international stage.
Bullying the freshman, брат, ще ги размажат.
For me is like, have Chapter of Happiness done what Toxic Lotus have proved to do?
Ма не, и аз исках, бе. Реално е possible, чат. Обаче трябва да си заложиш всичко. Според мен е possible.
I'm always super happy to see matches like this one. Couldn't really tell you how it's going to go.
Някакви китайци играят ужас. Те ще паднат, брат. Това е третият отбор в Чайна, маняк. И между другото, аз гледах браките на Чайна. Мисля, че в видеото на Боби го имаше. Беше го качил или в на спем видеото, не съм сигурен. Но тия са загубили от втория тим в Чайна и едва се класирали да са тук. Така че Chapter of Happiness изглежда като най-слабия отбор на цялото LCQ. Сега ще ги видим. Мисля, че това е 3-0 за Тотем. Пикачу няма китайски, Пикачу Чинчо, какво?
Plenty of surprises here. I think I'm expecting to get surprised in the middle of the match as well by Chapter of Happiness, considering that
Angel Boy обаче доста солидно си хапна. Дрейц, чат, маля. Значи искам Тотем да отидат на World само, за да видя матч Heretic срещу Тотем. За да видя Дрейч срещу тия дед го були в. Ма и китайца не си поплюва, брат.
they can thank Humble and SK's performance. They got those 2 spots for the EMEA region.
Easy win, kind of.
They are the very epitome of historically saving the best for last as an org.
Но много ще се смея, ако Chapter of Happiness бият тотем. Смисъл... Actually ще го уважа, така че който и да бие за мен ще е nice. Най-тъпото за мен ще е този матч да продължи прекалено дълго. Надявам се или тотем да бият 3-0, или Chapter of Happiness да бият. Ако тотем победят по някакъв друг начин, ще е тъпичко, защото няма смисъл.
Has always been Maru and Maori finding a leader. It works super well together with Joker last year. They tried with Chaos. This year they're here with Angel Boy. And so far, they did not have the success they were hoping for. Replaced now their coach Gessi.
88 нормално.
That's what they needed. But it's so interesting to me. Mario and Maru have the most experience from all the players that are here with 10 LAN events. And still they need that leader, that IGL, and someone to draft.
There's so much to talk about in terms of this team formula. Reply Totem, for the last several years, have succeeded with this formula of Maori and Maru, and then they get a cracked third to pop off. I'm just not really seeing it manifest just yet here from Angel Boy.
Angel Boy се лари лори дрейч педно.
And they've got some time to work things
So,
out.
брото, посещава Макдоналдс.
On the stage here.
Oh my god.
Трънк, брат, yes! Е, бах, тях е косплей, брат. Защото момчето е чопър.
I think this is not the map. I said that I would expect to see it maybe in Dueling Beetles, but I think it can work in Ring of Fire. It's just going to be a very tough thing if, you know, at this stage of the draft, that's my concern.
The bans pretty much the same as we have seen
Either
before as
Drake.
well. Mina's going to be banned out again. Ollie would be opening here. Technically a very strong ruler. We talked about him coming into today. But what I'm looking out for here
Знаеш,
is
че Mortis Record е бък и работи активнеш. Какъв е Mortis Record, брат? Record, брат, маля, забравих, че тия неща ги вкараха в играта. Може. Ще трябва да сдаш. Найс. Зумера, мистер. Petition of the 3Z. VMLC Depression. Уважавам името. Ръвс не го разбирам между другото. Това е много отворен мап за Ръвс, по принцип. Може би е за Лейн, ама... Те ще играят Грей с танк, окей. Може би втори танк или килър. Да, явно това си мисля, някакъв танк Франк. Брат, ако Chapter of Happiness бият с 100 комп, ще ги призна. Ако сега бият, дори една игра съм за тях този мач. Ще викам за тях. Много е люмен първолан по миналия. О, Колет е силно. Често казвам, Гриф бих взел аз. Както гледам Гриф.
When he actually got a team kill. If you watch Kenny's video, then you'll know it's recorded as one of the biggest pop-off plays in BSC history. I was kind of expecting an Otis, I'm not gonna lie. Since he got that buff, he can actually 3-shot a Frank now, so it's an important interaction, be able to stun people out of that teleport.
Бих платил да гледам матч между ония пич, дет играе Санди на Боби Тима и Angel Boy. Обаче истински боен матч. За кой да спечели World? Все още не знам. По принцип съм Tribe фенче, ама ще видим, брат. Мисля, че Tribe могат да покажат много. По принцип са малко... и не изглеждат много добре. Insane, брат.
That's a huge aggressive play in from Maru. We're looking also at the team composition here. Angel Boy's supposed to be the pop-off over here. He's going to be giving that hypercharge to Maru, and that's what they're going to be doing. Really, really crafty. Reply to has earned a reputation for doing this. Now they've got Drage at the helm, helping them out with this draft. Mauri now with a diff on Valentine, but he's got to be ready for when another enemy teleports in. Mauri now on the left side taking the flank. Maru in with the
Bravo, bе!
A team wipe from Trunk. And Chapter of Happiness is in position.
Мали как не му знае името и му вика просто From Trunk.
I don't think Totem are going to be too deterred by a great pinch to get straight
Браво,
back into
Дю
action.
Кланк.
They've got a substantial lead.
Дю Кланк с убийство.
Stays alive to Circle super wondrously well from him and staying on the zone, objective in hand. Reply Totem get the first game.
Well done, Totem. Don't mean to spoil the story.
Скот, ти за кой си на Worlds, ако не броим тия? Защото знам, че ще кажеш Нави.
Wounded warriors as they may be.
Или Зета всъщност, да.
Maru, this duo, they've made every single World Finals since 2021. I cannot overemphasize that. But I was quite impressed by that team wipe from Trunk. So I won't lie. I think Totem kind of know that they already have this one in the bag. They're up here pushing.
SK, не. Стига, човек. Когато си SK фенч. То SK не са зле, ама със сигурност бих предпочел Зета пред SK.
I think this Colette was great, fantastic. Maru just having an absolute ball here. And despite their Chapter of Happiness having a pretty decent start, it's already dwindling. And now Reply to take an affirming role in the mid.
Here comes Maru. Pops up.
Това булинг до някъде между другото. Не знам, виждате ли го така, ама...
Reply Totem are in firm control. They have a couple of rough streaks under their belt. Angel Boy and
They bully в момента.
take down Trunk on the left side, and now Maru around the right side is ready to receive a hypercharge. Or is it going to be Maru? He's trying to do it mid super and manages to do so. It's 2 hypercharges available for Reply Totem, but they're not popping them just yet. No, not until they really need them. That's another tree for Colonel Ruff. Dies and has to come back and respawn. Maru now with a hypercharge of his own, and Maru combines. Reply Totem now count up to 75%.
Дори от европейските бих предпочел, ако Inner Circle стигна до там, Inner Circle, ако не, може би... брат, може би Humble или Heretics дори. Не, Foot всъщност. Foot също са яки. Но Foot малко ми са зле в момента.
Maru's got that super make it 2, nearly 3. Yu Chung takes him down on the left side now. Angel Boy pushes forward. That's exactly what they needed. The celebration super from Maru backs down on the right side. Totem are off to a phenomenal start, breezing past Chapter of Happiness in set number 1.
Добър вечер, Рая, добре дошъл на стрима. Брото има Танджиро косплей, брат. Бах ти удаците.
Very strong though, look at that, 16 for Mauri on the Meg. I think Maru though as well, that Colette was just doing so much damage.
Да, ама... SK ми е много ванила пик, брат. Някакво, все едно да избереш Humble. Все едно, някакво, брат, изглеждат като най-добрият тим, със сигурност, ама просто ми е скучно да си да най-добрият тим. Това имаше семейен разговор. Ами 1-0 за Тотем. Тотем ще се бият тук. Ама не знам защо другите мачове са офстрим, брат. Това е много тук. Стримвай шах. Брат, ако отворя chess.com в момента ще се броли да стримване на шах. Защото реално ще съм покажал шах на стрим.
Very much locked in. You know, it's got to be said, you know,
looking at малкият брат. Чат, това е малкият брат на Хуан Карлос. Брата на Хуан Карлос заедно с брата на Тенсай, брат. Ето ги. Не, това е на сайт Тампо, брат му, а това е на Хуан Карлос, брат. Виж, обичате, това е. Това е истината.
Angel Boy wants to play. He was on the same team as Angel Boy at last year's LCQ. He felt that heartbreak when they didn't make the World Finals. So now for Maru and Mauri, who have always made the World Finals, they've got to all come together now and just really just share how important this is for them.
Като се огледал последно e-спорта, този мап играха в Пери, смятайте от колко време съм виждал този мап на
Not quite yet. Where is Angel Boy's role in this team? In previous years, they've had iChaos, they've had Joker be the pop-off player that coordinates the team. Angel Boy, I still got question marks about the guy. He's a phenomenal player. He has gone absolutely insane. We still talk about LCQ 2023 2 entire years later because that is the level of impact that he has left on this game. He's trying to do it once again, make it through that last chance qualifier, unlike last year's performance. Reply Totem. We're going to go ahead and snag this Ollie. Buster is on the table for anyone who wants it. Note also some of the bans for Reply Totem. They've gotten rid of that Colonel Russ.
Сега ще пикнат брат, примерно Шели, Ел Примо и Поко брат. Или Пени брат. Да не четеш. Как да не ги чета? Отговорихте на предния коментар. А Корделиус е файн май.
A brawler which I think has made a real stamp on the meta currently as well, so good to see that one come through. Janet could have a potential appearance here. I think Charlie as well could be another idea to shut down this Ollie if they want to double down on it. I know Drage speaks very highly of Cordelia, so I think looking there, maybe I'd like to have got it for themselves.
I think Janet as well would be a fantastic pickup because see, Deathcap Trap is a new map in the rotation. Now, people are always going to be upset because it means that they have to rework their strategy and they got to do something new that's uncomfortable. But also just the feedback from players on Deathcap Trap is that you're so vulnerable to just jumped on at the moment. It could be Kaze, it could be Ollie.
Не си ми прочел последните. Брат, буквално ти прочетох, че стримал шанс да взима 1400 и ти казах, ако отворя chess.com броили си за стримване на шах.
You know, Charlie over here previously we saw Red Spires. I think she really needs to run Cocoon here so that she can play a mid. I don't know why Chapter Happiness would really be saving a mid for their last pick.
They did choose to double down with the Charlie as well, which is interesting. That might deter and consider it on the side of Chapter of Happiness. Reply Totem Lover Max as well, a brawler which is not really in the meta, and I think that could be a fantastic way to really add additional speed to the Jae-Young or a Sandy. You know, the Sandy kind of combined with heals and speed can do so much work.
Коментатора казва Санди.
Potential, maybe not so much now that the Charlie and the Cordelis is in the side of Chapter of Happiness, but if they want to just kind of brute force the situation, it's there. All the guts, combine the guts with the Griff going to break open everything, which might be counterintuitive. I mean, you're the Ollie's be able to even the star power can give you additional speed by doing so. But it seems that they're going to have somewhat of an open side and just communicate it. Keep some of the map closed, open up the rest.
Yeah, I think it's going to hurt Cordelius most of all to have some walls broken open. Don't really quite know how Angel Boy is going to get his super. They may opt to break open half the map. Sometimes you'll see people pick up Griff because they actually plan on breaking absolutely nothing. Here comes Lumi. This one could catch Reply
Между другото, добър драфт този път от Chapter of Happiness.
Because she's going to throw those maces, then as soon as someone even slightly underestimates her range, she's going to pop that gadget, people are going to slide forward, and they're going to be out of position.
Мисля, те имат low break, обаче Chapter of Happiness имат двама рейдж броуъри, докато Тотем имат един. И то мисля, че е по-малко поне от това Lumito.
Yeah, the energy is just so awesome. Everyone having a party, as you'd expect. Yes. Brazil, a carnival, no less. And I mean, it's just day one as well. That's the crazy thing. Yes. The more time goes on,
между другото ми е по-скучният матч. Би гледал Нави по-скоро. Ще видим дали ще ги дадат. Гриф Мони!
They've got to be ensuring that they do not drop this set. Keep the pressure on Chapter of Happiness, a team which haven't really had that LAN experience. Reply Totem are a team which, you know, are able to, you know, kind of stand the heat, draw out the timer, and keep their dream alive just by, you know, just being present in the moment. Chapter of Happiness could very easily crumble here by dropping another set.
Хората се закасвам между другото. Чух моя... No money. Исках на естетски китайци, но не може да ги бият. Виж сега, китайците могат да изненадат. Токсикото се изненадаха супер много. Но точно тези китайци, Chapter of Happiness, не ми изглеждат като солиден отбор. Не знам, видеоигра.
2 threes against the opponents that they lost to in the group stage versus both Revenant and Luminosity. So Chapter of Happiness, if by any proxy, they should have something here. We saw some minor plays, but I just saw gaping holes left in the draft. Colette, you don't really see that often because guess what? Drafts are usually pretty airtight at this level for something that's, pretty off meta to come in and totally wipe your team like that.
But just to clarify, players are not yet in, so you're not missing any of the action. I can see Maru in the menu, so I think they're just going to be resetting the lobby. That allows us to chill out with the crowd, and I'm all for it. I mean, again, I'm really loving so much energy there. Is that Dance in the background there? I saw Dance earlier. I went to give him a fist bump, but he grabbed my fist. It was the most awkward thing I've ever experienced. But great to see him here supporting his home region. He's had a fantastic year, Dance, by the way. I mean,
ще има ли пак шах турнири? Да.
Ще има.
Всеки за систем само питачите.
I think he's a prime person to talk about when it comes to that.
Oh yeah, imagine.
Аксел, ще цялата публика е дошла да гледа каса. И BC евентуално. Въпреки, че не мога да разбера защо BC Gaming като e-спорт организация не купуват европейски тимове, след като са Berlin City Gaming, ами купуват брат бразилски и там Чили от кой е третия играч отбор. Миналата година май бяха купили, не съм много сигурен, но пак беше май някакъв от друг континент. Много ми е странно това. От Берлин Сити, брат.
Just staving off his Lumi. Not really the greatest matchup for him, but I don't see a
нали каза последния шах турнир. Не съм казал такова нещо.
Not really the greatest at breaking walls, but Reply Totem went ahead and got rid of the Colonel Rev, so they're a little bit pressed for options. Here comes Maru forward, looking for the Hypnosis onto the Charlie. Is it going to be successful? We'll see in a moment. Diuchong with the takedown on Maru.
Брат, защо да покажа какво става отгоре?
Number 3. Reply Totem, though, are still far in the lead. Here comes the speed for Maru to close around the right side. Potential pinch to get Angel Boy forward, but Diuchong is weaving forward, looking for the kill versus Maru, but look at those shoots! It ends up only being a trade thanks to the dodges from Maru.
Now, Angel Boy has got to be so cautious in this mid. One Cocoon will drop those 7 gems onto the floor, and they could be for the taking then. The Chapter of Happiness, but now the hypercharge of the Oli connects. It's devastating. Maru is all over this. It's going to be a triple. He gets it. And for Reply Totem, they get all the gems and bring them straight back to spawn.
Angel Boy safe
Не, това е кубавостта. Аз дори не знам дали има смисъл да огледам това май. Ако бият тотем, не бе, ако бият тотем. Easy win, да. Брат, как няма изглеждат феноменал, като играят срещу най-слабият отбор от China Mainland тук? So, брат, все едно да изправим Humble срещу седмия отбор от Норт Америка.
Reply Totem now have got to be feeling very good about this. They cannot get ahead of themselves again. But Charlie on the other end of the field, the gems are always in potential peril.
Със сигурност са от фаворитите. Ти нямаш главен победител, тук имаш 4 отбора, които печелят. Мисля, че най-добри шанси имат Crazy Raccoon, Lotus, Crazy Raccoon, Lotus, може би Totem до някъде, въпреки че не ги харесвам, Inner Circle и Rival. Според мен това са 5 отбора, които има шанс да спечелят. Аз съм си за Inner Circle. Даже Totem не знам колко има шанса, но ще ги видим. Реално не играе чак толкова впечатляващо за сега. Окей! Уоу! Чат, взимат игра.
They've popped both of their hypers, but Yu Chung has a super. He's going to have to use it when Maru supers in. Here he comes around the right side. Could also take down Yu Chung. He's in the realm. Just 3 seconds to go. Maru over the right side, trying to take down Valentine in the cocoon. No! 160 HP.
Nice.
Chapter of Happiness again.
Значи е winnable, значи е winnable.
Newbies from a region that has yet to impress us at international lands will get a game off of these veterans of Brawl.
Горе днес победих 1700. Найс. Брат, проли се да сервика ми лично са пълно тако. Не съм и след това мисля, че не мисля да пробвам. Ето те, back to the lobby. О, what? Да, рано беше лекерско, ама...
Now working a bit more aggressively forwards as he's got time to do so. Charlie has knocked the cocoon and now siding with Maru to get this Corvinus whittled down. Maru in the realm comes out on top. That's going to put a lot of pressure now on this chapter of Happiness defense.
Oh yeah, and even talking the metagame right here, Reply Totems seem to be leaning forward in their gaming chairs, so to speak. They are not about to take that loss lightly. You see Angel Boy in such an aggressive
position. Защо ми се чуче някой в видеото крещи на китайски?
Right on top of him. Needs to know Yu Chung over to the left side. Tries to pop out of the realm inside the bush. Cycled that super onto Maru, who was not able to stay alive in the realm. That's a cocoon from Charlie. Should get taken down here. That gem topples onto the ground. Yu Chung's going to stay alive and keep away from that gem. Angel Boy only needs one more. He's going to be a few seconds before he gets that opportunity, but really could use some assistance from his team. With Ollie taken down, he's solo and needs a pinch from the left lane so he can push forward and grab the last one for the countdown.
Maori is getting some fantastic taps here on this right-hand side, and now going to break.
Добре, рано ги държат Chapter of Happiness.
A little bit of something, but not great. Angel Boy now comes straight out.
Okay.
Any chance pops the weekend warrior gadget, and that is wise. But they do still require one more gem for Reply Totem, and sometimes these desperate moments can get ahead of yourselves unless you play it cool, calm, and collected. They do not want to.
Добре, цъка Chapter of Happiness между другото.
It's lurking.
Reply Totem keep waiting for the perfect moment to move in with Maru, and what ends up happening is that they can't find anything at all. Yu Chung gets the... Whoa! Angel Boy with the gadget to send him down. And Maru's got the last one. That's 10 gems. Barely enough time, actually, for Chapter of Happiness to interrupt this. Do Totem know? Yeah, they do. Here comes Maru to get the kills. And Chapter of Happiness are not going to sit there at mid. Angel Boy taking down the respawn.
Oh, yeah, GG.
Around with the hypercharge. 10K here still alive. He's going to be staggered on the respawn. It's going to be a 2v3 for this final fight.
10 seconds. There is time, but it's going to be very, very tough. There's too much defensiveness here.
Добре, рано се вижда разликата. Не. Близо беше, ама...
Chapter of Happiness, they're getting some moments, they're getting some plays, but the time is running out for them.
Chapter of Happiness, if nothing else, they have been consistent, I will say. I don't think I saw any...
На мен Тотем ми е любим отбор от европейските. Не, мен ми е наистина най-не харесвам Тотем от европейските, честно казвам. Дори NXT и Папара са ми по-интересни. Просто съм Тотем хейтър. Но спрямо този отбор съм за Тотем, да. Best of 5 в момента.
Putting the rest of the team on his back in some situations. Well done for Chapter of Happiness.
Джичайна там, защото глезват Тотем, нито играят добре в голем. Нито иконката е хубава. Не, иконката бива, ама не играят много добре. Цяла година са зле, брат.
Well, how do we lose that? It's the mentality of this situation, and that's where experience really does shine through in the most, decorative players.
Пък имат скучен ростър, брат. Имат двамата маняци, които са известни само с това, че цъкат винаги заедно. И имат Angel Boy, който би трябвало да е лидера и да прави големите плейове, и междувременно Пича играе мид. Пича играе съпорт, не знам.
You'll notice that Totem, they were only willing to fight 3v3s. They would never fight a 2v2. They just wouldn't take the risk. Even though it's actually a pretty calculated fight over there.
Angel Boy на 100 години. Не, не толкова стар. Би трябвало да е лайк моите години. 60 примерно.
have to have someone that goes aggressive, takes the risks. I wonder if they really trust themselves that they can still flourish in these aggressive scenarios. Well, they're not going to have a choice here on Sunny Soccer. I would much rather be on offense than on defense on this map. Look at how odd it is. I've had opinions about Sunny Soccer for a very, very long time. Split things up.
Буквально на 20
2 lanes over here. Oh, now it becomes 4, but never 3. Such a complicated map that's going to trip up even the most experienced people.
0-5 0-5 не е на 100 години стил. Прилича на 30, да, между другото, прилича си на работещ германец в криза на средната възраст. Затова стъмта играят добре. Чакай, миналата година бяха ли на световното? Бяха, да, играха окей, да.
It's going to be Mina banned out and the Ollie. No surprises there. And the Lumi for Chapter of Happiness. The Lumi, the Kit, and the Shade for Reply Totem banned out now. The first pick for Reply Totem. They've actually been playing Meeple here, which is a really interesting brawler pick in their scrims. Cordelius. Again, I said that Drage has been saying some massively important and impressive things around that
Cordelius, what?
Since LCQ, and it was the first pick. There's the Mo, yeah. It's an odd brawler which is coming through just a little bit more recently.
Какви са тия инста пикова, брат?
Looking for that Frank counter pick? Still, I want to see an Otis over here. We've seen a little bit of it in those scrims. It is so strong right now. Bring us this stun and show us something special. In Chapter of Happiness, they really seem to love these tanky, aggressive brawlers, but it just did not work out at all on Ring of Fire for set number 1. There's the Otis from Reply Totem. They know that they can catch that Mo coming out from underground. They know that they can interrupt a Frank as well. And I guess they're going to let him be his own undoing as well.
Миналата година спечели европейски тим, не знам за какво говориш. Вай, чайте да сложа... Да си включи зарядното на лаптопа. По принцип, Crazy Raccoons бяха на второ място. Но има и предвид, че тази година Crazy Raccoons се представят много по-зле. Миналата година си бяха солидно Азия победител, сега нямат сайт тампо, пък сайт тампо е взета. И между другото изглежда да работи тази смяна. Tara, what?
Not necessarily the brawl that I had in mind. It's decent, it's good, it's not in a bad place whatsoever, but for this map, it's...
Това е брово, може да се работи толкова. Но пак изглеждаме на доста стар комп, като не гледаме мое.
It's not really the kind of meta brawler pick that I'm expecting to see at the moment.
No, not quite. With the Tara final selection, it has me just a...
Не вярвам. Ще бъде епично, ама не вярвам.
They have been prone to falling into some pretty timid scenarios, playing very, very calculated, but they, honestly speaking, can afford risks. Well, look at how they're playing now. Maru now switching lanes with Angel Boy. They're opting to put Cordelius on mid. Seems to be a better matchup for him. Maru's gradually winning down to Valentine. Even gets the mute on him. That's a good one. Angel Boy with the roll forward.
Добре.
And that is why this map is so hazardous. You can shoot the ball from midfield and get a goal.
Айде да видим какво ще направиш. Скорпа. Чат Скорпа се казва Гил Куинг.
Doesn't come out alive though. That's troublesome. Pilot card done for Maori. Just the right timing as well. Onto the perfect candidate of the Frank. There's a hypercharge now for the
Я видим Скорпа как ще се справи сега. Окей. Нормально. Разбирам.
One game off, Reply Totem once more getting deep in the last chance qualifier. They did it last year. They made it deep in the World Finals as well, taking 4th place. Folks, are we watching beginning of yet another Cinderella story in Brawl Esports? It's a little bit early, but they can make a splash by taking a 3-0 versus Chapter of Happiness and dropping one game along the way.
Let's see. There are Chapter of Happiness can do something to claim at
okay, добър плей тук от Скорпа.
If not, it will have to be just a game or maybe 2 if they can take it to A little bit longer in this series.
Скоро по-дясно.
Great taps there from Maori onto the right-hand side as well. As Frank is troublesome. Oh, look at that. The round was there just to evade that. Frank's
What do you mean? Да, стане. Не, аз съм стар за Brawl Stars Pro, между другото. В смисъл, повечето Brawl Stars играчи на по 21 се... вече се ориентират към пенсия. Не мога. Защото трябва да стане някакво чудо, трябва да си изфармя живота за една година, за да плазва. И между другото бяхме да към по едно време, ама... той и в България нямаме добри сървъри за Brawl. Друго си е да цъкаш от Германия. Булинг! Това беше булинг! В принцип за Brawl Stars Pro трябва да почнеш лайк от 14 да играеш солидно, на 16-17 вече да почнеш да се цъкаш в големи турнири и така. Повечето играчи са така.
Not looking so good for the region as a whole. You know, if we talk about seed number 3 from mainland China, as I've said before, region that has only wowed us with one team yet. Guess what? They've been, as I say, the most winningest team for a pretty darn long time, and it shows why. Chapter of Happiness just did not show us their best.
Една пол година може да ти стигне, но трябва много да тракнеш. И трябва да си готов, това да е да ултимейт целта. Окей, Нави са били. Това е тъпо измислено, но не ме кефе. Сега, примерно, сигурно няма да гледаме Inner Circle, ами ще гледаме това. Crazy Raccoons. Айде, Нави! Ето се очакваше. За момента чат, предикшена ми е 100%. Между другото. Само казвам. Нищо са минали 4 от супер много мачове, но за момента... Имам да пия малко вода, чат, да си взема вода. Защото много ми се върна с този студен чай, за да ми се пие студен чай. Айде на водата.
Has been really good the last year.
We
started them really good. We know nearly everything about them, so I think it should be good.
Welcome back to Sao Paulo. Still live with the last chance qualifier. We had a couple of matches already. 2 of those we showed. Reply Totem just took the win 3-0. And now we're going to look at another EMEA team. It's going to be Experience NXT up next versus someone that is playing on home turf. Casa Brawl looking strong.
Сега ще разберем дали Европа са толкова над всички. Ако NXT бият Casa, това ще е доказателство, че Европа са ахет. Така че не знам. Сега ще видим. А защо не дават долния матч, бе, брат? Rival срещу Toxic Hotus е толкова по-интересно.
It's one of those matches which is going to be very tough to see how it's going to fare. You know, for Casa Brawl, they're on home turf. They should have that as a big buff.
No,
Experience NXT, they've, in my opinion, had the weakest performance of all teams at the LCQ, with just 2 quarterfinals exits to their name. But in the EMEA region, it's highly considered to be the toughest region to break through in the entire world. But, you know, there's a reason why they came first and second.
Другия матч е толкова по-интересен, брат. То Артур не знае как да се държи пред камера, пича е така.
All three of them. This is their first LAN appearance. Arthur at the side of those two Spanish mechanical geniuses, Rob and Amos, and I'm super excited to see them play here today. I hope they're not going to be too nervous. On the other side, we do
искам да видя дали в сайта на Brawl Stars го няма във втория матч. Наистина би гледал втория матч.
Mid-season roster change with BC Gaming. Let's talk about Experian NXT here, though. We'll focus on Arthur, who is a prodigy in the region. He's just 16 years old. He's barely able to compete in Brawl Stars competitive. He got the first pro rank in Austria. He's representing his region proudly.
So it's the old guard versus the new kids from the academy. They're part of the Esports Player Foundation, and they want to show that all that training has paid off. Arthur has
は EMEA 第9位。今大会の EMEA の中では最も低い順。
Вот так вот. Хорошо меня не слышат болельщики. Их там очень много, они бы меня запинали.
Так, давай прочувствуем выход команд.
Давай.
Много тъпо.
Under their belt already, Motep with a whopping 9 LAN events. They're not going to be nervous in front of this crowd.
Oh no, I mean, let's talk about just the most recent LAN that we saw them all at back in
Clash Extreme,
2024, just last year. Peck and Motep were playing for Foot, and of course Doritos was a mid-season roster change with BC Gaming. Let's talk about Experian NXT here, though. We'll focus on Arthur, who is a prodigy in the region. He's just 16 years old. He's barely able to compete in Brawl Stars competitive. He got the first pro
Да,
rank in
между
Austria.
това е малко младите таланти на Европа срещу старата класа на Южна Америка. Старата школа. Гледай, всички са за каса. Публиката сигурно ще е много за каса.
Well, they even made it to an LCQ, so I think, Arthur, you can be proud of yourself. Alongside Rob and Amos, they have a chance. And now we want to see those faces. We want to see if they're excited or nervous. Let's bring them in.
Ще говорят ли съм? А не.
The first team, the next generation of talents is here. The next one, welcome to their house. And nobody lives unless they come back.
Много е кеф акцента на говорителката. Това да не е тая, която звучава Мина. Ето и Каса! Аз съм за Каса тук. Само за да ми излязат предикшените. Иначе ще се радвам и на NXT, защото наистина ще... Ако NXT бият, ще докажат, че Европа е ахет. Ако Каса бият, ще докажат, че са се събудили най-накрая играта. Обаче другия матч е толкова по-интересен, брат. Райвал срещу Toxic Lotus. Там съм за Toxic Lotus между другото.
And then, of course, Experian NXT, possibly here as a stepping stone, especially Arthur, a true prodigy in the EMEA region.
I want to touch on the roster change as well for Casa Brawl because they dropped Jubilee mid-season for Doritos, which, you know, who when compared to his teammates has got like the least credentials, you know, when you look upon their experience at World Finals and such. But that's the reason why I feel like he's going to be hungry for it.
Clash Extreme, казах ти, ще видим. Ей, после ще кажеш, не ми четеш съобщенията, чета ги, ама ти ме питаш едно и също нещо. Ама кое е по-шах? Кое е по-скил шах или Brawl Stars? Каса, брат. Към точна дата. Ми като искаш точна дата, брат, стримвай го ти, не знам кой ти кажа.
But yeah, Doritos, the leader that they really needed, I feel. And let's see how's the draft going to be as well. NXT, of course, also has Enzo at their side. I'm sure he's going to have something in his up his sleeves as well, as he has already coached teams like Totem 2 years ago, Zeta Division, 2 World Finals. He should be able to help them.
My goodness. Sorry, I'm just so fixated on the one flag that we see in here. You see Experian NXT's got 0 flags.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Only 1 for Casa Brawl. It's massive. It covers an entire set of bleachers. And look at that. Nah, that's the whole world. I think that's the whole world thinking EMEA is a superior region. That's what I think it is.
I'm surprised to see that. We saw BC Gaming had like whopping 79% of votes. Now Casa Brawl with only 40%.
No.
What happened there? Mina's like, oh, the bans immediately is going to be picked up.
Insane!
From here at a LAN. And she's going to be picked up first. Why does NXT not ban her arc?
Мисля, че NXT знаят какво правят. Прекалено бързо пикнаха още след минута. Мисля, че е бейт.
The question now is she going to have a 100% win rate, you know? And I think for all intents and purposes, Casa Brawl should, I mean, we were saying already about this very region. They love those utility brawlers, those agile, fast brawlers, and that's one of them. Straight in the hands of Casa Brawl, which Experian NXT should have definitely banned.
This is Experian NXT handing that over to Casa, saying, you want it? If you don't, then we're going to pick it. This is their plan as the team with the last pick. And now really the question becomes, how well did you prepare, Casa? Did you think that Mina was always going to be banned? Or did you put in some hours on the brawler just to familiarize yourself?
They were interesting.
You might have to play it on literally the big stage.
It's a mythic brawler, and she's so interesting because you have these 3 attacks. She cycles through them if you do it in a quick enough succession. Now, we're looking at the bans here that Meg is going to be banned out. Draco, a few of the top brawlers we have also seen before here. Ruffs, for example, Finks, something that Ark mentioned, super good on this map. What's still open here would be Jaeyoung, for example. Some heals. They're going to go with 8-bit.
8-bit, brat, what?
I don't see him in the top 20
brawlers
on this map.
What the fuck?
It's a bit of a head scratcher for me, not gonna lie. Haven't seen 8-bit on this map for a long time. Yes, you can TP into the map and get quickly off the spawn despite your slow and sluggish walking pace. But it's not really a brawler that just comes to mind when we talk about what is the strength of this very map. Penny, it's not necessarily new meta on this map. I can see it being a threat, certainly being pocketed in that L-shape cavern, but they are very odd final picks, I must say.
New meta. Love hearing about all that
New
stuff.
meta,
Let's talk about that Penny. I feel like that turret's going to be placed in a position where Casa won't be able to do anything versus it. In fact, it's actually one of the best things that you can play into 8-bit. He's not able to put down his turret protectively, and it's going to be targeted by the turret. Let's see what Experian NXT has to offer. It is the new kids on the block versus some of the old guard of Brawl, and they've only temporarily fallen
Insane.
to the LCQ level here in their home region.
Already some good aggression, but immediately Pekka coming in to clear house. And that is a person who's going to be so dangerous on this kind of brawler. Some of Pekka's best moments last year came from brawlers that get up in your face. Mortis and tankier options as well. I think it's going to be right at home with this Mina pick already. Casa Brawl starting to inch further forwards towards that 40%.
Now Rupp gets to move forward as well. We'll see Amos also cycle over to the left side, but there's nothing really to deal with this turret. They don't have the range for it. You see also Bell and 8-bit were picked together. Absolutely classic pairing to keep that 8-bit safe from one of its most difficult counters. And you'll see Pekka clean up on the left side so easily. Rupp just going in solo. What's the guy going for? Did get the kill onto Doritos. That is value right there, but it's so unusual. You can see the desperation in Experian NXT's game.
Няма шанс Experian топът. Много се пребаха, не мисля, че достатъчно добре го изиграх. Това самият драфт, според мен. Окей, рано файн са, ама... 10% имаш мина с този шилд, никакъв шанс. Но ние играем там. Все едно, аз съм правил драфта, брат. Нали, разбирам идеята, ама не се работи добре.
Protects from any sort of projectiles from overhead, unlike other shields in games such as Buster, that's only stuff that's coming at you laterally.
Аз мисля, че се притесняват реално NXT. В смисъл, брат, представете ли си отивате на първият ви турнир на живо и в първата игра в този турнир играете срещу човека, за който цялата публика вика, има огромен флаг и всички са срещу вас. Със сигурност трябва да имаш някакъв опит, за да не те притеснява това нещо. Така че разбирам NXT защо биха се спекли.
But Pekka still remains alive. Rupp now rotates over to the left side. Pekka needs to be pinched on the left, and Rupp is preparing to do it. Needs his respawning teammate to come around the left. Arthur on the right side goes down solo. Double team also eliminates one more. Pekka to finish off the team wipe, and Kasa are in full control.
Oh, this is a great spot here as well with the damage booster. And look at the taps there from Doritos. Pekka falls in the bottom right. It does mean that he's going to have to be able to come back in and try to get back in that spot. But Rupp is marked up and immediately finds a nest egg. And the 85% now closing in for Kasa Brawl. And it looks like a very convincing set. One final stand for an experienced NXT.
Here it comes, now counting up to
6%.
only 6% to go for
Ако
Kasa.
Пека успее да остане жесток и вземе още един.
Couldn't focus on either Amos or Rupp. And now it's Doritos and Motep to try and make something out of this position. Rupp's closing around the right. That's going to be the kill. He's majorly assisted by his own shield. But now, of course, he is on low HP. Pekka gets 2! Cleans up the last 6%. Kasa Brawl with a victory here in set number 1.
What a beautiful windmill gadget for the Mina. You can see just how good it is to just get those final percentiles on the zone. And it really mattered because experienced NXT there was starting to gain momentum. And look at the crowd and what it means.
Всички са за Каса, брат. В смисъл, това трябва да е напрегнато.
That is an insane crowd. I'm a little scared. I don't want to be torn to shreds just trying to get back to the green room after this. Nonetheless, I digress.
Може между другото Европа. Това е, че Европа е известна с добрите си драфтове, те буквално пребаха драфта. Не знам какво им стана, ама не го изиграха добре, брат. Пени, айде сега малко, от малко.
But now you pick it as your 4-5, your enemy only has one thing left to go with. You go for a penny. I mean, yeah, that can work, but you gotta get that turret. You saw it was such a major issue for them to get their turret.
Това е колет, брат. Помислих колет за дядо Кол.
Why exactly that is? It's really the inexperience of this team. So many times they were going in solo, getting value, but not for their teammates.
I love that synergy between the 8-bit and the Bell.
Какво случи с другия матч?
That made the 8-bit have a lot more of a place in this draft. Not just the outranging of everyone on the board, but you know, it allowed the Bell to tap much more for Doritos. And I want to see Pekka continue through this draft.
Другия, след това ще гледаме Inner Circle, няма гледаме Crazy Recognition. Тъпичко са го направили. Пиеш му да 20 години да ти мърда. Ладоюмин, буквално аз по принцип ми е проблем, че не пия много вода. Аз главно пия някакви студени чайове. Обаче сега си взех така пречистваща кана и си пия и вода, защото много ми ставаше сладко. Пък и не знам на какво се дължи, ама от време на време тия студени чайове ми... езика ме боли и ми изят някакви пълки, не знам от какво е това. Защото не всеки път е така. Примерно в момента имам нещо като обрив на езика най-вероятно и като пия студен чай ми такова активира се ли, да знам. Hit first pick е интересно. Пий си водата, пий си. Не, водата е готинка, what do you mean? По принцип компот пред всичко, ама не съм си донесъл още компоти от вълчидъл.
Whether it's suitable for gem grab for me is a bit of a question mark. I think Knockout's definitely Kit's best game mode, but it can work. That's the point. And attaching and dropping the gems in the process could be a factor which Experience NXT have got to be cautious around. Cordelius is going to be their first pick. I think it's a good way to start things off with that insurance policy for tanks.
Yes, you just gotta be safe. Also, you
gotta play around. It would be so
good for Kit if they decide to break open walls, so I have to respect that as well. But see, the issue with Kit first pick, well, for the people playing into it, is that it's so versatile. You can first pick it, bait out anti-Kit strategies from the enemy team, and go like, actually, you know what? I'm just gonna play as a combo. Are we gonna go like Kit Janet, you know, something a little bit cheesy? After seeing that untraditional 8-bit and Bell in the previous one, I wouldn't really put it past Costa to go for something pretty old-fashioned
брат,
like that.
ти буквално може да кажеш също и за енергийните. Енергийните са просто газирана вода с кофеин, брат. То всичко е това, брат. Всичко е вода от вкусител. Помниш ли кой съм? Брат, ако ти прочита какво има в студения чай, 100% има някакви неща, които звучат фенси. Но трябва да е вода с вкусител. Мисър, видиш, мисля, че помня, ама what do you mean, помниш ли кой съм? Преди малко беше на стрим.
I still gotta say, by pairing the Charlie as well, which is the best counter that Experience NXT could have had under those circumstances, I'm loving what Casa are cooking.
Well, I have to wonder, you know, at this point, do we just see like a Janet? She's able to jump away, she's able to fly away. There's like counter, you know, strategies for everyone on Experience NXT. And I'm
да, тук между другото Experience сега ми хареса точката, брат. Но пък нямат някакъв insane tank counter за Оли плюс Kids. Shade не знам колко е добра идея.
Here comes Shade. I'll tell you why this is so good is because it's able to attack through walls. No wall break here. Should also be able to clean up the spiders easily. My main concern with this brawler is absolutely the fact that Ollie can still hypnotize through walls and that Kit.
Три спайка, брат, какво се случва, бе? Какъв е това?
Which is the opposite of where Shade wants to be.
Брат, тази секта. Аз съм Златко. Това ли ти е новия? Абе, казвай ги тия неща. Заведа Златко. Не знае човек. Бе, трудно да свиквам с ник Дейви. Тъй, че ти свикна, ама...
You know, Roop's seen into the future a little bit, know exactly what Doritos is going to do, and your next move will be you'll jump onto Arthur. Is that going to be a takedown for Rupp? Well, even though he probably anticipated it, didn't have the DPS to shrug him off. We'll see Pekka now. Doritos is inside the Experience NXT spawn. It's a dangerous situation. Rupp will get taken down. Doritos is still alive. What are we seeing right here? Doritos going to heal up just so he doesn't get one shot by this brawler coming out of the cocoon. Nope, still taken down by the crit from Arthur.
Yeah, some questionable decisions for me, for sure. I mean, it was a good position
there
for
the Kit.
Experience NXT should have paid a bit more attention to just tackling it, but the jump from the body directly down, and I mean, the timing was going to be easy for Doritos to be able to land the connection. So, definitely questionable things, decision-making for NXT.
Okay.
Yeah, Arthur was chasing Pekka for quite a while with that gadget, ended up not using it, now saving it for Doritos. He's got a hypercharge as well. That's going to be dangerous, but what's the counterplay for Costa? You see Arthur gradually moving in position. He doesn't actually have to use it, just existing over here is going to be a lot of pressure. Now we're going to go for it. Pekka in with Hypnotize. Arthur trying to stay inside of that wall. A chain dash, now looking for Motep. A hypercharge super out to the right side. Arthur with expert dodges, tries to get away. 3 gems, that's enough. Doritos, now the survival Rupp with a jump away. Amos now trying to get away, but cannot do it. Costa has almost thwarted this push. Rupp still gets away with 7 gems.
Arthur playing out of his mind again.
Обаче то Оли Хайпер е много опасен заедно с Кит Хайпер скоро. Кит има Хайпер. Пека хваща Ръп. Артър!
Hit hypercharge online. He's going to jump over to Motep.
Oh, те имат тия джемове, бе, брат.
Now going to be the gem carrier for the squad. It's all up to Pekka and Motep to play defense around him. Rupp didn't have any idea. Snuck over with the box of invisibility to the back lines.
Не, този тим, брат.
us a game win after one of the closest games that we have seen yet today.
No way, bro.
Get him out of here. They're multiplying. Wait.
Oh, the koi, bro.
Him here. New brawler question? Yeah.
No brawler, da.
What a match, though, we've got here. I feel like if NXT can bring some of these plays again further forwards into the spotlight, then they could turn this around. It's just a question of
Не, как си игра доста солидно между другото. Специално миналата игра, според мен NXT също играха добре. Ама Каса просто много добре и трейдват.
This hit will still end up being their undoing. We'll see Doritos trying to move away from Amos. Arthur knows exactly where he is. He's going to hit that crit, though, is really the question. Doritos.
So, ето трейд на живота и все пак е 2-1. Обаче Пека тук взима безплатен кил на Тартър. Това беше грешка от Doritos, да влезе толкова агресивно. Калто има хайпер, има си.
Motep could really come in at a pivotal time here. There's the invisibility of Doritos, connects to Arthur, straight into the realm for Pekka by Amos.
Добре, това беше добър пик. И близо да изравнят NXT. Прекалено бързо се отдръпнаха назад, според мен Каса. Вижте къде се позиционирали Каса и тримата са отляво. Затова NXT може да държи десния лейн. Тук Кит скача, ама няма с какво да го довърши. И 2-1 стават NXT доста добре игра. Един джем им трябва скоро, да, вече един джем, обаче джема ще се спалне на страната на Каса. Могат да го вземат между другото. Ето сега е момента. Кит Хайпер обаче. Окей, GG. Това трябва да игра за експеримент. Ето това го изиграха добре вече.
Coming forward, Smotep. Pekka lurking from this left-hand side. There's no time on the clock, surely now. NXT survive. They get a game. The set is still for
nice.
Much different game here in number 2. You saw Experian NXT play a much more controlled game. Number 1 was just all over the place. A near last-minute comeback there for Arthur, and ended up actually putting those gems safely in the back left corner where they could not be retrieved at all. It was so close. This time, they got the abilities online just as they needed to. And even still, actually, Rupp got jumped by Doritos with a hypercharge. That was pretty dangerous. We'll see Costa absolutely steamroll through that left side with the 2v1 matchup that Experian NXT was not expecting at all.
Good connection there from Doritos. Amos able to use the wall to his advantage and keep alive. Arthur taken into hypnosis by Pekka. And Casabrawl taking a slow pace to these first gems from the mid. Now Arthur comes back, big swipes onto Pekka, and probably one shot away from getting Super back again. This is much better. This could be potentially a set here. I feel like NXT has started to find this right.
They totally have. They just needed to be offered a little glimpse of victory, just the opportunities to survive through this. We'll see Arthur now taken down. Pekka with the super forward. Motep is in position.
They
want to get that hypercharge off of him. Instead, Rupp's going to decide, you know what? I'd rather have Pekka dead now. Whoa! Missed super for Motep. Arthur just totally weaved that as if he saw it coming from a mile away.
And it would have been better to reserve that cocoon for Rupp. Let's be honest, he's got no super. He's susceptible to it. He can push forwards and force back the gem carrier just by this very scenario, but they didn't go for it. Pekka now with the hypercharge is the saving grace for Casper.
Nice, добре.
Something of it as Arthur is going in with the hypercharge himself. Amos jumps away, goes down. Is a reset for now.
Това беше лош колко тръп. Еръп много тъп се изплаши. Разбирам го. Съм спен на Каса. Аз съм за Каса, ама ще е яко и тия Experian да спечелят, защото са европейски тим. И реално са назад в Европа, така че смятай, ако последния европейски тим бие топ 4 на Южна Америка,
for Rupp on the right side. Will get the takedown, but doesn't have a super. Does have it now to get away. Arthur in the correct position. There is a chance for Experian.
So risky for Rupp, but he survives in the top right, and now with the hypercharge. Can he find the connection? He slams down. He gets Becca.
Okay.
With NXT. Arthur comes in from the right, secures Motep, and this could be a set.
Rupp gets his gadget online just at the right time to speed away. Arthur, that's fine. He can be cannon fodder as long as Rupp is okay. 5 seconds to go for Casa to start bringing this back.
Nah, добре. Experian.
Arc of victory as Experian NXT go against all of our expectations and take a set.
Гледай ги мазните! Гледай ги мазните, какво правят, бе! Бразилците, вече съм за NXT, чак не знам. Вече съм за NXT. Няма шанс, брат. Щом те ще се освиркват заради това, само че са от Европа, брат, и аз ще освирквам каса. Нищо, че сложим в предикшените ми.
Amos with 18 takedowns, unreal from him, but Arthur.
Айде, като толкова много знаят. Вратата.
Aggressive ideas that paid off. A bit risky, but you do have to take some risks, some calculated risks at LCQ. And for NXT, you know, I think now a real opportunity.
Мале, с това доколко ще продължим между другото. Аз май предикнах NXT. Ми реално каса е най-леп по-сейф предикшена. Имаше и нещо с това, че NXT май пътуват късно. И освен това, нали, друго си е отбор с One Experience. Защото най-малкото различно е да играеш на монтлита, друго е да играеш на One. Всичко ляво. Интересно. Ей, команда Салве! О, 1-0 за Rival. Това е интересно. Между другото, този матч според мен никой не иска да го загуби, защото мисля, че и Rival и Toxic Auto са по-добри от Experian и Casa. Така че който падне тук най-вероятно ще падне и следващия матч. Не вярвам някой от тия отбори да може да бие Rival или Experian. Всъщност мисля, че имат шансове срещу Rival. Toxic Autos не знам. Но щом Rival боят Toxic Autos, това е интересно. First team fight is key. Дали бе?
Over here, the way that the map forces you to converge at the enemy side. How there's not 3 lanes to fight at the beginning, instead it's just 2. Then it becomes 4. 1 towards the middle, you can super a ball all the way.
Oh my god!
Willow first pick. I absolutely love this. It doesn't have to be a good rest of the draft, honestly. I'll side with the Willow. I just love this.
Tanjiro, брат, защо костюмът Tanjiro на Brawl Stars?
So Willow makes a lot of sense as that first pick brawler for Experian NXT to have something for defense regardless to it being a big HP tank coming forwards. Let's see what Casa Brawl are feeling about things. Barrier Cordelius, they like a little bit of Larry and Lori on this map. That's probably where my mind is thinking, especially against the Willow here. And it's going to be just that makes a ton of sense. They would like to have got the Willow, but they'll settle. I can see that being the case. Otis as well could be a bit of a time now for insurance. This is why I'm here.
Chino coming, Kagura, what? Otis, brad.
Yes. Casa, okay, so they've gone for this Larry and Laurie. You don't often see it that early in the draft. Usually it's a great thing to conceal for the last pick, you know, so you don't get countered too hard. But Casa, they're not interested in playing that thrower v thrower game. They want to save their last selection for something that is more powerful as a counter selection. Experian NXT now thinking about what exactly they're going to do into these throwers, into that ollie. They fully intend on leaving these walls up. Shade is their method. With the thrower already on their team, wouldn't be so great to go ahead and break all the walls, even though pretty much all of them are breakable here on Sunny Soccer. They're going to try and do this again decently well there in the last set. The only set they've won so far here, and undoubtedly they'll put Arthur on that one as well.
They love their tanks. Primo is a weird one, which they love to play a lot in scrims, but they've got Otis on the other side now. So has that made them change their mind in that regard? I wonder. Mo as well. Another team which likes to experiment with that brawler. Jae Young is going to be the Mo. I don't mind it. I'm growing towards it, but you know, it's still early days for me to be convinced too much by it.
Интересно.
Something I'll say about Mo is that you can't catch people off guard. Otis is going to need really, really good timing to catch Mo as he comes out from underground. You've got, of course, Larry, who now needs to fear someone coming from underground. He chucks stuff over blocks, and here comes Mo to dig underneath and surprise him. He's got that hypercharge, which is such a severe threat as well. And he'll be able to get that super for free. Supers towards it. He'll have another super to shoot it into the goal. So there's like some, cheesy stuff if you catch people off guard. Now Hank to slow things down.
Продължава същия дух. Айде, NXT! NXT!
And I think it's going to come down to a lot as to the aggressive nature of things, and Experian haven't showed that until that previous set. So more of that come through here for them, especially on that Mo pick. Arthur as well.
Знаете ли кой ще е много епично и междувременно много боринг? 4 европейски тима на Worlds. Не знам колко е възможно това. Това значи, че Папара, NXT Totem и Inner Circle трябва да някак си да не са в едни и същи мачове и да бият. Що пуш главам Мортис на хейст? Не знам.
Casabral did a really spectacular thing there by rushing the goal early on, knowing that Rupp had no way to defend it.
Here they come once more. Rupp has that mind control. Might use it on Nemotep, who's going to be trying to get around. Like a little slimy. No ankle breaker. No, not quite. Kaza has a stalwart defense here. It is risky to get out in the open as a thrower, which is required of Willow to execute. Here comes Arthur now. Shield active. Inside the wall. No clip on. Looking for the kill on Motep. Barely out of range. Decides to pop the gadget and go ahead and get it. Now,
nice.
For Amos on the left side. A super forward. Needs to go to Arthur. That's going to be enough time. Arthur looking for the super pass. Wide! Tripped up on the wall. You got to be kidding me. No! What a disaster.
Arthur какво направи от?
Two blunders there as well because Amos was trying to super the pass up forwards to the map and Rupp intercepted, and then it got to him late and then he stumbled on the wall. It's all getting a little bit shaky for Experian NXT, but a chance nonetheless still to go forwards to get the goal. After a huge hypercharged swipe, there's a second leaving.
Arthur какво прави, же маняк? Ако сега пропусне Артър, брат. Добре.
Tied up ball game here with 50 seconds left on the clock. Costa firing away that fast.
Това можеше между другото да е много по-бързо и сега Артър да има хайпер. Само казвам. Ръп е сам? Не. Много лошо е играл от Артър този път.
Very happy with that.
Oh, and they're getting loud too. Just listen to the crowd cheering on the hometown heroes. Costa Brawl, a team plagued by underwhelming performances throughout most of the season. They started off strong, but they seem to step it up when it matters most. They've got just that edge they need to take the advantage in this map and bring it to a 1 versus 2.
Let's see. Let's see Rupp get that mind control faster this time round, because he is their best chance for a defense. So Experian NXT.
Как го прави това, бе?
Trying to get the Hank within that radius field.
Някакво Ханка прави ляво дясно и балона му сякаш не започва от началото. Лошо е играл Тръп, обаче все пак остана жив, което е интересно. Има супер между другото Ръп. Ей сега, ако могат да направят добър тимплей, може да вкарат гол. Артър, къде отиваш, моето момче?
Does get taken down eventually, but this could be a goal-scoring maneuver. Amos has the super. Pekka needs to be eliminated. That's the mind control. Motep, and it's clear.
Nice, nice. Това е тимплей. Това да не продължи. Не, няма продължи до 5, ама примерно до 1 предполагам поне. Защото ние сме на третия матч и се играят още 3 раунда, още толкова, от 7:30 до 10. Това са ти 2 часа и половина. Да, до към един можем. Найс! Айде да ги видим. Да ги видим феновете.
From out of nowhere, Experian NXT, a team that had such few expectations. In scrims, we're getting dominated by South American teams, including the ones that have qualified for Worlds already, that are still getting up to speed with the meta right now. That's usually the benchmark for how well people are going to perform at this land, and Experian NXT just did not clear that bar. But versus Costa, man, are they putting on a show. This is as tied up as it gets. Till we see a set number 5, which, judging by what I see now, is just in the works.
It's so neck and neck, very much like BC Gaming versus Team Electros in that regard, and I hope, for the crowd's sake at least, that we don't see a second loss to the home region. That would be devastating.
Да, между другото, ще е много тъжно и двата отбора на региона да се отидат първи ден. Tribe situation. Три недели без това. Утре е събота, брат. Не знам в какъв живот живееше. Не е неделя със сигурност. For sure.
Motep's doing a wonderful job, though, of keeping control and doing gradual damage. One shot on Arthur. Had to see it coming from a mile away, but also, you see Arthur was trying to stay away from Tekka, as he's already got that super active. Got to be working as well on yet another one. Motep clears around the right side. It's got to be a pass to him. We're up with a mind control. Now Doritos needs to look for a major play. No! No stun, no mute on Arthur. He's able to pass it away. That was what they were counting on to score a goal, but they still have position at least.
Plenty of time here for Casabrul.
Ръбка, отива, брат, защо ръб?
Can he find the pass through here? Intercepted by Amos, and it's blundered. Can he get Doritos? It does just about there.
Гледай ги публиката, брат. Верно. Не, случва се скоро. Чай, днеска да беше ли на университет без Златко?
If it's utilized now, Motep would be the ideal target since he has the most HP. Gonna send it forward. What? No! No hypercharge, no super to combine it with. Motep's got the hypercharge active. The shield online. Oh! No! Hypercharge forward. Doritos getting dodged. Arthur trying for these shots. Wanted another super. Won't be able to do it.
Брат, ако беше вкарал тук Артър, ще да е инсейн, между другото. Но много красив плей от Артър, браво момчето. Може първата игра да я дропна изцяло, ама... Тук спаси наистина сериозна ситуация. Не, Ръб, какво прави, бе, брат? А, то нямат време така, иначе, окей. Това Криза... Какво беше? Това не е ли Крис от... Това е, брат, от Deltarune косплей. Малко прилича, не знам.
What a last set that was. Experian NXT, they had some pretty good moves, and they had good firepower on their side as well. I want to give a hand to the creative draft, but as we saw from Casa, that Hank was just a little bit too overwhelming. We saw Arthur being very well aware that this was a losing matchup for the Shade, but he was actually fine with that. He didn't mind going in aggressive.
That was the moment.
Yes, and just look at this. This is where it fell apart, because that should not have happened at all. That's just inexperience on stage.
Това беше много лошо, вижте.
Because that should not have happened. Mind going in aggressive, aware that this was a losing matchup for the Shade, but he was actually fine with that. He didn't mind going in aggressive.
Ето, завъртя се няколко пъти и загуби време за вкарване.
That as well, there was a bit of a build-up, which was another blunder as the balls tried to be super forward and intercepted unintentionally.
So Arthur имаше шанс да изкери, да прилича си. Не съм човек. Да, ми спих много удача.
I think the fact that we're isolating like one moment right there, like yes, this is LCQ, yes, the standards are so much higher, but really one key error for them is not really that much for a team that is simply come out of nowhere this year, their first year here in the BSC. Arthur, of course, a prodigy player that we've focused so much on. These veterans are being seriously challenged by these new kids on the block.
Така, между другото, чат. Имайте предвид, Артър е изцяло протеже.
Oh man, this will not be the last that we see of any one of these individual players. This has implications for 2026.
И затруднява хора, които са си солидни играчи.
And they put a lot of heart and soul into that last set. You can see that that one was one that packed a sting. They're still not out of the conversation, not by a long shot. They can bring this back.
Чекат ли колко е другия матч, между другото? Интересно ми е. Предвиждам 1-1.
But Experience NXT, they do have some odd brawler picks. Yes. And that's the one thing, the one reservation I have that
Не видя да ли го изписка отгоре?
Squeak, Byron, Hank, you know, Mortis even. They are a team that dare to try. Mina banned out here, no surprises there.
Чат, изписка ли го отгоре? Някой от вас видя ли го?
And the bell by Casa. So maybe Casa have done their homework. Let's go.
Well, here comes Jae-Young. You talked about a balance of offense.
Чай да върнем малко. Точно ми лагва, ако го връщам.
When to go for it. Jae-Young is so perfect for that. He's able to, you know, defend himself in close range. No stun or anything, but he does have the gadget that'll give him additional damage, do damage in the radius. You got the speed that can get you to the enemy side. Everyone, you know, pretty much runs the speed star.
За Райва, брат, какво става, бе? Ехо, Toxic Lotus.
Well, I feel like it's early for Hank. I would not go with that very idea. Ollie is a much safer pair of hands, especially in the current meta, but without the Byron to be able to support it, as we got a legendary drop coming, it's 500 credits.
That's pretty good.
Let's go.
That's pretty good. Okay, you know, he's working on the Brawl Road right now. If that were me, I would be so happy to receive credits. I got to work through Alien Fame, bro. My goodness, that's a lot. Okay, back to the game at hand.
And just for the record, if we ever get that happen again, we are looking straight at the drop. The draft can wait.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. We have priorities here at the BSC. So back to the draft. Gus paired up with this Ollie. That's going to be pretty good. I think hit now to stymie all of that. Jump on someone unexpectedly. This is really good. Bounty's one of them.
Бият ли ми? Не е странно, защото Toxic Lotus изглеждаха много страшни на Brawl Cup в момента. Губят от лайк четвъртия тим на Азия, брат. Някакво странно е. Дори дали не е петия тим на Азия. Защото мисля, че са... Да, мисля, че Rival е петия тим в Азия. Буквално са... Даже мисля, че Зета не са първия, ми са Reject. Може и Зета да са първи, не съм сигурен. Но или са Зета Reject Navi Crazy Raccoon Rival или са Reject Zeta Navi Crazy Raccoon Rival. Сколько е интересно. Не знам, то кит защо е с Jae-Young и тази манячка.
I do have concerns, however, into the kit. Like, what is your counterplay into this kit?
I mean, the crowd are always going to be behind Castle Brawl, but I'm kind of behind the
experience,
to be honest. I mean, the Squeak is their most played brawler in their scrims. Didn't have the best of win rates at 46%, but nonetheless, it's one which they feel very comfortable with. And, you know, I feel that it's a brawler which can thrive under the right circumstances, but with the Gust pairing with that Ollie, if they can evade the Charlie...
Лав срещу десен лейн игра в момента, няма...
Well, we're playing East versus West now. That blue star goes to Motep, who snagged it quite early on. He's got a super to use as well. Whoa, hold up. Why are we upside down?
Nice.
What's Casa doing at Experience NXT Spawn? Really untraditional way to play this. Are they just trying to catch Experience NXT on unexperienced and force them to play in an uncomfortable situation? So far, it's not working so well. Double kill on the same tick. Pekka left out to dry.
Bravo,
Experience NXT.
Ма брат, сега ако си бяха разделили лейновете и просто ги да чакаш, ще да е много по-бетър. Какво правят в момента NXT? Защо играят 3 на 1 лейн? Не, много лошо си загубиха адванджиджа, бе, брат. Това е болезнено да си бяха разделили лейновете. Ето това е правилният начин. Защото когато бягаш назад, имаш бонус рейндж, който можеш да използваш. Найс кит. То кит може би ще успее да такова.
Is Arthur gonna find him? Okay, we've got a sleeper agent in the back left. They're completely unaware. Gonna look for it. Gets blasted away. Now killing Arthur. Can't get away, but it's fine. They've gotten some stars off of that. That is progress right there. They need 2 kills. Any 2 kills can put them in the lead and win
сега
by
ако
blue
успеят да завземат един лейн, е добре. Артър е сам! Не, лошо, лошо, лошо.
The cocoon is there as well. Abel's coming out. No way! That's massive from Mosap rushing back to spawn at NXT.
NXT усраха работа, брат.
He's low. He's got the blue star. Can they survive it? What an unreal moment.
Аз съм разочарован, брат. Можеха да го изиграят много по-добре и това е... Аз го виждам това, брат. Аз не съм проплеер. Буквално тази игра беше се едно гледаш. Митик плеери си, бе. Каса се завъртяха, след което тия не можаха да видят къде са трите лейна. Най-супер скил, между другото. Буквално... Амо скери тази игра. Няма никой дясно, брат. Естествено, че ще ви натиснат. То имайте предвид, че имат рейнджа, просто те не могат да го използват, защото не искат да си вземат лейновете. Това е моето мнение, ама. И сега са разделени, защото не можаха да си вземат лейновете и просто играят малко странни лейнове. И сега трябва да хилнат. Добре, найс, найс. Добре изиграно. Толките е опасничък. Тите има супер, ама въпросът е какво ще прави тук? Супер. Тите не видим. Оу!
Hector's right hand side has got the cocoon, and they're just timing their run here for Casabul.
They know what they need is a get hypercharge to get a kill and then get that.
Нямат много добра синергия. Мисля, че Каса имат по-добрата синергия. Проблема на Каса е, че комбото им е малко по-лошо. Драфта им е по-лошо. Според мен за това Каса толкова се затрудняват в този матч и в предния съответно.
Huge connection, Motev will find the kill, and the steal of the stars as well, coming back now. Arthur bringing Motev towards the spawn side, but it might not be enough. Will Casabro get the stars? They do!
Nah, no way, brat.
And the stadium is literally shaking.
Ако правиш така, брат? Ако не бяха ретарди, щяхте да сте победители, ама утре. Не, разочарован съм. Нищо, NXT... Не, NXT няма шанс, брат. Или са срещу Rival, или са срещу Toxic Lotus. NXT в момента отиват да GG. Много тъжно. Защото показаха, че могат да играят и някакви малумни грешки. Разбирам да ги биеха солидно касвано, буквално. Последния сет беше 100% winnable за Experience.
Yeah, it was really tough. I think that NXT could have probably done better at securing that set even, but after the first game, I mean, Castle were all able to steal away in the way that they did.
Окей, първия сет Experience играха много зле. Втория се стегнаха.
With the nervosity out of the way, Experience NXT might be doing better against either Rival or Toxic Lotus.
Дайте да видим Rival и Toxic Lotus.
They're going to face up against next. Rival Esports 2-0 up so far. This match is still going.
Каса ли победи, да?
Actually pretty surprised at this outcome. I thought Toxic Lotus would have the surefire edge here, considering what they did at the Brawl Cup, but maybe they don't have any more tricks to pull. And the Meshi, I know, is very well aware of some of the stuff that Toxic Lotus would pull usually.
We're going to see who Costa has to face up next.
Нищо. Те мен в предикшените са ми казал. Дайте Rival срещу Toxic Lotus. Моля ви много. Защо ме ние репът в момента? Че музичките им са fire, може. На това, брат, да танцуваш зумба буквално. И да играеш в футбол. Тук, та. Ей! Я! Пум. Да.
I think we're gonna win easily against Revenant. It's proven.
Какво?
It's proven.
Казват, ще ги бият ли?
I think we're gonna win easily against Revenant. It's
Ого!
proven.
Харесва ми този майндсет.
In Sao Paulo, you see it at the top right-hand side corner. The Brazilian team just moved on. Castable takes the win 3-1 in the end against Experian NXT. We're still here with the last chance qualifier, so welcome back. I'm so glad you tuned in today. Make sure
NXT някакси се опитват, Inner Circle някакси се опитват да бъдат лошия герой. Не знам колко им се получава, обаче поне е забавно.
I believe this is the last match we're going to witness you today, so are you excited for that one?
Oh my gosh. It didn't even have to be the last match for me to be excited for this. You see Inner Circle, this budding team from EMEA versus Revan and X-Spark, a team that
Къде ви ръпът между другото супери ще бият долу?
Since 2023? We haven't seen Sargent at LAN for so long. Yet to be subbed in for Zar, that is what I'm most looking forward to here today.
For me, it's
Inner Circle
back to 2023 LCQ. They just fell short, and I mean they put up such a commendable fight. These three
да види колко са бадас, бе.
So far in time together, and that to me is smelling that unity.
So in the circle,
Китайчи, индийчи.
They did not make it into Worlds, but they do have another chance.
И още едно китайче, бе.
On the other side, where Revenant X-Spark, they missed out on LCQ last year by just a single point. So this year they have the chance to show what they're made of. We have some really notable players here starting Clash. We have Response, that is a world champion with PSG in 2020. So not an easy opponent here for Inner Circle.
Oh no, not at all. Revenant X-Spark, look at this. I've mentioned it already because it is the main talking point here. Sargent is finally here. That Revenant that you see all year long where they take #1 in LPL Brawl Stars, they only
Това ще е интересно, защото Revenant X-Spark между другото не изглежда толкова зле.
They finally get to play with him at LAN.
I think for me as well, I'm so excited to see Sargent back because back in the 2023 LCQ, he was a standout player on that Piper that everyone started banning by the end of the event because he was just so good on it. And I want to see how he fares with it today.
We didn't see too much of Revenant X-Spark today, though we finally have a chance. They were handled by LPL. They had 5 monthly finals as well, played already in the World Cup today again. So let's bring them in. Let's see the players. Let's see if they're nervous or just super ready.
And now it's time for our next match. In one side we have, they don't burn out, they burn bright every match. In the other side, break their circle if you can, they don't let anyone in. Please make some noise and welcome stage, Revenant X-Spark and
Бато, защо Райвол и такова не им пише резултата, бе? Бах си. Айде, Inner Circle!
Castle Brawl just took the win. Who is it going to be in this group now? Inner Circle versus Revenant X-Spark. We did see Revenant X-Spark already at the Brawl Cup, but there they didn't have all 3 of their players. They played with Zar.
It is very true. And Zar, I think, was found to be the closest match for Sargent's playstyle, but when you see them play with or without Sargent, it's absolutely night and day. You also got to note that Zar is a World Finals worthy player, so maybe that shapes your predictions as well.
Yeah, but X-Spark and Jay in response, they go back far together.
Интересно ми е дали Revenant ще покажат това, което всички ги хайпват. Защото много ги хайпват реално. Ча да ще отида до туалетно, че остава да си гледат.
And was giving a lot of trash talk along the way. I want to see more of that. We are kind of lacking in Brawl. Come on, guys. Trash talk across the stage. Give us something to talk about.
A big talking point before was how some of the players on the roster don't really have any LAN experience. Here we have 6 experienced players. Rama, 22, who played at Worlds, 23 at LCQ, not quite made it into Worlds there, but Mebius did in 24, played at Worlds, sadly got knocked out quite early on. So this is their redemption for both of those teams, really. It's a chance to prove what they're made of. I'm super excited also because Inner Circle is drafting a bit differently from other teams. Yes, they also play some of the meta brawlers like Jaeyoung and Ali, but they love to bring out the BB, and it's actually their second best win rate brawler.
Wow.
I can't remember when we've seen a BB last time on a stage like this one, nonetheless.
Yeah, probably like 2019. I mean, yes. It's been several years when we're going to get to see a little bit of her next. Well, Hard Rock Mine. Could it be there? I'm expecting to see it on Heist, of all places. Here come the predictions. It's 73% turning out for Inner Circle and 27% for Revan and X-Spark. And I'll tell you right now, I am one of the 27% right there. But everyone else here on the desk is believing in Inner Circle.
I love that because we're not all doing the same thing here today, and that's what the LCQ is all about. You know, having teams really make a surprise of themselves, and you know, I think that for me is going to make the LCQ as unpredictable as we've had in previous years as well. Bans are in for Hard Rock Mine, the Mina, the Otis, and the Kit, the Kenji, the Janet, and the Crow. And they're all very good picks, I would say. They've done their homework on both sides here. It does leave the Buster open as opposed to the Kenji and the Ollie, so I think that could be a brawler pick, which we'll see come through. The Draco here as well left open, which could be a real threat.
Terra is going to be the first pick here. Definitely a good lane brawler. We still need a mid for Revan and X-Spark, and I'm just saying, BB's open. Let's see if Inner Circle is actually going to bring her in. Would not really pick her into a Terra. I would pick maybe a Ruffs, super good on this match, on this map as well, because you have those bounce shots, you can open up the map, you have a star power that even buffs your opponent, your teammates even more. Alongside a Gus maybe. Gus is my favorite pick here as a mid. Jaeyoung instead, also quite a good pick for mid.
Just good, solid. Look, it's a support meta. It's about keeping your teammates alive. You've got tremendous damage with the gadget as well. And then, of course, the speed to get initial position. When I look at Revan and X-Spark, though, this is the draft that speaks to me the most. You see that Janet come out, and I thought, well, you know, what could it really be for? But then the Tara comes out, I'm like, okay, yes, that is one of the biggest things that deals with Tara. You can't run away from it now. Jaeyoung has some speed, but he'll obviously be the gym carrier here. You won't be able to run away from that Tara very well. If Inner Circle, okay, they go with his shade. I feel like Colonel Ruffs is due to come out at some point. He breaks the walls that shade needs. He's able to give that hypercharge to Tara. It's a really solid lane here.
Имам някакъв проблем с колко дълго ми издържа гласа на някакви. Някакво, дори, прямо, като отида на дискотека и ако пея много силно и крещя, много бързо ми заминава гласа. Не знам какво трябва да направя, че трябва да видя да изждеям. Тоест много бързо ми се изморяват гласните струни явно. Не, че 2 часа и половина да говориш нон-стоп не е за изморяване, но все пак имам чувство, че е под авериджа. Има хора, които стримат по 12 часа на ден, въпреки че те не говорят постоянно, но не знам. То аз в момента не говоря постоянно.
We do have many mids also banned out here with the Janet, for example.
Drunk!
What an interesting comp here, and I've said I'm eager to see in the Circles comp because they like to pick some outliers, but Revan and X-Spark with Trunk, Hank, 2 brawlers that I definitely did not expect.
I mean, they're really targeting this shade from Inner Circle. They do not intend on letting it do literally anything. It's only got one good matchup, and that's into the Tara. That's win those walls.
Между другото, наистина Шейд е в много лоша ситуация в момента. Биби, окей, Inner Circle.
You gotta be kidding me! You saw this coming?
You know, I can see into the future. They also call me Tara.
Ah, that's yeah. Pop your gadget right before coming up on the desk. I see. A BB final selection for Inner Circle. It is their second highest win rate brawler, sources are saying. And how does it fare into this Revenant X Spark composition? Were they preparing for this?
They're so confident with it because like they don't even show it on their scrim data on this map. So they are keeping that one in the back pocket, and with the Jae-Young, I quite like it. The knockback as well against the Hank could be devastating, so let's see how Sergeant will fare going up against it. And he gets already off the bat, a double, unreal start, placing Revenant straight into the mid.
A near spawn trap here from Revenant X Spark to start off the match. Mebius nearly got taken down. It's another one for Sergeant to eliminate Nob. Rama almost got that geometry correct on the Sergeant to take him down on the bubble, but not quite. Now Sergeant in close range versus Nob. He opts to heal from the crit. That's such a wonderful play, but still is eliminated by Mebius and Nob on the right.
I've got a question.
Айде, Circle с вашия близък мач между другото. Реално си цъкат CNX. Глупости, Ревенант. Добре, това ще бъде интересен матчът. Усещам го. След този матч ще видим пак дали се излязат, дали се играли матча Rival и Toxic.
An Inner Circle, as soon as they get even a bit of control here, flip the script, but X9J here forward with the super gonna cycle it out. Oh, he was second guessing it, and he was right to do so. Mebius didn't get trapped up by that at all. Sergeant, a takedown on the top left. Now Mebius running for the hills, trying to stay behind his teammates. Get safe. Revenant X Spark, they're up by 2 gyms here, and they 2 more to start a countdown.
Yeah, vision there from X9J allows his team to go on the aggressive. Sergeant and Rama dancing, and the Sergeant who comes out on top. Nob going straight in. The gems spilled here
nice.
As well. And Inner Circle get a steal of their own.
Брат, това е най-интересната игра до сега, не знам. И двата отбора играят на много висок пейсинг. Не знам дали го усещате, обаче няма въздух в този матч, буквално постоянно нещо се случва. Аз съм за Inner Circle и аз съм за Inner Circle. Но много добре играят двамата, не очаквах това от Revenant.
And he is the best candidate to go up against Rama. They're going to be dueling throughout this set.
Rama Sergeant, брат.
And it's a question now of Sergeant.
Това буквално в момента ми е edit type moment.
Taking the right hand side lane now. Maybe it's already placing down some speed for Nob.
Here comes Sergeant around the right side.
Гледай го, бе! Индийския играч. Добре, найс от Мебиус. Мебиус между другото доста добре влиза. Проблема е, че нищо не го съпортва. Рама! Бате!
And this is what I'm concerned about as now Revenant with the Vision gear coming in, or the Vision gadget rather, placing themselves in the center of the map and leaving nowhere for Inner Circle.
Okay, nice от Rama.
5 gems now for Revenant to 2 of Inner Circle. Not going in though at the time where Revenant esports are low here. Response taking heavy fire, and Rama now the hypercharge gets 1, gets 2.
Bravo, Rama!
That is already opened up.
Мале, чачо, ме сгонят от общака.
Inner Circle looking for a difficult position to remove. Here comes a hypercharge. Response walks right through him. Oh no, instead of collapsing. Sergeant in response needs something.
Okay, много ги взе, обаче проблема е, че той е асасин, брат.
From that bubble surely could have eliminated him. Sent all those gems falling onto the ground. Jay now has the super. They're no longer in that classic hard rock mine spawn trap. Once Jay gets position, he'll be able to pull Nob. Ideally, he's low. Mebius gets the heal onto them and keeps this team fight alive.
I say let Nob go down. Maybe it needs the gems. Nob needs to go on the aggressive. I think they maybe plundered that a little bit there.
Oof.
Gets some good damage.
Okay, nice.
Him now, and Nob goes in for the takedown of the kill.
Nice.
Does so well as Rama on top right hand side trying to get
shit.
Huge miss.
Но добре го дожна между другото. Проблема е, че имат 12 секунди и нямат биби.
Inner Circle have a BB, and Revenant X Spark have got to be afraid. 5 seconds till we see this one connect with the back lines of Revenant X Spark. Sergeant doing his best to defend. Nob now looking for the interruption on a response.
Близко беше. Но nice.
Not quite. Game win for Revenant X Spark. We've got a tied up set 1.
Това е красив матч.
Towards the end though. A buzzer beater for sure.
Това е Performance of the Night, между другото, за сега. Не, че пропуснахме другия интересен матч, според мен, който беше Rival срещу Toxic Lotus. Брат! Окей. Surgeon падна. Проблема е, че Рама е на малко. Найс, но... Много малко троли, между другото, няма да лъжа. Но реално не е нещо, кой знае какво. Гледай го, бе, на 200 кръв е. Бах, ти добрата игра.
This hypercharge for Rama, popping it with Nob here as well. Trying to find the connections onto response. He's forced into this left-hand side pocket. Cycling his
nice.
Rama, and a nice takedown secured by Mavis and Nob. Keeping that pressure on, but response still survives. And X9J has got the gravity, has got the vision. Nowhere for Nob to go, but a death.
He's got that hypercharge as well when he respawns. It's speed, it's the ability to no-clip through these walls.
Да, реално Nob не е чак такъв проблем, че умря тук, защото сега влиза с хайпер. Ай-яй-яй!
It's going to have to be a
huge
reset here for Inner Circle with very little time to do so, but they found one kill. That's going to place Sergeant and X9J into a tough spot here. Sergeant goes back on himself, but gets the kill. A huge play, and Revenant and X-Bark will gain the first set.
Damn! Това е много по-близко, отколкото очаквах.
They're playing essentially a mini World Finals in the mid-season. And guess what? They didn't have their Sergeant, and now he is here, and the difference could not be clearer. This man on Trunk, oh my god! 17 kills. And getting a double kill off the beginning of almost every game played in this set.
And this is what I'm saying about Sergeant.
Я да не какво става с другия матч, бе, свършиха ли?
They tend to often get the opportunity to have him present, and when he does, he is the man that is the playmaker. Sometimes that can go against them, because as we saw in the LCQ in 2023, when Sergeant wasn't coming through, the team started to collapse. That's my only reservation. But it's his brawler picks. You know, Trunk, he has not really been thriving at all today until this very matchup. We saw at the LCQ Piper.
Oh,
And he was popping off with it. So I think when it comes down to
знам елиминейшн мачовете, ако са един по един, това верно ще отиде до 4 часа ден.
So cheerful. Man, this guy's had such a journey through Brawl Esports. He's a world champion from 2020. Whoa, look at that. It's a set number 5. Toxic Lotus could complete a reverse sweep here if they get the final set over there. And it has big implications for our group of death between Rival Esports and Toxic Lotus.
Rival и Toxic Lotus са 2 на 2, insane.
The jubilation, the smile on his face, that's momentum right there. And we've seen this team particularly be vulnerable to momentum.
That's a crazy comeback, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, being 2-0 and then coming back against Rival Esports, a team which many have said that they are just performing so well in scrims. I mean, people saying that they're going to go all the way here. The Toxic Lotus bring it back. I can't wait to see how that one fares. Let's go into Super Beach up next, though. And again, for Inner Circle, I feel like they've got to be much more cautious in their approach. There was definitely some big mistakes in the games in which they lost, and you know, they were not working really together as a unit. Everyone doing their own thing. You cannot do that at LCQ. This is the time to come together, and you know, I feel like for Revenant, they did that far better.
I think they did, and it's interesting because Inner Circle is a team that I think is actually reputed for their team play-centric drafts. If you were to size them up against other regions, well, actually, even Sunny called it out, that their drafts look way different, not just in regards to BB, but in their play style that it caters to as well. Got to give credit to Philip on that one, because he's the one at the helm of the drafts here on Inner Circle. He's on stage as well. This is a coach that was behind those 2-3 matches for Toxic Lotus.
Въпреки че не мисля, че ще ми издържи енергията да стримвам до 4, ама ще видим.
There is a reason he is a celebrated coach here in Brawl Esports.
Body open, it's one of Revenant Xbox best brawler picks in scrims. Will they go for it? That is the question. Mina banned, Ollie left open, so that's the question that, yeah, go for Ollie. I mean, you got to pay attention to what Inner Circle are doing, and if you leave a brawler like that open, despite
Dani me dá sua conta.
Off the field.
Man wants Danny's ad. You know what? I still have yet to get the Danny ad, so good luck, guy in the audience. So now that it's been up on the stream, you probably had better odds. So what do you do into an Ollie? Well, no counter Ollie stuff has been banned, except for Cordelia, so maybe a Buster is in store. Super Peach, it's certainly possible to go ahead and pick up that brawler. I feel like the counter to that is also evident. Stu. When was the last time we really saw Stu? This guy used to be all over the place. He's not as frequent these days, but his hypercharge is still pretty good. It's just that, you know, out with the old and in with the new stuff is just stronger. And here's El Primo. To deal with the Ollie?
I mean, it makes sense because the Otis is banned, right? So they got a bit more flexibility and certainly can just break open the map a bit better. Just try to use the suplex gadgets to you know, cancel out what might be coming up. And Willow could be a good counter to the Primo. Like that. I wonder whether Revenant X-Bark might consider something along those kind of lines as opposed to a B, because I think that the mind control in a map like this, you're going to be able to cycle it so easily. Charlie is what they're feeling as well. Could be a good shutdown to that. So I don't mind it at all for now. But this third and final pick is
crazy между другом.
It has. I think now, like Revan and X-Bark have kind of covered the bases versus the Primo. Cool. Put him in the cocoon. Versus the Stu. Yeah, do the same. Also, throw down some... throw down some spiders, and Ruffs is out here too. Now, once again, there are a few conditions under which Ruffs has to be played for him to succeed. Number one, you got to pair him with a hypercharged brawler. We talked about it at the top of the show. Ollie is a hypercharged brawler. It's that is keeping him meta. Number two, you have to have a good matchup. Dude, versus Stu, back to when Colonel Ruffs was introduced into the game. This has been a good matchup because he has sandbags. It's going to take a very good Stu to expertly aim and weave through those sandbags to even land a shot.
It is a very strong counter, no doubt about it. Lumi, though, yeah. I mean, we've kind of left Lumi out a little bit over the past few matches, and I don't know why, because she's still so good. Massively high win rate, brawler.
Kill на кейс с Lumi, това е... Накарай Алекс да влезе и да ги пълне с стара и тримата, докато са вашия сейф и така ги довърши просто.
I really quite like that for Inner Circle. I'm reserved on this Primo pick and how that's going to fare. I think if it's like Mabius, then maybe that could be quite exciting to see. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a make or break, I feel, with that kind of brawler. It's got a lot of, you know, it's not a very meta pick. But when we see it come through, it's normally for a very good reason, and I feel like you're going to be confident about playing that brawler.
Oh, undoubtedly. Well, yeah, this is like BB 2.0. This is what we saw in set number 1, now manifesting once more. And I'm looking especially to it dealing somehow with this Ollie, you know, maybe chucking it away in a different direction. Also getting some assistance from Lumi. She's able to make people slide out of position once she uses her gadget, but I feel like I see that more in these sort of control-based matchups where it's nice and slow, pop someone out of position at mid, get the victory off of that. Some question marks for me with the Primo, but we saw Inner Circle give us a good reason that they picked that BB, so I undoubtedly have the same expectation for this Primo.
Again, my eyes are going to be very much on Sergeant. If he can pop off again for his team, it's going to do wondrously well and bring them 2 sets ahead, in my opinion. He is the playmaker. And if he's slacking, if he's sleeping, then that's the chance for Inner Circle to try to even up this state. It's going to be Nob on the Primo, Mavis on the Stu. Makes sense. Mavis has always favored those high versatile brawlers with the agility like Max. I mean, he's probably one of the best Maxes in the whole of the EMEA region, in my opinion. So I think it's a good pick for him. Already placing a lot of aggression onto response, and this is not a good spot for Revenant X-Bark with ball pass through to Mavis. Spinelings might have a different state of this, but nonetheless, a very clean start to the game for Inner Circle.
Excellent team play for Inner Circle. I had mad concerns about what the bags plus the spiders were going to do into Mebius, and it was totally fine. Yeah, he wasn't able to take anyone down on the goal line. Left that to Rama, who's able to easily pierce through these things. That's why he's a good mid. Sergeant now getting hypnotized, moving forward once more. Double hypnosis. It's enough for Jay and Sergeant to take him down. That's a wide open goal. Mebius trying to be the hero. Send him to the rescue. No! That's out of the way! Was he trying to anticipate an ankle breaker?
He thought they was going to get shot along the way and the ball would just trickle over the line, so trying to dash away and then maybe dash back, but he couldn't connect a second shot, and a bit of a tough situation for him. He needed the help of his teammates ultimately, and this is the reservation on the Primo. They can cycle so much utility off the back of it. Look at Nob coming in for a save. It wasn't the cleanest of shots, but nonetheless he was there.
Забит в точния момент, за да стане на забавенка данс.
But for Revenant Xbox now, placing Inner Circle right into a corner of what was a fantastic start for Inner Circle.
Bad position for Inner Circle. Sargent's going to come in. Lumi was his #1 target. You could see it coming from a mile away. Hypercharge ready for a response. Receive this pass. Wide open goal. Nob can't get a gadget or a super off. The ball eventually makes its way to the goal for a game win.
Че пуснеш улт и хитнеш, после даш един човек след това улт и хитне другите това, се брои за даш и ти дава рекорд. I don't know.
I want to get an EMEA York, bring Sargent across next year. Yeah. Imagine how well he would fit in that region.
We've all been saying it.
He's so good. And it's such a shame that we don't get to often see him at LAN, but when we do, he is just so dangerous. Early Spiderlings out for Revenant Xbox.
Inner Circle.
Good about this scenario. One step and a game, and now pushing their way forward slowly but surely. Nice gadget there from Sargent, and Nob will surely fall off the back of it. He's 200 HP, staying alive, but not for long, leaving things wide open.
Ooh, little trigger happy. There's a bit more health than they expected to be remaining on that cocoon. Slight miscalculation, but it's fine because Revenant Xbox can reform their mid formation. Send this ollie around the right side.
Мисля, че в някакви моменти, ако примото беше ръчно, просто ще изгатва игра. Аз това силно мисля, че има достатъчно DPS да се справи с Олик. И това е проблем.
Inner Circle need to make the play here, really. Can't afford an overtime scenario with a Primo. It's just only going to go one way from there. And 1 minute 20 on the clock. And in a defensive position is not ideal. Nice throw there over the shoulder, but the pass to Sargent is perfect. He should be able to get the shot.
Nice.
Rama stays alive with 110 HP. Comes in with a perfect snipe.
Брат, Мебиус, какво му става, бе?
Once again, with no time really here for Inner Circle.
1 minute to go, and here's the hypercharge. Who's it going to go to? It was definitely aimed for Sargent, but now it's going to sit over there on the right side because Jay doesn't have hypercharge yet. Now it comes forward. Sargent, he misses the hypnosis. Intercepted by Rama. A little tip-off to Mebius on the left side, and now Response has to take him down. Opting just instead. But that was an opportunity for Revenant Xbox that was thwarted by Inner Circle.
Inner Circle are panicking. They really are. They're floundering all over the place as they realize that they have not really come as prepared for this match as they expected themselves to be. Maybe it's there with the hypercharge trying to create some space and finds nothing but a sandbag. Rama trying to pierce through things. The ball pushed to the right hand side, and maybe it's the Rama now. There's 2-man down. It's going to be tough. 2 versus 2, but Sargent again defends. It's just not looking like Inner Circle can break the defense line.
Могат. Не, много лош скок от примото, брат.
There's no play there in Revenant Xbox just like that. 2-0 set number 2.
Не, Inner Circle защо играят толкова зле, бе, брат? Тегнете се, момчета. Не, личим, че има първия лам. Мисля, че Мебил се цъкаше, ама... По Inner Circle защо изглеждаш? Брат! Много ме кефят като ростър. Ама... Нещо не се справят добре. Просто играят много добре, ама... Бата и Revenant играят много добре, утли си.
And Revenant now, having Sargent at the helm, they're coming into their own. Their confidence is going to be absolutely sky high right now.
I'm telling you right now,
свършили най-накрая Rivals срещу
but not the same reason. For Inner Circle, it's because...
Още ли играят, бе, Лут? А не! Мале Toxic Lotus направиха ревърс свип на Rival. Insane. И експириенса срещу Rival другия път, така че GG.
Really show us why they deserve to be there.
I think you raise a really valid point there, because for this year, Southeast Asia have got to earn their place at the World Finals. There's no APAC umbrella slot for all. You've got to play out at LCQ against the best of the best. And if you don't make it, well then, tough luck. Come back in 2026, It's as simple as that. So to get it right this weekend is more important than ever. You got to remember.
Виж сега, реално са много млад тим.
It's their entire career coming to this point in time.
Притесних се, момчета.
For some, it started earlier than others. Response back in 2020, Sargent and Jay going back as teammates for years, and look at that, a reverse sweep from Rival and Toxic Lotus. My goodness, I know that Rival is absolutely reeling from that one. To be reverse swept, nearly taking down this team that made top 4 at the Brawl Cup.
I need a reverse sweep ready. My predictions now are on the line. You're right out in front of this. You're about to be right. So come on, let's get those reverse sweeps rolling in nicely for this series. In the circle though, I mean, so far they've shown me little to think that can happen even. They've got to get a solid outdraft in Hard Rock Mine up next, because I feel like the mechanics are just on the side of Revenant. They've got to win via this draft.
Revenant X-Spark with Sargent in tow have looked almost unstoppable right here. Really the only inkling of victory that we saw from Inner Circle was that BB in set number 1, but it was actually pretty quickly figured out by Revenant X-Spark how they intend on playing into it. They were being scattered by this brawler. They just had to download and be ready for it. But both sets so far, Inner Circle has pulled out something pretty unexpected in the greater Inner Circle, right? They are still playing that's catered to them, and maybe invisible as well on some of the scrim stats. So what are they going to bring this time?
Reverse sweep, брат. Реално ако бият тук, само първата игра, брат. Това им трябва малко моменто, защото в момента пичовете нямат надежда в живота. Вижте ноб, брат. Ноб буквално е така. Докато Revenant изглеждат много добра.
Byron is a brawler which combines with all of those.
Yes.
I
think it might be Ruffs, but it could be a little bit risky into the Jae Young. You are going to get pierced through those bags. Maybe Jae Young even decides, actually, I'm going to go the other star power. The one that doesn't give you speed. Instead, does more damage the more targets you pierce through. Would deal so much to the
Рама е ядосан. Мебил според мен е гузен в момента, защото буквално едната игра беше негова грешка. Но просто е блакаут. Да могат да се стегнат докато играта започне.
Let's see for Revenant now. What will they be considering? I feel like as well they haven't had the chance to really have the sharpshooters really come into their own, combining it with the Jae Young, having that additional speed. Maybe Ruffs.
There we go.
Yeah, I mean that makes a ton of sense. And the brawler, which I feel at the moment has not really shined since the hypercharge either. So I feel like that's a pretty decent idea to have. But like you said, it's got to combine with hypercharged brawlers, and they haven't got one yet on the side of Revenant.
Yeah, it's my
Gene, okay.
Yeah, that's not the greatest of hypercharged brawlers to combine with it.
No, it's not computing at all. You've got a Gene hypercharge to utilize. Maybe it's that they just want to take it away from Inner Circle. They didn't feel like they really had the option.
Gene Byron mid.
It could be a little draft error from Revenant.
Защо имам два мид бrawler, Revenant?
For Inner Circle by the strategic use of their bans and also by leaving certain things.
Мисля, че Inner Circle имат по-добре драфт за сега. Те да са пикнали последния бро. Просто трябва да играят добре.
Could be a cheese comp also with that Jae Young, because if Ruffs opts to go for field promotion and Gene is sitting on magic puffs, and I mean one's getting healed, the other's getting buffed, more HP, more damage on bounty. I mean that's pretty important.
Yeah, and it is bound to just correct the overlay as well with the Horror Mine. So last week, I feel is a brawler which is often overlooked, but it does have some really great attributes. It's very, very niche, but it is a brawler which can get a ton of good results if played correctly. So coming forwards now, I quite like it, but for Inner Circle, they've got to turn this entire thing around. They are really behind in this matchup, and it's such an important matchup for that.
There it is, Jay picking up that blue star, and now they're gonna play D. That is the name of the game.
Атака!
But are they sticking close together? Well, we're seeing response hover around that right side. Now keep in mind, if he's running wall breaks, and he'll be able to break open those walls on the right side. Value, and he is, in fact, that's a pull and a takedown for Sergeant and response to this duo on the right side, and the first wall falls.
That is a great start.
Рама Елзън играят прекалено агресивно. Буквално в момента и тримата ги е обзело някаква емоция, която е много, много... много грешно. Траен чудо за поведек. Сигурно с Ревенант играят много по-спокойно. Найс!
As now in a circle take the lead.
Well, here comes the super. That's additional speed, but Sergeant couldn't get over there. Rama's got additional speed with that fully charged bubble. And now
Пулза Джина, това е много опасен.
This is not what Revan and X-Spark were preparing for, but they can still get this pull. Yank someone through the indestructible. I mean, surely.
И Ханк е много лесен за хващане с пул между другото.
You're not gonna hit me. But Sergeant's gonna what? Go for it anyway! And just like that, the match is now in Revenant's hands.
Who was the playmaker? Oh yeah, it's Sergeant. Every single time.
Защо винаги е Мебиус, брат?
And as long as he's playing on his A game, then that will continue to remain the same. 20 seconds on the clock for Inner Circle. Response has got 4 stars above his head, and he could be a prime target here.
Аз викам за тях, едно съм заложил на тях вече. Айте малко.
And misses all 3 shots. Huge whiffs. Rama stuck in as well. More stars handed over for Revenants, and they've just cleaned house. Inner Circle coming back a little bit here. Can they find 2 stars? Not will fall. Not gonna happen. Revenants on match point.
Трябва им чудо.
This team that has suffered 2 0-3s at their last LAN appearance.
Ако ще стягат, сега трябва да се стигнат.
And with an untraditional composition, no mutual benefiting here between the Gene and between the Colonel Ruffs. No, they're just playing for that blue star and playing defense. And you also saw Inner Circle taunting with the Byron and getting punished for it into the Gene.
Мебиус буквално мисна Byron шот за чат.
Byron and getting punished for it into the Gene.
Про плеери между другото. Аз съм много разочарован, човек. Просто... Супер много си личи как нямат LAN experience. Все едно гледам трайп на Бралка в момента.
No, please. Anyone but me. He doesn't even have any counterplay. Rasan's gonna make him do some fancy footwork over here. He gets battered and bruised by some of the asteroids coming down. Response also baiting the shots and keeping Mebius low on health. Rama on the left side also looking for the kill, but Revan and X-Spark stay alive with the heals from Jay.
Well, they survived that one push. Revenant going quite far back here as well, which is unusual. Just recollecting themselves, buying some time to have the utility. Again, it's Sergeant that needs the magic hand, so they do need to try to bring the game forwards, but there's no incentive for Inner Circle to do the same. Now they've got everything in order. And this is going to be a connection here for Sergeant. It's going to be a must connection because the time is not on their side.
Sergeant would love to pull Rama saying, yeah, pull me, bro. Pull me. You gonna do it? Yeah, go for it. The damage out from Jay, and they're even further in the lead. It's back in Revan and X-Spark's side.
It's a tough watch. It really is on the side of Inner Circle. You can literally talk through the motions. It seems it's only going one way, as Revan and X-Spark have been so strong. Again here for Sergeant, and he goes in. Is this a whiff? The hypercharge for Roberts, good opportunity to get Inner Circle, get some kills here. Sergeant stays alive, goes down now. Blue Star with Inner Circle.
Okay.
Final kills from Nob. They've got the lead.
Ето го чудото.
With the game, but it is still match point, and so much work to be done.
Добре, започва ревърс свипа.
To bring it back for a tiebreaker win on that blue star.
Трябва в момента. Брат, Трайп мисля, че ще се представят много по-добре на Worlds. Мисля, че успяха да го израснат това. Надявам се, че са работили над това да не се пичат толкова като губят. Защото това ги прецака много на Worlds. И в момента това прецаква Inner Circle. Inner Circle играят много по-зле, отколкото играха на Monthly Finals. Последно.
I mean, surely it was calculated, but I think his math is
nice.
He thought he would be able to survive that, and he nearly did. He nearly got kills. It was not enough. Inner Circle do end up getting one takedown, but they're still behind by a single blue star. But just like before, Revan and X-Spark, they're on the defensive. This time they even better abilities. They got Jaeon's Gadget ready. They have Sergeant's Super ready to move. Mebius would be the ideal pull. Oh, he's just out of range. You can see how Inner Circles scatter as soon as Sergeant gets close with that lethal gene. They know to move away.
Can't push into this, that's the problem. Sergeant is just waiting to land the pull, and for Inner Circle they've got to go so cautiously.
Да, проблема наистина в момента е, че ако натиснат... Ето пул може да ги довърши. О, мислят пул! Окей. Окей.
Knob, what an MVP on the right side, not only staying alive, but getting a couple kills along the way. And he is now enemy number one for Revan and X-Spark. They're deprived of utility. All they've got is his hyperdrive. He has no choice. He has to move it now. Rama's looking for the 1-2 tap. Sergeant needs a pull. Could be onto Rama. Needs a damage. No, not quite enough. Just a few seconds. Pull onto Mebius. That's the trade they need. Blue star victory. Inner Circle. Keep it going.
Не може да е по-близко, брат. Реверс Уипа започва чат. Казвам ви. Чудото се случва буквално.
I don't even know how they're able to turn that one around, honestly.
Чудото, да. Я да видим какво се случва долу.
No, it's still alive, mate. I don't want to hear it. No. My little predicting heart cannot take it. I've never been so close to a perfect thread. Much less with what an outlier at Revan and X-Spark has proven to be, especially.
Реално дори да загубят тук са срещу New Hype Gaming. Ако загубят срещу New Hype Gaming, се отказвам от тях съвсем. Но който и да бие тук, отива срещу Crazy Raccoon, губят Crazy Raccoon и се връща срещу същия тип. Така че все едно е раунд.
It'll be one of the most, unhinged things I've seen all year to be able to achieve. It's not really calculated, they're not really working together.
Интересна теорема.
Wishy-washy all over the place, but then somehow they can get an unexpected result and run away with the goods. And Heist is the next map mode, might I add.
Добре, мисля, че се събудиха сега, изглеждат по-добре. Изглеждат по-добре, изглеждат все едно могат да направят
completely out of hand. Started a 1-2, 0-2. That was almost them going out in a 3-0 set sweep. Unreal. But they survive on. But the way that Revenant are playing, can they really keep it up?
Revenant изглеждат притеснени сега. Не колкото Inner Circle бяха, защото те буквално бяха така мъртви, брат. И все пак мисля, че в момента все още Inner Circle са малко по-лошо ментално състояние, но успяха да разклатят и Revenant. Добро утро, Inner Circle, буквално. Сега ще видим дали е добро утро, брат. Може да е лека нощ. Нищо не е казано. ТБХ все още смятам, че Inner Circle са в по-лошо ментално състояние. Но на Хейс можеш буквално да изкериш с драфта. И много пъти се е доказвал и така с Токсикото сбиха с Мико, брат. Хейс е доста повече драфт, отколкото скил трябва да ми честно. Сега те сложа водата от хладилника, че трябва да се пия. Че е хубаво да има студена вода.
Having that mid control and brawlers that can lurk because a Griff can just open up everything in this kind of current meta. You can't really go with the throwers. You'll be much more cautious. The bans are the Cordelis, the Lumi, and the Mina, the Bonnie, the Otis, and the Kit.
Okay, Inner Circle. Something we know about the way that they draft is they love stuff that synergizes. In fact, they've even been likened to East Asia in the way that they draft. You can, of course,
Чак не е банк, между другото.
Philip, if you want to know who's the brains behind all of that. Do we see a Barry in here is what I want to know. You mentioned Riff as a wall breaker. How about a Colonel Ruffs in a first pick too?
Yeah, certainly. I actually quite like that, honestly.
Брат, взимайте чак.
I'm feeling a pull, but at this stage in the draft, I don't know whether that would be a wise idea, or in all honesty. It's going to be a tough thing. Carl could be a bit of a safer spot to consider. That's going to be maybe a special.
Карл не е лош, между другото.
But Cordelis being banned by themselves does kind of smell that they could be cooking something.
Не знам, че как е сегашната мета, ама за този мап специално мисля, че би било работи. Да, ето.
Yeah, but the problem with Chuck is that it's a bit of a year-old kind of strategy. I feel like the pros now will just rush this on the other side of Revenant. Maybe Melody could be that very broad to do just that and just go straight for the jugular. And why not?
If Inner Circle's drafting this, then they've already thought of every possibility here. They knew that Charlie was one of the ways that could be a response, so they've gone ahead and picked that up. It means that RT, of course, is on the table in terms of a defender. I'm looking at
RT може и лук по принцип, ама лу е малко гадно. Или Бул нещо в този сорт, ама пък Бул дефенс няма да е добър. Така че RT кайнда.
Reven and X-Spark, what are they going to do? Are they going to play counter to Inner Circle, or are they going to march to the beat of their own drum and focus on synergizing with this rough they picked up first?
Carl think could be a good option just to continuously aggress the safe and just place down the fans.
Добре, те няма да играят за дефенс. Те ще играят за бейс рейс.
The question is it enough to just be able to force forwards in this manner? Because against the Chuck, as you've always said in monthly finals,
турнир на Майнкрафт. Нямам идея, между другото. Аз нямам идея как да направя като цяло турнир на Майнкрафт.
Countdown to defeat is really what you can see it as. Reven and X-Spark know that the drawback of this strategy is that
не, има нещо планирано за Майнкрафт. Надявам се да стане, защото е интересно. Колет? Окей.
Off of that Chuck. Okay, so this is all the damage that they're working with. They've got Draco, who's going to be getting so many supers and hypercharges off of this. He would love
тук бих играл Amber Mine.
Super and hyper. You've got Colette as well. Off meta, I'm gonna just go ahead and point it out there. I want to also acknowledge that
Гриф не е лош вариант,
so far, except for that wall break, so maybe there's some room for Inner Circle to sneak something in at the last pick.
Ако искат да...
That's a very old school pick on this map. Tara's not what I was thinking, but it's a base race comp.
Yeah.
You know, those shadows on the stage with the support from beyond are going to go to...
Ще видим, ако успеем да го направим, не казвам нищо, защото на мен ми се струва сложно. Алекс каза, че може да го направя, аз му вярвам. Но все пак, аз знам, че за Minecraft серверите да разбират нищо това. Така че ще видим, но надявам се, че ще се случи.
I feel like it's a dangerous place to be with the 2 sets to 1 for Revenant to be looking down the barrel of a base race.
I'm once more concerned for Reven and X-Spark because double spawns right here. Nebius and Nob are going to be timing things.
Имаш предвид по-миналата с мапа ми майне?
He's got great dodges too. Look at him weaving these shots from Nebius. What? This man covered himself in oil and Nebius just yo-yos made of water.
Беше ли миналата или тази? Не мисля, че беше миналата.
It's a great start, but you're absolutely right. I mean, for Inner Circle, they've got to really be better at this accuracy because Response is a player who's got great credentials, but one that can have some nerves from time to time. Today, he ain't showing any of those nerves, and I love that for him. It shows personal growth in that regard, but now pinched between a rock and a hard place and Nob, and maybe he should be able to clean him up nicely there.
Really random decision there from Response. He just fed Mebius an entire super and, like, you know, took it with a smile, pretty much. We'll see Reven and X-Spark, though, now say goodbye to their first shield. Inner Circle. Storm in on this point.
Nice.
Big play around here on the safe Nob, now closing in, and these shades have connected.
50%. Bravo.
Shield from Revenant safe.
I'm surprised Nob didn't cycle the hypercharge, honestly, because he could have absolutely got the kill as well. Now choosing to save for that very moment. And this is where Revenants are in trouble because the Chuck is fully set up. We're seeing the map open now with the Tara Gravity. And now the final stage has been cracked on that safe. Time is nowhere near on the side of Revenant.
No, Response also is at risk of being taken down. He's going to hyper forward. Rama now
GG.
Revenant knew that there was just no dice. It wasn't possible to come back from that point.
Браво, 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 браво.
Exactly the moment where it happened.
Добре, сега в момента те си мислят, че са много добри. Проблема сега важното е да осъзнаят, че не трябва да се възгоряват и да играят солидно просто. Защото в такъв момент, когато започнеш да се връщаш, изведнъж си мислиш, Окей, аз съм мега добър и почваш да играеш прекалено смело. Не трябва това да се случва.
And this setup process is where they've got to get the damage in, and they got some good damage.
Добре, nice.
Wasn't enough, and this time around they're going to get more at that early stage, and it's even worse than the previous game. So, as far as I can see so far, this could well be going to a 5th and final set if they don't turn up the heat.
Is no bueno for Revan and X-Spark because they're facing double spawners, and the Colette is struggling so hard. There's not a single piercing brawler. Chuck is already set up, not a scratch on Inner Circle, safe in response, even if he wants to push in, that he's got to go through Mebius, who's undoubtedly going to put him in a cocoon, but only when it's actually necessary. 2 more shots in response. Once again, it's taken so many hits over here, but the right side has been cleared out. That's a good bit of progress here for Revan and X-Spark. They've only marginally got an advantage over Inner Circle now.
Maybe still well there, under a lot of pressure, and knew that he couldn't get the shot on the left, so he chose to try to get the mid. Didn't quite work out, but he did stay alive, most importantly. Now the second stage cracked, and now not going to get that.
Nice.
Goes down to supply drop nonetheless. Getting some taps from Mavis, now Robert coming in. They're starting to
really това беше паднало по 25, ще да топа му. Нищо.
Well, here comes response. Jay looking for a super. Pop the gadget to get some additional value. Knob's not given to neither is Chuck.
50 на 25, 17, 14, 13. Дайте и горния сейв, бе. 3-1. GG.
It's a set.
Bro, reverse whip.
Of Inner Circle, and not just that, not just any set. No, it's set number 5 incoming. Is this the reverse sweep? Is this?
Чудото се случи сега, въпросът е да екзекютнат цялото нещо.
Like I said, Roddy, in Baltio would put
money
on Inner Circle losing in the sweep.
Yes.
In Heist, I'm much
Inner Circle имат моментума. Въпросът е да задържат и да не прекаляват в агресията си. А Ревенант в момента би трябвало да се чувстват много зле. Трябва да ги видя, за да преценя, ама би трябвало да им е тъпо, защото буквално това беше... Абе, не беше супер изли, ама не беше прекалено близко.
And the way that they lost this draft is seriously a deep cut. Double spawners that they're facing. They didn't have a single piercing brawler to truly deal with it. Jay getting hit really hard. Sergeant, Draco, like all of these brawlers are single target. And they're facing not just one set of spawners on a cooldown. It's all about those cooldowns in the last one. Inner Circle knew that they would win a war of attrition no matter how it were played. And they also used those pushes so well to their advantage, folks. For the first time, we're headed to a bit of knockout. And for set number 5, wow, no way to keep the tension like that.
Дайте да видим Ревенант.
Inner Circle were just all over the place to kick things off.
Да, тъбичко има. Мисля, че Surgeon се държи, ама другите двама са малко вече така. Мисля, че Surgeon ще се опита да изкери сега. Ще се надъха и ще играят по-добре. Ама ще видим, да.
Your mistake counts for an entire round. You go down early and you've already lost half of the game. It is that serious. It is a nail biter. It is nerves. It is about controlling that jitteriness on stage. If you're Revan and X-Spark, I said it after the last set victory, and I'll say it again now that we're in set number 5, to be one game away, to be a blue star differential away from clearing this, heading into day 2 with a 3-0 under your belt, and now having to play one set for the entire match. That has got to be so tough.
It all comes down to this draft. It really does. And for Philip's sake on the Inner Circle, I really hope he's got a bag of tricks for this one. Again, I'm looking at kind of the new kids on the block.
Това не чак толкова драфт, между другото. Ето това вече е скил гейм. 1-0 за Crazy Raccoons, нормално. Окей, това е интересно.
Really safe option here. Doesn't reveal too much about their strategy. It's going to make the lane swaps more difficult, but it's really just going to provide some pressure in the later stages. Getting those tick super score is something that has to be addressed. Sure, it's a thrower, yeah, usually untouchable. But it's a hypercharged tick super that'll make a difference when poison closes everyone together. It's also usually the weakest link of the team, at least from what I've observed. Often the last one alive when it comes down to the poison closing in, because he's not a priority target at all. No one's worried about facing him in close range. Response, though, has an idea. Something to do with close range. This RT is a giveaway. They're going to be countering something that gets in close range, or they're going to be running something themselves.
I like the RT pick. Absolutely. So Gene is left open here actually as well. Could be quite good for Inner Circle to be able to have that with the tick and something else to defend, but Revenant wouldn't probably mind it themselves here. It's always good to have Angelo going to come in as a sharpshooter brawler, and they've got a sharpshooter player of Sergeant. That's a dangerous brawler to see under those circumstances. It's not really necessarily a pipe meta, but I don't want to speak too soon. There's a third and final pick still to come for Inner Circle now. Back to them, and some big decisions to make.
Всъщност Дрейко с Джей-Йонг, примерно. Не, Джей-Йонг няма. Дрейко с Байрон, брат.
You've got to have a solid pair of hands to defend against that, because in a 1v2, if you're a tick, you're not going to win.
No, you're absolutely not. You just don't have KO potential as that brawler. Great shout on the Gust. Also indicates what Inner Circle is probably going to go for as their 5th pick in this draft, which is something that gets aggressive. Gust is going to enable that to get in close range. So Inner Circle, they're more gearing up for the end game here. Revenant and X-Spark, kind of a toss-up at the moment. Like, RT will have survivability towards anything that gets up close and personal, but also Angelo is looking for some of those easy pickoffs in the starting stages.
Charlie going through. They're obviously a little bit concerned about this third and final pick, so I don't mind necessarily it's going to be a brawl. Again, another sharpshooter brawler, and this map can be left wide open, so I kind of favor the odds here of Revenant. I mean, they've got a sharpshooter comp.
Наистина комба на Revenant ми харесва повече.
RT for the late game. I feel that Revenant have got comp here by quite a large margin.
I do too. The Brock is just so useful for dealing with some of these throwers. Rama picking that one up as a selection. I think that this is something Inner Circle had to expect, because Brock is a very meta selection. We'll see how they do. Inner Circle.
Brock е мета, верно ли? Защо не игра играта?
Revenant and X-Spark start off with a wall break on the left. Now they'll probably rotate response over to the right side, but in fact it's totally spread out. They're looking for early game pickups. With Sergeant having to back away versus Nob, he's getting estranged from his team. It's not good. Whoa! Now he's caught in spawn versus Mebius and Nob. Is he going to jump away? Well, he's got crazy dodges. Now Nob's getting threatened from above. What? Sergeant, you're in a 1v2 and you just came out on top.
What am I watching, honestly? Wow, it's going to be a pickup for Mebius. A huge one of that. There's still 2 versus 2. And again, what did I say coming into this match? If you're in a 2v1, you're not really going to come out on top, but Rama's going to try. What was the start of that match? It's knockout. You've got to value your life above all else. And just everyone was all over the place going on the aggressive. I mean, it kind of worked out better.
Защо оставиха човека сам, бе, брат?
The kill of Sergeant, and they didn't. They messed it up.
Wow. And not a single shred of value given to that tick either. Ran straight into the poison, so he didn't do anything.
Много лошо изиграно. Реално и от двата отбора, обаче от Inner Circle доста по-зле.
Inner Circle, they're permitted to have the stronghold on the left side, but key areas have been broken up. Sergeant went for that big 4K shot through the wall, didn't really work out.
И сега вече стените...
He can go deep and still not have to run away. He's going to lure them into the poison. So intelligent from Sergeant on this Angelo. Now poisoning Nob. He's down to his final life. X9J with the elimination. Rama gone as well. Revenant and X-Spark completely wiped the floor.
This was my concern. It all came down to that draft in the 5th set.
That was a crazy
started to gain momentum. They had to get this one right, and they just simply haven't. Not yet, at least. There's still time, but I just don't see against the comp that's so long range.
Могат, бе, брат, могат. Реално е winnable.
If Nob can make that happen against that matchup, then good for him, and maybe it's a 3 versus 2. But I think for Rama, he's dependent so heavily upon Mavis and Nob staying alive.
I'll tell you another thing is I don't expect Revenant and X-Spark to be offered a 1v1 for Angelo anymore. No, they know not to contest this guy on a sniper. Sergeant also knows that he's pretty safe as long as he doesn't get tapped out by Mebius with a gadget, popping that ghost open to deal additional damage. Sergeant's going to go for Pierce on Nob. No! Rama, perfect timing on the shield.
Disgusting Pierce. And now Mebius healing up on Rama, but that was so close to them both going down there. I mean, it really was a beautiful gadget from Sergeant.
Добре, добре, добре. Сержант. Сержант е натиснат. Мебиус може да тръгне напред. Брок, всички брок. Браво. Не. Добре. Не, брат. Добре. Ага. Минете от дясно, бе! Много по-затворен лейн. Хайпер супер, обаче е много опасно.
Finishing blow. On the top side, we also see Revenant X-Spark just slowly keeping the control. They have to deal with Rama, equipped with his hypercharge and super. Sergeant's decided, yeah, I'm going to go for it. But who's it going to be onto? Pierce through the wall. No! He's down for the count. Inner circle now in a 2v3.
These shots are so accurate from Sergeant.
Браво! Не! Давай, Хайпер!
Pop it now, why not? I mean, okay, he wants to save it. He's going to save it for the next round, but that's a
dangerous place
to be regardless, because they're one round away from going down. As Sergeant is just looking so good.
Добре, аз се треснах, че е последния рунд. Ама не мога да разбера защо всички минават на отворения лейн. Не. Давай, Мебиус! Не, усраха се. Наистина. Можеше. Уинабъл беше, ама драфта го прецакаха. И последната игра, първия рунд файналът, след това просто не искам да коментирам. Много им дойде на момчета. Наистина нямат го този опит да запазят такова спокойствие.
You already both pointed out how well Surgeon did with that Angelo pick, definitely carrying this one, making sure that this...
Surgeon, между другото, си кереше навсякъде. Дем, аз го подцених много и, нали, казах, брат, индиец някакво остане, ама.
They had so many reverse sweeps. They just learned how to play against their opponents in the first two sets.
It's incredible, really. Like, Inner Circle, this is a force to be reckoned with. They're going to be going down to the elimination round later. They'll face a loser of Crazy Raccoon versus New Heights Gaming.
And now it's time for the matches that are going to be hard.
Първия ми грешен предикшън, между другото, чат. Първия ми грешен предикшън. И то беше близо. Нищо, ако Inner Circle бият New Heights, а те би трябвало да бият, всичко е точно. Ако обаче паднат, не знам.
It's tough to play second fiddle to Revenant X-Spark, but these guys have got a lot of experience. Hiroshi's tough to play second of who's going to be able to get the wins. So you can tell how
already. How does this feel different?
Fight for survival here at the last round's qualifier.
Стигаме до елиминейшените ли, бе?
Trav, this is the third last chance qualifier we have in the BSC already. How does this feel different in Sao Paulo?
I mean, to be fair, the home crowd advantage is absolutely massive. Some of the stuff that I've heard from these South American fans is absolutely ridiculous. You can tell how much they get behind their teams. So I think that's a real big swinger in terms of who's going to be able to get the wins.
Тия са вторите от China Mainland. Или? А, не. Окей. Там, азиатски.
Last year with Jay in response. They had great results over in East Asia. And, you know, obviously we've seen a lot of Prime. He's been player and coach at times, but this BC gaming squad
Да, мисля, че BC си бият тук.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a really disappointing loss for them if they do go out so early on. Haven't really even managed to settle yet. And with the crowd, you know, they want to put on a show for them. They want to get the wins for them. And it's going to be really devastating if they don't.
BC би трябвало да бият.
Interesting mix here with Dirt, his second LAN experience now, as he already played one match this morning. Now at Jubileo on the other side, we have 9 LAN experiences, 9 LAN events already under his belt. So it's a huge disparity in this team. On the other side, with KDS
Много е стримаш на 3 часа. То реално не е някакъв много натоварващ стрим, има ли това пред? Аз буквално през повечето време гледам. Но да, не че доста епични мачове се получават сега. И от последния църкъл, брат. Маняците се предкакаха, буквално. Алекс не знам дали гледа. I don't know. Аз не знам, кажете ви. Не знам Алекс дали гледа последния матч, обаче, брат, забеляза ли колко много се сдухаха Inner Circle след като загубиха 2 пъти. Колко много точно това, което сме говорили за менталитето им се промени. Ние грешен, ми е грешен. Брат, Inner Circle просто много се сдухаха след двете загуби, а пък Revenant реално играха много по-добре, отколкото очаквах. Не очаквах да е дори близко. А маняците биха, така че ево. Особено първата игра беше инсейн, човек. Те почнаха на мега високо темпо играта.
It's not, honestly. I think both the BC games could kind of go either way, right? We saw them up against Electro, so I think they had a lot of potential in that matchup. For me, they represent the new blood in South America, that infusion of youth that are coming to challenge the likes of your Casa Brawls and your Louds. And honestly, these guys had incredibly consistent performances in a very volatile region, making semi-finals in 5 different monthly finals. That is honestly a feather.
Върна се какво изпуснах. Изпусна Inner Circle, не победиха. Inner Circle загубиха чак. И то по много ретардски начин, ама айде. Айде, Jubileo, Polileo.
Outside of that, it was always Revenant X-Spark taking it.
That's the thing, they're playing second fiddle to an incredible roster. We've just seen that roster do very well against the strong EMEA team. So
Galileo, Figaro.
They want to join
Айде, 3-0.
Through to one of the next days. So, as you say, they've had some great performances, really solid teams, both of them. You know, we're seeing 5 third, 4th places and a second for BC Gaming. It's huge stuff, and you know, similar performances from KDS.
The last match of round 1 is also over. You see it at the top right-hand side corner. 3-0 for Crazy Raccoon. Congrats to them, New Heights Gaming. They still have a second chance too.
Yeah, I mean, that's a team, obviously, that don't expect, I think, to have great results against that Crazy Raccoon team, and they're going to be coming out angry. They probably think they deserve to make it straight to Worlds.
Брат, какви са тия баби на Brawl Stars event, бе, бах тях.
He's played at
KDS ли ми, не знам, брат.
Rookie player is still something he's been exposed to. We're kicking it off, of course, with Knockout at Spells Rock, and all the fans at home definitely getting behind his Berlin City club roster.
Yeah, I mean, 78% is absolutely ridiculous. You know, I'm looking at this one. I'm thinking it's a bit closer than that. To be honest, you know, BC, you know, I wouldn't have expected them to even be here. You look at their performances throughout the year and you say, those are performances that should be getting them directly to World Finals.
Не, аз мислех, че BC ще са тук, ама... Те загубиха от Electro, са пък KDS, от какво загубиха вече? От какво паднаха KDS?
Now let's head into this very first map here. We're on Bells Rock. We
have
Papara, Mina and Ollie band out as well.
Между другото, смятам, че Electros могат да бият Папара. Утре. Ще бъде интересно.
This is a signature Ruffs map, a signature pick for KDS. I mean, they have been
значи,
trying to get that brawler into most of their comps over the last few days.
Отскоро бият. Rival бият, въпреки че Experion доста добре се представяха, ама Нах и тук един съркъл бият на
лъгъл. Kaze is open. Bonning's banned by BC Gaming. She's actually one of their preferred, but when you're trying to lean into this Byron early, you don't want to leave that powerful long-range brawler up. So Jean comes in for KDS here.
Брат, буквално маняците ползват плеера на YouTube и дори не може да си... Виж колко е бавно човек от... От лаптоп е добре, ама от телефона много зле. Брат, дори не можеш да ги махнеш и тия работи отгоре. Много е тъп.
Какой седой молодой човек.
Мен ми е на руски даже не се. На малтито е по-добре. Сега точки, брат, от такова. Аз съм тук за да го гледам, не за да печеля точки. Буквално не ме бърка.
Just alongside the Byron, it would make a lot of sense. Gus, also one of the most featured brawlers here, would make a lot of sense here as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, Gray, decent pick. Obviously, sets them up for that playmaking in the final moments of the map. You know, this team obviously has really been like a big sort of Bonnie and Ollie
сега съпорти снайпер срещу два съпорта, брат, не знам. С тия двамата според мен третия ще бъде танк. Не, Гъс, трети съпорт.
As your leadership aspect on this BC Gaming roster, I want to see how KDS round this out though. Going for Ruffs means another sort of support-oriented brawler here. Obviously someone who can offer you some degree of range. I think importantly, his hypercharge, giving a hypercharge over to one of your teammates who maybe is having trouble like connecting enough damage over the course of the game to build that up. That's very powerful when using the sharpshooters.
Въпреки че това Асасин трябва да намалиш.
That's going to be pretty important. Could set up a lot with this team composition.
Честно казано, KDS ми харесва повече колкото.
Byron, two players who can do the exact same thing, but you've just got to mold the map to how you want it and play your game if you are KDS Esports. I think they come into this one slight underdogs, but we'll see as we get into this first game, Uber.
Yeah, tough call. We like what we saw from BC Gaming out there on stage against Electros, but they pulled up a little short. So we're going to jump now into our first round of Bell's Rock. Of course, these lanes already broken up somewhat. Vex enabling himself to assist Prime, who obviously has a slightly lower damage output in general, to try and keep his Gus under the thumb a little bit.
Наши влази за Digital Circus нямам идея между другото, не съм гледал. Що бе да не е скоро? Питаш ме дали знам или ме питаш защото ти знаеш?
At the moment, it's kind of just a little bit of a stalemate. Hubalu's going to come down this right-hand side, go for the walking cane, but actually going to miss it completely. And now the super will punish him.
Джубилео насра.
From him, but that's more of a mistake.
12 кил, найс. Реално не е много скоро. Това е... След доста време, но надявам се поне да е готвен добре. И вярвам, че ще е сготвен добре и най-накрая ще почне да става наистина интересно. И да навлизаш в Deep история.
To this map for KDS.
Yeah, surprised to see him throw that gene pull out, especially when you kind of think that's an assured round for the KDS side. A really good start from them, but definitely an overstep from the side of BC Gaming.
Разбирам ги. Дай подби. Трудно да оцелиш така, че да... Абе, хайпа да не го загубиш.
To be able to go toe-to-toe with the Gus, and now the net gets a little bit closer. Derp knows he can just run up on this and finish the job, and Trav, he's out of hypercharge for what could be a decider round.
Yeah, Hiroshi managed to just sneak his in there at the end as well, so gets one in return, and we do see Prime coming back with his pull eventually. That's what I mean, when you're kind of throwing away a pull, when you've got an assured round, you're going to have a bit of a problem in the next one, but he is back in business here as well. Just got to be very cautious of Loco with this explosive hypercharge.
Hypercharge earned though for Hiroshi, so it means in the mid-round he can play that much more aggressively and stave off the poke damage via the heals that come in. Does he the walking cane instantly, but nice to tell the DI away from the shot coming in from Derp. Prime, good connection, magic.
И най-вероятно го правя, да е, ама... Не знам, може пък да е някакъв мега голям епизод, брат, къде знаеш, или пък следващия след този. И примерно вместо да трябва то да го пуснат след един месец, а пък другия да трябва да чака на 5 месеца, да ги разделят на по 3 месеца. Аз би го направил, ако го предвидя това нещо.
From this right-hand side aggression that Jubilee is putting on, and there's a nice connection from Orochi as well. Now Vex will jump into action. There's the kill. Now the Rocket Rain with hypercharge comes down to.
Пате кидец играят стабилно между другото.
Playing it slow. Okay, Dirtler going to super himself, come forward. That shield's about to dissipate. Don't gets a little bit more dangerous now. Stepping forward over the incendiary fields. It's Vex, be loco, good dodge. Now the Byron damage. It takes time to accrue. You got to push it. One more tick would have done it.
Чакай, те им даха клоузъп ли бе, брат, бай тия. Ево на човек, който е измислил това. Ай, китайчето си ядоси. Буквално, ако си беше целил супера по-добре, също ще да е победа. Защото вижте.
Shield's about to dissipate. Don't gets a little bit more dangerous now. Stepping forward over the incendiary fields. It's Vex, be loco, good dodge.
Успя, хит и тя удари първите от супера, щяга да го хитнат, ако супера беше нацелен в средата. Ама не, брат. Нави биха ли? Да бе. Ма Нави не сме и гледали, защото не ги дадоха.
Back towards him. So really unfortunate stuff there for KDS, but I think the game going as predicted so far.
Нинче ето ги Нави, брат. Нави си биха първи рунд, че ако трябваше и гледам. Много тъпо, че попада Нави, Крейзи, Ракун и Лотус въобще не сме изгледали днес. И няма най-вероятно. И не знам дали сега в момента ще тече апскори Chapter of Happiness. Не, че е много интересно, обаче ако тече сега, това значи, че няма да виждам Inner Circle срещу New Heights. Което също няма да е най-интересно матч. Честно казвам, този матч ми е много скучен. Не съм силно за никой. Най-добрите. Горам няма да провериш какво е разбрах току-що релиз дат на епизод 8. Омага, кога? Не знам дали просто ми се доспали матча, наистина е скучен. 20 март, какво? О, брат, аз не знам дали ще съм жив до тогава, отли с това след 5 месеца, брат, стига. Те ги планират повече от нашите евенти. Това не е нормално.
A risky moment there for the Angelo. The long-range sharpshooter will be spared for the time being. Vex is a nuisance for Derp to deal with, but great patience by the newcomer to navigate these incendiary fields and not take any free damage trap.
Well, a couple of supers now available for the side of KDS Esports and much in need of this round. So.
Да, така е, смисъл, прав си, да. Ако е така всеки месец пускат Inner Circle, никакъв шанс друго да се гледа. Въпреки, че това ще увеличи хайпа. О, найс KDS плей. Найс. Да, найс всъщност. Браво на KDS. Back in the game, back in the real shit.
It almost feels like a grey hypercharge if you can put that together. Speaking of hypercharges, Local has one of his own, but Prime has the triple magic hand at the ready, and Vex just needs to build super for his mega rocket raid.
Yeah, I mean, Vex just, forcing the Gust to be really selfish with these shields and not pair it with anybody else. I think the majority of times that we've seen the Gust go down, he's had that shield forced out onto himself before as well. Prime over this right side, not having a good time against Loco. Both of them have high judge, but at the moment, you've got to be that little bit more pungent. And now the Vengeful Spirits come in, bring
nice.
Focusing on healing up his teammates rather than him, but there's the ball.
Аз не знам защо съм за Кириес между другото. Аз към този мач да случи възможно най-бързо. Айде, BC! Не, BC... Това също е изненадващо близко между другото.
We came into this game expecting a pretty back and forth games. These are two teams who do not stand at the top of their respective regions, but no, this is their last chance to take that step onto the international stage.
I really like that from KDS as well, knowing full well that if he's going to use his Hive Judge, make sure he uses it on one person and stand in the middle of it so you can avoid all those poison arrows going in every single direction. Really nice stuff there from Prime, forcing the 1v1. And now some shots down the right-hand side as he tries to earn yet another super.
Prime beat Derp. BC Gaming have moved the Grave back into a direct lane assignment against this Gene. That means put Vex and Jubileo pretty similar range brawlers head-to-head. The Byron towards mid. Note this time around, because we're resetting, not much of the map broken up, so half the Loco to help that left side. Instead, it's BC Gaming initiating another lane switch.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult now for them as well. Good little wall break coming in there from Vex.
Айде, BC. Наистина драфта на Кириес ме кеф повече. То Джин им дава много място, в което да се движат. Междувременно Анджелото удря големи шотове, Прока може да чупи стени, дава им също доста добър контрол, защото огъня си... Много долен пул, много красив пул, инсейн.
Really not hearing the crowd at the moment backing BC Gaming. It seems to be very quiet when KDS have started to get these rounds and games on the board here in the arena. Good start off now though from Loco as he gets a couple of shots onto Prime and forces this KDS roster back into sport.
Debt still on the line here though for KDS. Opportunity to close things out. Here's that rocket range. Jubileo respects it and gets far enough away. With the healing of the Byron, he'll be fighting fit in no time. But our Prime ratchets up the pressure. Vengeful Spirits come in and Loco's being forced back into that right side corner. More supercharge over to the Gene. Hiroshi sets up shot.
Осъзнавам как след това LCQ ще се надъхам пак да цикам ранкет. После ще вляза, ще видя, че съм бронз и ще се откажа. Insane.
This set ends in the same way that it begins. It's an aggressive play made by Jubileo at the beginning with his own Grey Super to go in. It backfires, it puts them behind early. Composition, it's fine, right? But it's tough for the Byron sometimes to find a good lane assignment or to play in a position where he can actually give that assistance, that healing over the rest of his team. Whereas for Gene, he just needs to stand near a teammate. And of course, that magic puffs will get them back in the game. The Magic Hands, I think, really took over the second half of that set. Prime, very, very solid. Always managing to pull out the derp.
No way, брат. KDS биха първата.
3v2.
Yeah, well, Hiroshi with the least DPS, but by far the most kills on the board here.
Не мисля, че KDS ще бият все пак. Но изглежда добре, няма да лъжа.
I can't lie. I would have expected this to be going the other way with the BC Gaming being, you know, expecting to be the more dominant team in this one, but it seems KDS are off to a flying start.
As far as the draft is concerned, it was a really early great pick out there from Jubileo. So he's hoping not only to be the playmaker, also consistently get damage.
Честно казано, аз казах преди малко, според мен, KDS имаха по-добрия драфт. Имат много повече контрол с Джин и Брок, а другите просто нямат какво да ги натиснат чак толкова. Няма танк, който да бъде съпортван от Байрон и Грей. И реално това е проблема. Ето виж. Чай за, не знам дали ми се вижда мишката. Обаче ето тук пул, междувременно средния лейн е блокиран от ракета на Брок. То гъс не може да мръдне, защото втора ракета на Брок го е запушила. А Jubileo, докато заобиколи, той Локо е мъртъв. Така че доста по контрол комбо имаха. според мен.
The look of it going into it, and you know Gray can punish these kind of squishy brawlers that were on the side of KDS. But as you mentioned, there's just no synergy between the Gus, between the Gray, and a lot of the time I don't think that's any fault of their own. It was
да, именно нямаше синергия между тия герои, брат. Гъс и Грей, единственото е, нали, с телепорт да се телепортираш, да изпуснеш Hyper Shield, ама това ми е малко Dream сценарио. Така те искам. Ако Скойко беше там, вече теж да се е класирал. Няма първи, втори, трети ден, брат. Никакъв шанс.
Being able to, maybe combine sort of Hank with a healer. That's what BC Gaming love doing. They love Berry and Hank comps. And if they can fit that in here, even get an Ollie in the mix, they're going to be in great shape.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing as well. For a map called Open Business, it's really not that open. And one of the tips was just use throwers as well. So maybe we'll see some of those. You know, how strong Willow is at the moment, being able to take away tanks as well could be a big part in this draft. I'm looking at it as well. We've got the Hank ban, the Lee ban. Yeah, and the roughs there from that side. Meg going to come in as one of the first. Performed very well. I believe it was by reply to
чат. Алекс, мисля, че втория ни предикшен ще е грешен. Грешен сейчек. Как губиш от ранда ми, не искам да ми е грешен предикшен. И аз. Но реално KDS играят файн, така че... Много е тъпо, брат, че не ги виждаме тия монтлита на тази част стадия, не виждаме на Китай. Щеш да е яко, брат, ако както има един ден Южна и Северна Америка, един ден Европа и Азия и третия ден да е тази част на Азия и China Mainland, брат. Просто за да знам какво се случва в тия региони, защото ето в момента излизат отбори, които реално се играят добре и си играят на нивото на останалите. Обаче за нас са рандъм, защото ние не сме ги виждали.
One of the most versatile in the game at the moment, but BC will be following up the second pick shortly. We can say you're kind of expecting something a bit more aggressive, and Bonnie can definitely play that role, can play defensive, can play offensive, and the hypercharge is just ridiculous. So strong, and can't blame them for bringing that in at all.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, what's crazy about Bonnie's hypercharge is that she's been geared now that on offense and on defense, right? She's playing defensively with that hyper super.
Тя ги снимат за трети път между другото. Бах ти лекери. Нещо май оператора се е харесал мацката. Едното май е мацка, другото не знам дали е мацка. Ама нещо оператора си ги е харесал. Кит Мек Найс. Това е интересно, обаче имат Бони. Бони Джейонг. Траен танк сега, може би не Драко го няма. Дявам Оли. Kinda Оли виждам. Може и нещо от сорта на Биби, ама не вярвам. Не ги ли стримват някакъв китайски пенел, с който ги има в Brawl. Не знам, но след като може да направят адекватни стримове на големите региони, що да направят и на малки? Франк е интересно, между другото, Франк не ме кефи. Франк не ме кефи като пик. Няма я тази бързина, с която да...
BC do not have a mobile composition outside of those slipstreams that Jaeon can provide. Bonnie's a very slow-moving, slow-firing brawler. She's not going to be your centerpiece. Loco is going to have to just sustain through a lot of this damage thrown at the Frank.
Bonnie не е зле, ама ти имаш Jaeon, който да спидва, така че... Бива.
Kind of action for a little bit, and Loco doing a real great job of
just gaming
push whilst two of them defend that back line.
Not in a good spot. He's not getting supercharged from doing healing, right? Which is most of what he's been required to do on this round. And he starts doing some damage, and there's Hiroshi setting it up. Nice stun though from Loco, catches two, and Hiroshi, there's nowhere to go.
Bravo, bad triple kill.
BC Gaming surge ahead, and now they're map open.
Защо пуска Зета емоджи, бе? Много и те искат да са част от Зета, ама Зета никога няма да вземат южноамерикански отбор. Тъбаха, особено този, брат. Зета ако вземат, ще вземат Лаут. И не вярвам.
nice that BC Gaming have like that extra hard engagement potential off the body if they require it. It's not
nice.
But in a situation like this, it's really good against someone who's trying to get out of the action. Very one-sided setup. I think it's safe to say BC Gaming have got comp here.
Yeah, that worked very, very well for them. Really not too much to do with that Frank, and you could see it at certain parts of that game. Just absolutely smashing that hammer into the ground, breaking down some of the walls. And Byron can't do that long-range game on his own. Honestly, BC Gaming, they can eat so much damage that they don't require that much long range.
Брат, тъбаха на ми бърка много за биси, бъркаме за предикшън. Бис съм един от най-такива никви такива. Кири е също, тъй че мен този матч ми е супер скучен. Не викам за никой брат. Викам за биси, защото предикшън не е за тях. Я да видим какво става. Другия матч не знам играе ли се, не се ли играе. Един по един ли ще ги играят или не? Може би един по един. Нямам идея. Ще разберам. Найс! Добре, добре. Това е 100% раунд за BC.
Jubileo definitely headlining this game, but Loco's been cool, calm, collected, and he has been slamming that hammer over and over again. KDS with nothing to say here on Hot Shot.
Нямаше какво направи.
Incredibly early spins there as well from Loco at the end. Considering it's only been brought back to 1-1, it's a dominating set, yes, but maybe slightly early in this situation. KDS really out of that game though.
Окей, fair enough, този не може да играе. Аз много не го видях кита между другото.
And the theory is that, I mean, this Byron Meg should
function
quite well together. But the thing, you just don't want to be a heal bot as Byron. It's not the best use of your abilities. You'd rather be Jaeong. At least your shots can heal and then penetrate toward enemy targets. You can still do some damage. Not that Jaeong cares about building super, but that's something that very much is in Byron's wheelhouse. You've got to time up those penetrating shots pretty effectively. But stuff like this, you just cannot afford to let it happen. That's the map for you. Loco has one chance to super through those, walls until they're destroyed.
Това беше добър предките, ама...
But he's so tanky. He's got such great damage reduction and consistent healing from his support.
GG, аз бях Бери. Къде бе? Та игра. Та игра няма Бери.
The Frank in the front lines, a lot of the time, the support don't get the mentions they deserve, and what a performance it was from him in the background.
Колко ще си в Jubileo.
After getting that set as well, it will have been very disappointing.
Да, само момент. О, брат, какви са тия, бе? Не, стига, не, брат, не дей. Стига го дали това страшното нещо. Това е почти толкова страшно, колкото...
Ollie, all brawls that they want to try and lean into when possible. And obviously they can also have the option to mix sharpshooters in around it. Just really solid. In the end, the Bonnie pick her low speed, low fire rate never ends up being an issue because Jubileo is just using her
това е яко, ме кефчи, има някакви косплеери, брат, разнообразева. Сега не знам, защото съм мега рандом, иначе филма... О, човек, аде. Хем ми е на върха на езика, хем не се сещам. Писък или не, мисля, че не е писък.
And you've got to expect the nerves getting
Писък май беше с нещо друго. Не е мишката.
Doritos poached from the team, that leader, that one that really seemed to be the cool head out of these situations, and they ended up being a straight trade with Casa Brawl to bring Jubileo in, but it wasn't supposed to be. Doritos got straight poached, so they had to find another player. It just so happened that Jubileo was back on the market, someone with invaluable LAN experience, also a player with plenty of accolades on his own. Now, Ollie, Kaze, and Mina banned out by KDS, looking for a lot of his open balls. There are options. Tick as a thrower is great. Hank is available here on Layer Cake, especially against those thrower light comps. Can be really powerful. But now KDS might not want to go in that direction with this first pick Tick. It's not the first time we've seen it today.
Tick не ме кефи като first pick, брат.
I think it makes a statement about what you intend.
Мисъл, буквално Последно, като гледах този мап на eSport, цъкаха брат Казе и тоя не Грейве, брат. Абе, дрехите, бе. Шейт. Каза Шейт и това беше месец. Очаквам Шейт да видя със сигурност.
63% win rate whenever they're able to bring this into their compositions. Important space control, and there's plenty of gaps in the map to send.
63% win rate не е задължително, брат. Той се каунтърва лесно, както и Тик също. Джейонг и танк може би ще видим. Това се опитва да предикне Шейт и някакъв асасин. Проблема обаче е, ако решат да изкаунтрят, ако вземат танк каунтър и асасин. Мисля, че Шейт и някакъв танк каунтър има стратегията на BC в момента.
We see BC Gaming really heavily account for that. They can just pivot away from it. Jae-Young, not too bad on his own, has these moments. We're going to see an RT coming in from BC. So that does account for more aggressive brawls and can still play at range. So really versatile, good brawler to pick. And then
добре, ще видим. Играят за контрол, не играят за синерция, което е файн. Не знам дали тръгна в правилната посока срещу Скуик, брат. Арти, Немети. Ало се ще видим.
Over the last couple of weeks, they played like 12 times and have won 67% of their game. So very, very powerful. She now, though, especially after the balance changes she suffered, has had her health pool drastically reduced. She's much more squishy. And now you have the Grom picked into this. So talk about true throwers. Grom can be predictable, right?
Брат, защо не взеха танк? Не, разбирам всъщност да. Нямаш как да взема танка, но Шейт, брат. О, някой праща се, че сега мързи на сърцата.
Inevitably going to have to, you know, juke someone else's shot at some point and accept.
Чувам като в TikTok. Мерси за сърцата. Мерси за сърцата. И NPC стримува. Трябва някой път да направим NPC стрим. Мъж е много кринж. Много кринж.
I think having a long-range thrower answer to the tick here is good. You probably don't bring the barley because you don't necessarily need the healing tonic when you've got Jae-Young on your team. Here comes Grom though. Okay, Gadget's going to be deployed there. This is a little dangerous. Prime happy to take the trade there. Jubilee is going to be picked up, and this is KDS still with that blue star. Hiroshi snapped it up with the speed boost earlier.
Yeah, a positive trade at that. You wouldn't have thought with how aggressive he was being into two players, but they're going to be pretty pleased with this 4-2 lead at the moment. Blue star in hand as well, and Derp having a real tough time. And as you said, it's the same shot pattern every time, but sometimes you can't avoid it.
I mean, what are you supposed to do when the Jae-Young shots are coming in as well as the Grom ones, right? You're damned if you do and damned if you don't in many of these cases. Hiroshi here respects the Morning Stars by giving them a wide berth. Lumi is somewhat limited in terms of that range, so Hiroshi can step back and control. But Derp would like to push the line of scrimmage forward a little bit. They do have to respect the off-angle squeak, though. That is a problem, as well as the constant Grom damage raining in.
До 23 референс кое бе? Комбовете в тази игра ли?
Knows he can't match his range, but if he can get close and get those kills, he can be pretty pleased. And the watchtower there as well did tank the oncoming ticket and keep him alive. So real nice placement from Prime and playing this phenomenally. But now being pin track and spawn, this is the position I said they're going to struggle in.
Yeah, Prime needs to maybe try and break out here by building a hypercharge, but again, those predictable splash packs of those bombs can be hard to handle. This is getting out of hand now. KDS able to pick Jubilee up, a little bit of an overstep here, and they might just hang this back.
Гром Хайпер е опасно.
Generate through the middle trap. 12 seconds left. A 4-star lead for KDS.
Сега Гром Хайпер.
Vex happen to trade his life out.
Nice.
Nothing for it in the end. Hyper there for a moment for Derp. He's blown to
Брат, no way KDS should be it.
You can see Prime knows exactly who to target in those closing seconds. You see an RT running towards you. I know where I'm throwing my shots when you pin back into spawn. So real nice stuff again from KDS Esports.
Аз не съм правил да чат. Май. Я знам, или всичките ми стримове са NPC, не знам вече.
I mean, that is the difference, that little positive trade the KDS were able to get early. This time, no easy blue star for Hiroshi. We'll have to respect the Morningstar's presence, especially because it implies a gadget activation.
Това е, че чувам някакви неща от самия стрим, брат. Някакви хора говорят на самия стрим. И не знам дали е при мен или при стрима.
No need to real over-aggress at this time and let the stars get out of hand, and that's kind of what BC Gaming did in the previous one. Just went a bit too aggressive in these situations, and KDS are a team who won't mind just sitting there for now.
Vex is really controlling these chokes on the left side of the map, and BC Gaming know if they want to move up into the map, they're going to have to take some damage incidentally from this. The trick is not to spread it, not to share that damage across two players. It's not what you want to see. But the fact that Loco's getting hit in the back of the map and has to pop a last
Не, още ги има човек. Аз бях гледал наскоро, всъщност не беше много наскоро, преди 2-3 месеца, ама не знам дали знаете, никой един UK стример, не стример, ютубър беше буквално си направил компания за NPC стримери. Но да, може би тогава им беше пика.
Being able to threaten the tick at the back of the map is huge, but again, you've got to exploit the window that Last Hurrah is unavailable. That's something that KDS are looking to do now. There's the Last Hurrah, big damage, and Loco's dead. He knows that he's absolutely out of the game. Hiroshi's able to switch over to healing and back on out as he is marked. And Loco's charging into the field. He is annoying.
Choosing not to just stay in that aggressive position and risk it. I wouldn't have minded it, to be honest, but Grom just throwing shots yet again towards this RT who's kind of barreling up the map, trying to get
Трудно е да пробиеш срещу Гром между другото на това мап. Реално е доста интересен пик, но добър пик. Сега е момента да бият. Красота.
KDS with the last pick Grom of all things. Prime exits that match with two of those eliminations in that round. A lot of threat. On one side, it's the Grom. On the other, it's the Squeak. Cycling those.
Не се смеят между другото. Изглеждат добре.
Forcing Last Hurrahs. That's a lot to juggle if you're BC.
Yeah, I wasn't even looking at the right hand side, but I'm assuming that it was kind of a
BC изглежда добре ментално. Хубавото е, че не са сдухани сякаш. Или са толкова сдухани, че изглеждат крейзи и се смеят ама.
And he somehow managed to come on top, and not only come out on top, but in incredibly dominant fashion.
You can see how the end of this game sort of turned out. Hiroshi and Prime able to tuck into the corner here. They knew that Loco would have to step forward. That was very early on, and that's a snowball off a favorable trade that KDS took prior. Tickhead there, constantly getting blown up, and also that watch tower.
Това е супер. Беше черешката на тортата.
Tickhead there, constantly getting blown snowball off a favorable trade that KDS took prior. Tickhead there, constantly getting blown up, and also that.
И не го видяха, брат. Буквално Арти Кайнда можеше да го избегне.
Also that watchtower. I mean, there aren't too many opponents. I love the Squeak. It's a very powerful pick, and it's been good for KDS. Continues to be the case.
You just bit early from KDS there, really controlled the game and
gave
BC a taste of their own medicine. Wanted to get that revenge from Hot Zone, and we're heading on to Gem Trap next. So we're going to continue this kind of control of a certain point. Obviously, you know, in Bounty it's a little bit different. You're all over the map, you spread out. In Gem Grab, there's going to be quite a lot more kills, and those gems will sway quite a few times, I'm sure.
BC Gaming now find themselves on the edge. About to take a long walk off a short cliff. The new blood in South America. There's a threat of that being spilled out there in the cage now. Their last chance in this best of five to put up a fight, take us to a decider. Or their LCQ journey ends here on day one.
How disappointing that would be on day one and in front of the home crowd as well. Got to feel bad for them, but at the moment they're not out. Just need two in a row before we see KDS get one. And that's the main thing here as we go into Death Cap Trap. This map, you know, it's just been brought back into the map pool, so a little bit of a difference in terms of the map pool in the BSC in general, which honestly I quite enjoy. Got to kind of expect that kind of change up every now and again here. Keeps things fresh and allows the drafts to kind of take a bit of a turn at certain points.
Just not a map we've, obviously had the chance to feature through much of this year, but the fundamentals of Gem Grab are still the same. You still want to draft a solid, safe mid, right? It seems like Jae-Young's often a go-to in that situation.
Но KDS между другото и драфтовете им са солидни и си цъкат солидни. Играят много спокойно тези.
can just deflect some of that damage from Soak rather than damage coming through and get away. I like the Janet ban here, right? So
не се опитват да нападат прекалено. Нямат някой, който да излезе примерно както Арама, примерно, се опитваше в някакви моменти да кери сам и накрая умираше. KDS нямат сякаш такъв плеер. Просто играят с добра синергия, не прекаляват и не правят грешки. Това им е силата. Като BC според мен са една идея малко по-рискови играчи, може би заради това го да.
You know, the squishy units had decent range as well, so an all-round solid pick, and the mute never goes to miss either.
No, absolutely. Also, that hypercharge having a stun component now matters a lot for allowing you to chase people down, close on them, and then pick them off. Normally your opponents would just run away. Now that's not an option. Even more so when you bring Charlie into the mix.
Има 10 лайка и един гледаш. Влад, кога стрима направи 10 лайка?
It is an automatic way to spill those gems if you can hit it. And your fire rate as Charlie increases as your opponents get closer to you. So actually a fantastic mid-range brawler with DPS spikes up close. And another disabling option for KDS Esports. They are serious about holding these individuals over a barrel.
Yeah, well, Lily going to come rolling in for BC Gaming. They've had enough of this kind of control play. They're going to go straight for it. Surprised to see that being played into the Charlie, to be honest with you. You know, when you get the super onto you could be cocooned and pretty much taken out of the map.
Това ме кефи. BC в момента не искат да играят контрол. Искат да играят агресивно. И това е за уважение, дори да загубят тук. Просто играят на KDS са доста скучни тъбаха.
And it's, you know, it's got its, you know, reason to be here.
Yep. I think that help from beyond to soak up some of this damage. Right, there's no penetrative damage yet from KDS. I think that's going to give a window at least to sort of close the gap and put Tara in her effective range.
Докато примерно другият отбор от там малките региони на Азия, който видяхме, именно Ревенантите играха много агресивно.
Real up close and personal type brawler, but gives you that map control with root sands that reveal your opponents, and a hypercharge that gives a speed boost when your team is inside it. Just amazing utility here, and a stun. Like you've got another brawler that brings stopping power into the game with that Sweet Dreams gadget.
Yeah, I mean, you know, one of the reasons you said they brought in Tara was no ability to pierce through that support from beyond. And they've just provided possibly the best thing to do that. Gets rid of them in one shot and also can hit that Tara behind as well. So got to be very cautious of the Sweet Dreams. The hypercharged super from this Sandy can be a big shutdown and a big game swinger. Nice little realm for himself there, Loco with the gadget over to this right side, but now in a position where he won't be returned.
Yeah, Loco being watched very closely by Hiroshi and Vex, but it did allow Derp to get in there with that map control and gain 3 gems. Now though the Crow is quite low, as Quishy at the best of times, Prime goes in and the help from beyond goes out very quickly. That's the purpose of this Sandy pick, and Prime gets a pretty decent matchup in lane here against this Tara.
Yeah, he won't be complaining about that, and the gadgets were traded on the left as well. Support from beyond came down. And so did the Sweet Dreams, really both of them to no prevail at all there. Loco in the back now with a super in hand, and that's a really nice gadget. But he's going to come in nonetheless, and he's going to be trapped in the mid, gets the cocoon off, but it's not really going to make the most difference. Lily will come back out here, not able to get the super down, but the gems.
Много рейндж зависим матчът. Когато имат много голям рейндж, Тара има малко повече рейндж. Когато обаче са в мидъл рейндж, Санди бие. Ако обаче от прекалено близко, пак Тара бие. Така че, който си менеджер по-добре рейнджа, бие този матчът. Отис тук, дали не пада? Не. Но малко остава.
Probably a good job he did. Wouldn't have been too bad as the gems would have then been moved back to Vex, and he could have gone in that more aggressive position again. They know that they needed that gem, had to go aggressive for it, but a nice bait out of the Tara super there. But what difference does it make as everybody falls and BC get all the gems?
This is a tougher one to fight back into. Hiroshi does have hyper, but no super to make use of it. Another help from beyond is a problem. It's a lot to try and work.
Добре, браво на BC. BC back in the game.
got to work once to put you in the lead, and then you just got to keep your hands on the reins. Nice draft, nice finish, and I've got to feel that having the gems transferred to the Sandy was far from optimal for KDS.
Yeah, I won't lie as well, it didn't really seem like they were in the best hands to start with. Vex seem to have kind of some buttery fingers or something. Yeah. They seem to be dropping time.
We need diamond hands, Trav.
Exactly. And we don't have it with Vex at the moment. He's dropped those gems time and time again. Might be due to his lanes. I didn't see. But regardless, you've got to be cautious.
He got dove by the Lily in Super and couldn't cocoon the Lily in time. He ends up using the cocoon gadget for himself.
That
doesn't happen. Hiroshi ends up losing out in that assignment, and then we have a switch. I said that Prime probably would have liked to go up against Jubileo here, but instead, it's stopping power for the Lily. The KDS value even higher with this lane switch.
Well, Hiroshi has left us. Like, that's not a match. You're pinching him 3 ways and you're going down as a gem carrier. Really not the move.
Nice.
Will get the right lane as well. 7 gems to 0.
Това е BC Gaming. Това е красиво.
Yeah, Hiroshi getting moved down to the Tara lane at least can try and collapse here this left side of the map. It's a range advantage that Otis is abusing right now. Vex has so much catching up to do. When Loku stays behind enemy lines, this time Vex is able to hit the cocoon, and now some breathing room, some distance away from Loku. Of course, is going to be punished for his sins.
Yeah, and there you go as well. We do have that Sandy super available now for Prime on the right hand side. Nice move coming in from Jubileo as well.
Между другото, трябва да дадем един шаут-аут на това, че играят Кроу. Джем Кери. Като е интересно.
No super for Loco, no chance to mute the Lily. You're stopping power, clearly not enough to stop Loco right now. Vex is at least able to get up to 6 gems, and Prime collapses this right side of the map. So this means that things are breaking favorably now, as the gem carrier for KDS is their Crow of all people. Who wants to be diving in? Here's a hypercharge coming in from the Tara. It's going to catch Prime, who doesn't really seem bothered by it. The damage follow-up is almost enough, but the shade is going to be brought down. Another cocoon used here by Vex stays alive with 8 gems, but now Loco goes in. Hiroshi has to take the trade. Otis is a reasonable carrier of gems, but BC Gaming are about to get countdown.
Yeah, Dirk takes the 9th now, and a nice gadget there to keep them off it for the moment. Not really going to last too long, and Vex goes into the 9th of their own, and that ties the gem scoreline. And it was off the opponent's side as well, which meaning the 10th that they need will spawn on their side.
At what point can Dirk make use of this hypercharged super? It's so risky as the main gem carrier to go aggressive with that ability. He'll take some damage here as Jubileo gets stunned up. That's crucial. Tara now out of the picture. No threat of that super. Countdown for KDS. Fat Splatter continuously giving that space in mid to allow for the safe gem pickups.
Yeah, it's just trade after trade on the gems, though. Nobody making the big risk to try and take it off the opponent. And in a minute, we're going to have to work out which way that last gem's going to come. But there it is. Dirk gets one off the opponent's side, but that Sandy super will get Tara down and allow them to reclaim the 12th off BC's side.
Между другото, ако Vex беше взел единия гем,
Sandy hypercharge has dissipated. Countdown has begun, of course. There'll still be
сега ще да се били.
Vex is mindful of a Hiroshi without a fat splatter here to stop Derp. So we have another reset. Jubileo has super and is already trying to at least bluff its use.
Yeah, well, there's a missed super on the left-hand side by Loco and a missed one on the right by Jubileo there. And that's surely going to punish them as the gem is going to be dropped there by Loco. And that's the 15th that KDS, but the jump's going in. Eventually chooses to go aggressive. Will get the kill, but Vex is there to return the gems to KDS's hands.
Hypercharge super ready for Vex as well. That extra backup with the hatchlings is going to be crucial. And he sees the Lily coming thanks to the root stands. Loco's
много напрегната игра.
KDS retreat to their corner of the map and take the round.
Много напрегната игра, чат. Не знам какво мислите вие, ама...
Time and time again. This is their last chance. This is their 2025 in a singular game.
Не правят грешки KDS, бе, човек. Толкова са... не би казал, че са перфектни, но правят много малко грешки в сравнение с останалите отбори. Но пък това е много скучно, защото не рискуват.
Here comes Vex, caught out in mid, has to cocoon himself for the time being, and so Jubileo can close the gap. Hiroshi can't go 1v3 and he knows it, so he tries to give as little space as he can, play his life.
Yeah, respects it, kind of retreats a little bit, but will return to the fray when his teammates get back up, and that they do. Prime moving straight to this right side, wants to be working for a super of his own, but has to be quite scared of Loco here, and especially if he doesn't have sweet
dreams. Защо не е напрегнал, те са пуснали някаква епик музика на фонда, брат.
Burning down.
A missed shot there by Vex on Loco meant that Lily could stay alive, at least to take the clean kill and build another super. Loco's in a dangerous spot now with Hypercharge active. Still, the stands, of course, in the middle of the map allow KDS to move in, and Loco's been spotted out inside that bush, so a chance to get some of these gems back, but they are so far behind KDS.
Yeah, well, I mean, Tara's not going to use super there, and in comes Loco. Should be traded out on the flip side, though, but with that extra speed, he's not been just yet, and the Sandy can't get the shots in. He'll gadget, and that's going to be the 10th into the hands of the Crow, and a real dangerous time now for KDS if they want to take this in this set.
It's going to be hard for KDS to put this together now. They've got to cut through this help from beyond. That's frustrating for Vex, who doesn't have penetrative power, and it's just the train. Hiroshi's going to be kept at arm's length now as BC Gaming is staying alive, and they are going all the way.
They'll drag it back and take it to a set number 5 to decide both.
Pretty early on in the piece after that Tara.
12 часов обратно мова.
What BC Gaming were trying to do. Get in, take that map control.
Факт напрягнат в тези игри обаче.
At KDS, hoping to wear them down, pressure the gem carrier. And it worked out really well in that first round, right? Vex having to self-cocoon multiple times, not able to hit the super on the Loco once or twice. Allowed the Lily to get a lot of value there, but it ends up being a grind. A very close set. It's great to see BC Gaming put some quality out there.
Playing the inevitable. You're just bringing yourself into a tough position, like, you know.
Я уверен, в другие матчи играли реально.
You kind of got to do it just to delay, try to get your teammates back into it, but BC just very much in control, and you can see the smiles on their faces and what it means to them.
Что может вече да свърши?
Against, you know, a very tough opponent in KDS. We expected BC to still come into this one and do a lot better than take it to the 5th, but that's where it's going to have to be for them to get the win.
I like it, Trav. A little bit of sass there across the stage from BC Gaming. At some point, you've got to lean into that home crowd advantage. Familiar vibes here in Sao Paulo for Berlin City Club. And now they put themselves with a seat at the table, a chance to walk out of the series. Black and blue, maybe, but alive to face competition tomorrow nonetheless.
It'll be Sunny Soccer that decides who goes and will be sent.
Футбол, между другото, много такова. Много иронично, след като целият турнир е в Бразилия.
Baked into the super that allows for some pretty absurd moments and some big plays to be made. Otis, also one of the most preferred brawlers on this map, 63% win rate when brought into Sunny Soccer. I respect that. Of course, being able to have a stun is important to secure opponents off the ball. And really adds a little bit of extra lethality to that mute when combined with the hypercharge. Kenji here for Der, obviously a brawler who benefited greatly from that hypercharge, but even before that came in, having healing on his gadget, being able to like reduce that first hit you take by a very large amount. But here it is, BC Gaming gonna mix that tank and heal in.
It's what you asked for. It's what you wanted, and the tank and heal is there. Really, really solid, and especially on a map like this as well. You know, there's a few Brawl Ball maps here and there that come in and out of the competitive map pool that you can't really use throwers on. But like, one is an absolute specialty for a thrower, and Berry will not be a complaint from BC Gaming. Frank going to come rolling on in then. Will he be able to soak up a lot of that damage from Kenji? And you know, Kenji's, you know, he's not going to be able to deal masses and masses of damage to the Ollie, to the Frank, and they might just be able to overwhelm.
And he doesn't have that level of mobility.
Проблема на BC в момента е, че взеха тролъра, Франка ще отвори малко бързо. И сега им трябва нещо с рейндж, мисля, че ще бъде Отис, възможно и да е нещо друго, естествено. Хит Лада.
I really thought KDS would round this comp out with some sort of sustained.
Това е изненадващо. KDS заиграят агресив комбо.
Hiroshi's stun and ability to open up the map, and Vex, of course, absurd range with a jump gadget plus hypercharge on that hypnotize.
Това е много агресив комбо.
Really flush with CC.
Притеснявам се, че KDS няма да го изпълнят от това. Сега ще ги видим, да, ама както не рискуват, може ли само в моята глава, че не рискуват, не знам. Но не знам дали при тях беше последно, като гледахме хита, ма не беше най-добре хит. Кой крещи, бе, брат?
three of them pinned into the left-hand side, and a much better look for KDS here as the pinch was coming in, but there's the bull going very aggressive. The hypnotize is there, and the jump forward, I think he was trying to get the ball, but he ends up on the back of Hiroshi and can't get too much done. Managed to trade, but Dirt looking like he's going to self-pass. Go for it!
Nice!
To get it through Vex to score the opening goal.
And there it is. I talked about why Mo is popular on this map. It's the same idea. Having a super with mobility that allows you
много лош мис тук на кенджите.
He could slip that by him and get the job done. Loco struggling to juggle there against that hypnotize and nicely done. Lockdown.
Къде отиде Берито, бе, брат?
Yeah, that's one way to answer, and now a lot
Що реши да си тръгне?
They're rolling on in, but can they have an answer? There's the hypercharge from Prime, but the knockback is there.
Вау!
Hypercharge is available over.
Това беше красиво.
Rolling on in, but can they have an answer? There's the hypercharge from Prime, but the
Това беше красиво, няма да лъжа.
Foot forward in our decider set. Surely the nerve starting to set in now for KDS as BC Gaming have a real playmakers comp. Three brawlers with great mobility, conditionally at least.
Не играят достатъчно агресивно, имам чувство KDS. Гледай какво прави той, бе, брат. Олито, брат, къде е Олито през цялото това време? Доджва Бери удари. Не знам как не дропна топката между другото. No way!
Just got a lot more interesting, Trav. Well, a double match point. We couldn't ask for more in the day one elimination games. Really nice stuff from both teams. But what
no way,
from
bro.
KDS for that early onslaught in brawl ball from BC. Gonna decide it all. Who go, of course.
Insane.
Back to Sunny Soccer. Loco with possession now. Hiroshi's trying to take a little bit of space, but Jubilee was waiting for him. Open arms. Takes the feline menace.
Nice.
Here's Vex pressured down now. Prime with a super that doesn't really affect anybody in Jubilee.
Добре.
To walk it up in.
Един гол за BC.
Amazing team play from BC Gamer, but here's the supers readily available from KDS. Super gets baited out.
Oh, no wash super от Vex. No wash super от Vex.
But they've got to, stay alive. Manage to get to a point where that's going to matter. Loco with a super in. Hooney with one of his own. Now the defensive super by the Ollie. Gets it to the right-hand side.
Nice.
Not enough. And the push through is there from BC. They stay alive. And KDS are sent packing.
Брат, много малко беше.
The door for the next generation in South America remains open here at the last chance qualifier.
Тъпо име. И на мен би им било тъпо, брат. Въпреки, че губят от много по-експириенс плеери на земята на експириенс плеерите и губят с много малко, естествено, ще има тъпо. Но предикшън ми е правилен. Аз съм доволен. Иначе KDS спечелиха уважението ми поне. Мисля, добре си играха момчетата. Но много скучно според мен. В смисъл, играят скучно. Не можаха да го полъпнат това нещо.
Yeah, it's a big team to be scared of. BC Gaming, 3 absolute powerhouses. They might have some tough matchups in the future, but today they live on.
Up next, we have to say goodbye to yet another team, unfortunately, either Up, Core, or Chapter, or Happiness. Stay tuned.
Това също е много скучен матч. Надявам се поне да е бърз чата от Happiness, да се загубят 3 игри и да приключвам. Чай, това Тони Стораро ли беше? Чат, защо Тони Стораро е на Brawl Stars World Cup? Чат, това е Тони Стораро. No way, брат. Тони Стораро е на Brawl Stars World Cup. Инсейн, какви хора имаме.
我们对 UPC 了解不是很多，但是我们战胜他们应该没有问题。
We don't have much information about Chapter of Happiness, but I don't want to take them lightly as well, because if they qualified for LCQ, they must have something in them. So yeah, we'll try our best. We'll not take them lightly and perform our best.
It's time for yet another elimination match here at the last chance qualifier. Still in Sao Paulo, still with Uber and Trev by my side. Super happy to be here with you. We're now looking at Upcore Esports versus Chapter of Happiness. We will have to say goodbye to one of those teams, unfortunately, and it's a bit of a clash between underdog teams.
Definitely. I think the whole idea behind the Upcore project was to put India on the Brawl Stars map, right? They've had to fight through sub-regions. They compete here in their own South Asia region, but they don't get to make it to Brawl Cup because they run into whoever the next Spark.
Yeah, it's been a a tough year playing second fiddle, it really is. But they're in a position now to move on against the team who in reality they should be beating in Chapter of Happiness. So it's going to be a huge moment for them. Can they get it done or can't they?
Both of them, unfortunately, lost quite early on this morning. 3-0, 3-1. Chapter of Happiness now coming in, and they've been looking okay in scrims. We don't have that much scrim data, though. Only about 28 sets in total that they scrimmed. So, of course, they would lose out against Reply Total.
Yeah, I mean, we don't quite know why there's so little data. It's either they're struggling.
Slightly worrying, though.
it could be that they're struggling to get scrims from like a lot of the teams at this event because they're prioritizing opponents that they think are a little bit tougher. Upcore, though, of course, come from another really overlooked region where it's hard to develop within that region, but they've done it here with this team, of course. Prashad is someone that we've seen him on that Revenant roster in the past. There was concern about whether Yash could even be here. So the fact that Upcore have their full roster can really represent their home region, not have to bring Zulan onto the team to replace Yash, I think is going to fill them with confidence. They get to show what their region can do.
Insane Zulan пак да участва.
Especially, I think the one with the most experience on these kind of stages needs to pull his weight here in the last chance.
Индия срещу Китай, между другото.
You said we don't have that much scrim data, we don't know much about them, but they got obliterated earlier on, and you've got to expect that they're going to come into this one as the underdogs.
Това ще е епик поне заради това, защото е Индия срещу Китай. Но ако индийците играят добре, колкото Сърджент игра, това е GG. Бомшутър Парагонуато Юми. В чат спиви се.
Apparently we don't believe in them either.
Look, it's just business, guys. You know what I mean?
Case,
no hard feelings, no hard feelings.
In any case, this is going to be a day 2 or bust for both of those teams. To one of those teams, you will have to say
Чат, ще се разсърдите ли, ако спра да стримам просто до тук?
Still move on into day 3 to still fight for that golden ticket to World Finals. Now, I hope they're not too nervous. They already played on the stage before. They did have some LAN experience before. I want to see them right now.
Only the strongest will survive. Give it up and welcome once again on stage.
Маля, говорите, ако така се обърка. Upcore Esports! Да, що има руски акцент, като от Бразилия. Ето ги влизат китайчетата. Китайчетата срещу индийчетата, брат. И това ще е пик контент. Китай срещу Индия, брат.
On the right, and it's an interesting one, those two regions anyway, because in China we had a little bit of a different setting overall. We had the challenge that would qualify a team for a Brawl Cup, and now we had the championship
То в Китай реално наистина е по-странно класирането всъщност. Може би затова не го дават тук, защото там е друго. И въпреки това. Бая, този стрим ще мога да го използвам за фарма клип. Буквално мога да направя клип от всяка една игра. Да се възползвам максимално.
They like to play standard. They've got a good understanding of what makes good brawl right now. Whereas Chapter Happiness, they are Trunk lovers. They've been 100% in scrims with Trunk, only 3 games. They brought him in that previous series, and he looked really good. Just wasn't quite enough in the end.
Yeah, I mean, this is the tough thing. We've got 2 teams from 2 regions who are very separated from the rest of the Brawl Stars Championship. And that's the thing, as you mentioned. If a team can pivot, get along with some of the other teams, get those scrims in, they're going to be able to alter what they're doing, adjust to the meta. And only Upcore have had that ability. As we mentioned, Chapter of Happiness have barely had any scrims as it is, so how are they going to get hold of that meta and get used to it?
Maybe they just have some aces up their sleeves that they didn't want to give away too early. They didn't want to scrim and show all of their cards. We have 62% of you at home voting for Upcore, so they went along with what we already felt. Who would take that one?
Интересно е наистина, защото не сме ги гледали тия отбори до сега. И реално...
For both of those, it's already a huge success to even stand here. One of those teams can move on to day 2. That's going to be huge.
Смятам, че скоро ще бият, ама... Не е много хайп, защото нататък скоро според мен няма че. Ще видим как ще играят, бе. Тук доминират мега силно.
But Character Happiness, they need to lunge into those things, I feel. The cheesier comps, things that, you know, aren't the norm, but can give you a bit of an upper hand against a team who you are the underdog against.
I would have loved to see Mina left open. She's going to be banned out. Unfortunately, we won't see her just yet from those 2 teams. Ruffs is going to be the
това, което забелязвам от китайските отбори, между другото, е, че не правят много грешки. Мисля, че това им е силата на китайските отбори. Да, те не са най-добрите механически, въпреки че видяхме Toxic Lotus и Engine какво направиха. Но мисля, че най-специалното на китайските отбори е, че не правят толкова грешки.
Pretty conservative, open to the draft here. Both these teams are trying to leave them in a position to sort of make counter picks. A Chapter of Happiness, of course, they get last picks, so a chance if they're not so drilled.
Единственият индиец, който гледахме до сега, игра супер добре механически. Сега ще видим как ще се тил. Не очаквам да е същото за това. Това много да си иска да кажеш, че всички индийци играят еднакво. Сега да кажем, че Ленайн и Семантик играят по един същи начин. Нищо общо.
On this map is crucial, being able to blind and also take away ammo to control that space, something you really want to lean into.
Примерно,
yeah, I like Kaze. It's, you know, designed to be one of the most versatile brawls with so much kit, so you can't blame
Kaze и Джей Йонг
into the blind, into the unknown with
не е лош драфт между другото, кефима за сега.
And if they don't massively account for the aggression, they can still go.
Крол със сигурност ще пречи на топ постоянен хилинг от Джей Йонг. И освен това ще може да скача да се убива. Найс пик. Ръвс не ме кефи много в трябва да чесъм. Но видяхме, че работи на някакви геймове. Имаше победи днес. Не знам какъв му е win rate, но и трябва да е файн. Да, те го играят главно срещу ако пикнат танк.
Do the double down here. Will they pick the Draco that has been banned out on every single hot zone map so far?
Yeah, it's tough. I think with that Cordelius, that's a real warning sign not to try and pick one of those tanks or individuals like and give yourself a pretty potent side lane.
Честно казвам, Chapter of Happiness най-повече ми харесва, въпреки че този крол много добре контри Джей Йонг. Но сега ще разберем. Гледай, брат, те ще заспят манеци. Колко часа в Бразилия в момента?
Chapter of Happiness here, nothing too cheesy, a very solid, safe draft. They respect the Cordelius pick most importantly, and it might be a little bit tough here for that Trishan to do a whole lot on a longer side lane trap.
Yeah, exactly, but when she gets into this kind of
момента е 6 часа. Стрима започна преди 4 часа и половина. Реално, те са започнали да играят на обяд.
This Amber is the problem. You can see that Upcore are a little concerned about it. They're about to get back into the game here after that early Kaze run from 10k, who's deep behind enemy lines yet again. This time stopped in his tracks by the Rup, who has a hyper super ready to give over to Cordelius.
Yeah, Trishant was going to go for that power up there, but thought better to just leave it. He was at risk of going down and didn't want to waste that ability. Now the hypercharge comes in from Ashking and it's huge. So much damage dealt, but not enough to get this control of the middle. But it is pretty 50-50 at the moment, about 40-50 overall, and Trishant getting some game, or getting some ground back into the...
Реално Корделиус сега умре, губили хайпера, който му е дал. Нали? Не би трябвало. Добра атака между другото. Добра, ама не е много добра.
And now 69% accounting for Upcore Esports. Duchang forced out of the map by this persistent poke and has to give up the ghost.
It's going to be really difficult to make a move here, and Trishant just really barreling down on them over and over again. And they can't get anywhere. They can probably eat all this amber damage and still move forwards. But choosing to just respect him, move back for now. Crow goes for an aggressive jump. And this should be the percent trickling all the way up to 100. And that's a great start for Upcore.
They're starting to get a feel for the kind of tempo the Kaze is looking to play at. She is obviously limited.
Играят на високо темпо между другото наистина. Индийците си цъкат. А пък ти за да държиш това темпо, наистина ти трябва да си добре механически. Ще ви казвам, че чатър Happiness отстъпват на... Според мен има една идея по-трудно да играят в това темпо.
It's really hard to rattle them, I think, by getting in their face. They've seen enough brawl to know better.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult here, and especially with the Amber in this kind of super from Trishant in the realm. Should be able to win that one pretty easily and then be behind them as well, and that really works well for him. You've mentioned a few times now, Trishant on an absolute tear, and he's not stopping
nice.
There. Gets the three-piece and returns to the safety of his team.
Yeah, I mean, that Geisha form gameplay has been
това беше много супер от Amber.
Where the Kaze is at all times in Trishant there, out of the Shadow Realm, low enough can pop up and take the Kaze once more. And it's been tough for Valentine to hand out value on this Jaeyoung quite often. Playing solo.
Много висок темпо. Обаче проблемът е, че в това темпо правят грешки. Но добре се справя чата от Happiness, въпреки че са може би по-слабия тим тъбаха. Правят добре.
And Ashking will go for a hypercharge of his own, and that should be the killing blow in this first set. Trishant going to get that third kill, and that is going to take all the way up to 100 here. Chapter of Happiness, they've had the moment to bring this back, and I think that's a definite now.
98% count. This is Upcore Esports with a very confident start to this series and a really reasonable draft. They leave it open.
Иначе виждам темпото, което и Revenant се опитаха да наложат и наложат. Разликата според мен е, че при Revenant срещу Inner Circle първия рунд и двата отбора искаха да играят агресивно. А сега по-скоро виждам, че Chapter of Happiness не им се иска да играят толкова бързо, толкова агресивно, толкова навътре в играта. А всъщност им се наложи, защото искат, не искат. Темпото е такова и трябва да следват темпото. Смятам, че това беше заради това загубиха толкова лесно.
Indian players really wanting to make a name for not only themselves but the country they come from as well in the Brawl Stars competitive scene.
Look at that brawl speed that Trishant gets to work with. I think if you go back and revisit this composition, this Chapter of Happiness, you've got to ask the question, how can we better set Kaze up to take the game over? She's got amazing space control inside Super when that Geisha form, but outside of that, her poke is limited, short range. Those moments of stealth that she gets from switching can be read into pretty easily. It's hot zone. That stealth doesn't really mean nearly as much. It's obvious you're usually trying to play to the objective and are in that vicinity. And I'd hope that the Amber could continue to be a threat, but eventually you start to see Upcore play around it. Respect the damage from Duchang that's be able to put out, try to avoid grouping up, and spread to the side lanes. Take that control and roller on the point. Good adjustment here from Upcore. sole representatives from India, the exception, of course, of Sergeant Clash at this tournament as well. Off to Undermine next. Another map with those side lanes are very important.
Yeah, it's a huge one. You know, with the grass on the sides, it gives it this illusion of it being really closed off. But you know, some quick wall breaks, you know, a bit of a grass break in there, and it can really make it quite a long-range map, not only down those sides but through the middle as well. So, got to pick accordingly here. I think either go those more aggressive units and just gain control and not let them break, or go something a bit more versatile.
Being able to bully into the map and collapse it to give your safe gem carrier a lot of space to scoop in is really important. The moment that your gem carrier gets to take an opponent's side spawning gem, you've not only found the lead, but it signifies that you've been able to really master the middle part of the map. To take strong duelists in these side lanes. Amber's still reasonable for Duchang if he wants to go that way. But of course, we've seen how powerful the Cordelia is, and the Otis has been hit very commonly. I also think those ambushes with the Oli Hyper are pretty terrifying on this map. Coming in off those side lanes, hidden by grass and hitting the enemy gem carrier. You need to play ultra safe if you have that mid assignment in this map.
I mean, as his name's mentioned, he's banned out. Oli will not be played here, along with the Mina and the Kit on the side of Upcore Esports, and then the Lily, Charlie, and the Cordelia is banned out by Chapter of Happiness. So good bans across the way, 6 different ones of that as well, which should give us quite a nice metaphor for this map. And there's the Otis, as mentioned by you as well. It's one that's so strong, and we see that Kaze coming in over the left as well. Didn't work for them in the last, but giving it another chance.
And again, when Otis first made it into the game and people realized how powerful that super was, it was winning basically any 1v1. We started seeing him used in this way. Being updated with a hypercharge, only sort of brought him back, brought them back into vogue, so to speak. But what's the follow-up going to be? You can leave your mid until later because there's so many good candidates, but Janet comes up here, not only being able to stay alive with those gems in the countdown, but challenge for gem control by, in that invulnerable flight mode, being able to drop bombs on the enemy carrier. That's a little bit scary for Chapter of Happiness. If they fall behind, they'll never catch the Janet. They'll just lose deterministically as you trade gems. And if they get ahead, there's always the threat of her popping out of nowhere and taking them away in a way that you can't respond to.
Yeah, I mean, it can really deteriorate your mindset, having that Janet just being so unreachable in the last few seconds here as well. Bonnie going to come in then for the Chapter of Happiness side, and I do like that one too.
One of Chapter of Happiness' favorite brawlers to pick in scrims here in Sao Paulo, a 0% win rate.
Well, it doesn't bode well then. I was about to say, I just said I really like it, but I shouldn't have let you speak. I should have kept my happiness myself and just carried on speaking, as you've kind of just taken all the
No, I've closed the book on that chapter.
Yeah.
Sorry, mate.
Yeah.
Hate to break to you.
And you even have to top it off with a really bad one as well. So, you know, what better way to really put a nail in the coffin?
Oh, he served me up with a Gen Z stare after that one. Also, Lumi, a very popular pick for Chapter of Happiness, right? It's been reasonable in terms of its performance for them in scrims. Ali is it's unbelievably spicy. The fact that Ali can jump over those fences with ease in stealth, she's able to use the leap as opposed to the dash.
Ali ne eli like najlošiji brawler v momentu. On je top 5 najlošiji brawler v momentu.
You've got fear an Ali coming out of nowhere just chomping you down.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, even when you're in the back lines, there's positions on this map where you kind of feel quite safe in the back left and right behind that wall where nobody can reach you. Ali's one of the brawlers who can do just that and gets off to a very fast start by leaping over that same wall on their defensive side to gain some ground against Yao Chang.
Here's Trishant. Yao Chang in trouble, able to win it out. The Lumi's got that ridiculous damage output. Banner Blades here. Ash King does not want to challenge into that, so gets back to a safer distance.
Oh,
gets that good map
добро начало за Chapter of Happiness.
Unravel, as we've just seen here. And remember that Ali Super does % of current health damage. It's a great initiate tool to do a big chunk to someone like Valentine, who is a pretty high HP brawler in general. But playing out the mid like this, that's not really where Ali shines.
Yeah, I feel like you kind of got to stay down the sides, just keep your lane and hope your teammates can, you know, retain theirs. Here he goes to the left-hand side now, makes a little bit of a change.
What? Fuck, как не буквально?
Retain theirs. Here he goes to the left-hand side now.
Това беше тук, брат, буквално. Седом беше от
That is going to put Upcore on even footing. Valentine going to be hard to ping down at the best of times here. Trishant's demonstrating, but being able to get that gem parity is pretty big. Ruben Frost in times out. There's Duchang trying to use it to control that left side lane. It's not to be. 10K can be a secondary gem carrier, or at least jump in, dash in, grab some of them for themselves, but hit with the mute here, they're going to hand that over to Yash.
Well, that's a hypercharge being used by Valentine. Now you better hope he makes good use of it, or that's going to be a big waste. And what was the need? What was the need? He really can't do too much. But I don't think it was too much of a risk either.
It was a deterrent. In case they dive the body, you can get the stun on the way out or maybe set up some sort of counter play. Big hit though on Ash. They're going to have to jump away. This is a countdown here for Upcore now. It's 10K. Going out barely on that left side of the map, but this is too much of a gem lead for Chapter of Happiness to match themselves. They got to go in and they get them dropped. Nice super there from Duchang. Does connect. And now it's going to be Otis with the gems. A fat splatter to perfect maneuverability.
Yeah, it was going to be a close one from the mid, I think, but I think they've come to the realization that they might not be able to do it from that position. Going in now as well, jumps there, can't get the kill, and a hypercharge would have been the green there, but the kills there from 10K. Should be able to get out here as well. Super dropped, and the turnaround is huge.
Oh, no way, brat.
Full collapse from Chapter of Happiness, and 10K walks away with 19 gems. Upcore just gave up too much space on the map, allowed that Kaze to get close, and those Lumi supers really devastated them when they hit.
Yeah, I mean, that's the tough break for them now. You're kind of in a position where you're expecting to win that game quite comfortably, and it gets turned on you like that. Real nice move from Chapter of Happiness there to kind of stop them from walking away with this one. See, they get that game and things start to get a better hand.
And Ali ends up looking like a little bit more of a blunt object than a, you know, a precision.
Просто видишь, как стрелы сички делают.
Let's see what Trushan can do, but is forced into these fights against 10K. The gadget active. I feel like you're favored there, but 10K is very healthy. You've got to use that maneuverability. You'd think that Ali is sort of best at fighting in those environs, but many brawlers 1v1 as well as Kaze does.
Yeah, and this is the thing as well, it's so easy to miss when you're jumping. It's quite a lot easier to hit when you're just dashing. So it can be a bit of a hurt rather than a help in those kind of positions. But Trushan definitely taking advantage of it now, ripping through the back lines of Chapter of Happiness. But on the offensive side, 10K goes aggressive, and he will pop mid-air like a firework.
And that extra move speed.
Pop mid-air like a firework, nice.
Really overwhelming for Chapter of Happiness. And now there's count maybe for Trushan being there. Valentine has to pop super for it now. Ash King almost gets pinched between those two slow zones. 10K's looking threatening with a hypercharge at the ready. Trushan though has to go up against the Lumi.
Мисля, че 10K може да направи дабл кил тук, като играе, но ама ще му бъде трудно. Реално може да атакува дженкерито. Мисля, че това е правилният вариант. And he just goes and wastes super. Fat Splatter not going to reset that healing either. And there's a super from Xiao Chang down the left. Gets Trushan caught in that tough position. He'll be forced to retreat as well.
They're on the Otis right now. 10K still happy to try and chase after the Janet here, but has to be aware that Otis is lurking in his side lane. Trushan has to win, but this lane swap putting Duchang onto the left has been a problem for Upcore. They haven't been able to find an edge, and their left side has collapsed for them entirely.
Yeah, they're going to be the ones needing the massive turnaround in this game, and a Janet hypercharge might be the spark that lights that fire. Valentine has a jump of his own, but Trushan can't get around that side. There's the reset. Didn't realize they had one in the hands of that player, and the Fat Splatter will deter 10K a little bit too.
Trushan do. Just one gem here would be massive. Puts them ahead by 2 into the countdown. No, they're going to take a Chapter of Happiness side spawning gem. That's pretty big.
Проблема е, че бонито не може да атакува.
And there's Trushan. Duchang brought down. Hypercharge going to be popped over for 10K, but it's a super here for Ash King. Safe for now, but only for the time being. 10K though is low. Struggle to go in. Valentine hits the stun though. The hyper super from the body makes the difference. Trushan though gets to step in and clean out the gems, and 10K's living awful dangerously, but didn't come out with enough gems to put themselves in a winning position. Yash just soaks up that Lumi super, says that's fine by me. But Ash King's under pressure. Another super though will have him invulnerable until the end of the round, and 20 gems is good enough
Не стане, всеки ден е велик ден.
Yeah, they really just needed that Janet there to reset and get the gems back on their side, but just not going to happen in that certain situation. Really unfortunate for them. Some great plays all the way through, but this time it was Upcore who kind of walked away with it at the end. Chapter of Happiness going to need this game now, as this could really, as I say, get out of hand quickly if Upcore take this second.
Trushan had a great start to that second round. Really got the motor running for Upcore. This time stopped in his tracks as Duchang's able to find the damage. Upcore really getting pinched here into one part of the map. There's 10K, but this team is so threatening. We talked about having great side laners here, and I mean, Lumi and Kaze is about as good as it gets. Leaves Upcore with not a lot of space to work with.
decent damage on Ash King, but he is going to go down nonetheless. Prashant coming in, and he doesn't get the desired damage. Actually, no damage at all.
Круасан звучи като круасан, брат. Сори, ама ти го викам круасан. Много по-яко е, брат. Представиш да си кажеш круасан в Brawl Stars.
Down the bottom and gives Prashant an opening.
Allez, croissant.
He needs to make use of this collapse now to start flicking Valentine's position. Maybe even force the super out of the Bonnie, as that's always going to be out of jail free card for them. And he gets what he came for. Gets that super pop. Duchang now with that damage is kind of insane. And what a connection on the Ash King. 10k gets to walk away with 2 gems, and Duchang sets off the countdown. Invisible in this kind of round, and Chapter of Happiness look like there's more to be written. As they're poised to take away gem grab. Unless Prashant and Aspen close the gap, but there's not really enough time. They'll get a reset at least. Gems drop 10k to snap them up. It's going to buy some time for the rest of Upcore to get in a threatening position, but Ash King has to have his wits about him here.
Yeah, I mean, if he takes to the sky, he's not going to get the damage needed, I don't think, unless he perfectly drops these bombs on him. Nobody's joining him from that side. Prashant just getting over now as well. Can they get the damage in? Might be able to find it. Prashant still in the back line to hypercharge is there. The body will go from left to right. Can he clean up? Prashant looking for the opening over the wall, and he doesn't have the ammo. Just about gets away now and continues.
No way, bro.
Dash flashing the super, saying, "Do not come near me." But 5 gems might be too much of a proposition to ignore for a Chapter of Happiness. They don't have map controls. They don't have the distance. They're not close enough at all to threaten this. And out from nowhere, Upcore pull the rug on Chapter of Happiness.
Още една победа за Upscore. Този матч между другото също ми е интересен. Ама какво да правиш? Няма да свърши по-бързо. Реално не ме бърка истински за тия тимове, защото не мисля, че могат да спечелят срещу големите отбори. Някакво играят файн, ама
LCQ is expecting Prashant to pick up some more of those stable
не мисля, че е достатъчно.
Make use of that veterancy and allow maybe Yash and Ash King to show what they're made of, but it is tough to play the alley in this position. You are
много е 3 човека ме гледат в 12:30, за да на всички, които ме гледат.
Just forcing the Bonnie super out might be enough. And that's what Prashant was able to do quite regularly.
Реално съм за скоро само заради предикшена ми.
Being able to jump away when you're under threat. She has so many windows of invulnerability that when you have a lead, it's really hard to take it off.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. There was a moment there where
he
could have just been taken down and the gems away to equalize that score. But there was just so many moments, as you say, where he can get away. When he's locked down by the Lumi, I'll just shoot a shot, I'll just jump away, stay alive. I'll take flight when people are in my face. Like, it's really solid. And Bonnie, you know, she's got some things like that. The jump away can keep her alive. But it's so easily baited out in situations where you don't want to use it and you have to.
And in those scrappy fights when everything sort of breaks down and there's, you know, frantic running back and forth across the map, Bonnie does not have the fire rate, really. She only stores 1 shot, and her reload time is relatively long. So she does great damage, but boy, if you don't hit your shots, you are not doing a damn thing in those sort of situations.
Да, мисля, че скоро имат малко повече адвантаж в Браво.
You know, they might have car save, but you know, we've got good damage from the Janna, and more importantly, Ali, who is disgusting when she can play from those bushes. We're up to Brawl Ball next post. It's going to be Pinhole Punt. And this is Upcore's last chance here to get some game time in on stage, lest they be banished out of the LCQ.
Yeah, it's going to be a big moment for them, or, you know, a real disappointing one at the same time if they do lose this. A huge turnaround is needed, and if you ask me, I just don't know if they've got it in them. When you've lost 2 sets like that against an opponent who, you know, is arguably one of the closest to them in skill in this competition, I feel these are 2 of arguably the weaker teams in the last chance qualifier. You need to be getting sets on the board earlier than this. I just don't see that reverse sweep happening. As much as I'd love to see it, Chapter of Happiness have had a disappointing 2 sets.
The last chance to play the Trunky Boy. That's all I'm saying. Not so sure if it's what you're after on a map like Brawl, but Pinhole Punt.
Просто нека свърши този матч, please.
Usually want a few more walls to sort of punish with that ability. Regardless, let's talk about what is on the table in front of us here. We've got Bands of Hank, which is been a pick for Chapter of Happiness on occasion. Lumi, really scary from the Chinese roster. Definitely don't want to deal with that. And so the Finks gets brought in. Man, that hypercharge that allows you to create that time zone around you, it's incredible for basically just cancelling out those projectiles. Chapter of Happiness realized also that that affects throwers. Trying to play throwers, their projectiles get slowed to a crawl. It's really hard to hit whoever's inside that field.
It goes with the same with Kenji supers and stuff like that as well. A brawler who
the fish just like slows down, right?
It's a very, very slow super when used. Only going to come rolling on in then on that skateboard for Chapter of Happiness, and he's a brawler that's very solid, as is Otis. Two great picks, I'd argue, from Chapter of Happiness here.
And this is what we're seeing in mainland China as of this year. Their draft understanding has really exploded, right? Star Dragon was a huge proponent of this on Toxic Lotus, and it has trickled down to some of these other teams from this region. Very glad to see that here. Maybe New Heights Gaming able to show us the same, in their matches when we get them. Ruff's here for Upcore and Cordelia. So once again, your answer to these extremely powerful brawlers like Otis is to take a powerful duelist, someone who can drag them down into that Shadow Realm and deny the ability to use super. That mute is important for Otis to win those 1v1s.
Yeah, I mean, two really strong brawlers on both sides here. I feel the Cordelius and the Ruffs are kind of powerhouses on the up-core side, and Fink's just there to kind of delay shots, be that support brawler along with the Ruffs.
Буквално нормален Chapter of Happiness, брат. Контрол броуър, спид броуър и танк. Честно казвам съм за обскор, защото поне играят броуър. Време Финкс не сме го виждали днеска, брат. Малко разнообразие. За да ми омръзват тази комбинация Джей Йонг с Отис и то другия маняк.
Out of the action for a short time. So Dilchung trying to step up here. Going to be knocked aside though by Yash, who really wants to make use of those pushes, and the class by Trashan is good, but 10k!
No way,
he made a break for it, and Upcore are far too slow to respond.
Yeah, it's an embarrassing start for Upcore there. All three players still alive, and the ball just sneaks in down that left-hand side. That's one that they're not going to be pleased about if this turns into a bit of a comeback for Chapter of Happiness. Some good shots for Yash here as well. Trashan will realm 10k over the left-hand side and get the kill on it. This is the return they were looking for after a disappointing start.
Slower though, choking here for Upcore, but still just as effective. They've got the ball deep in enemy territory, and a time zone set up here for Ash means those projectiles are nullified. Ash King walks it in, sit on the throne and take your goal in response.
Yeah, really good response for them there as well. Valentine going to throw down the fat splatter onto this side where Ruffs is, and he just provides a power-up as well to Ash King, which gives him his hypercharge. Just needs to work for that super now to really make use of it and go aggressive. Gets a couple of shots on Yao Shang here as well. 10k down this left-hand side, has a super, can't use it whilst in this realm. Bear in mind, Trashan barreling on down towards him. And he might end up on Valentine, which isn't a match we should be winning, but he actually took a few shots somewhere else. Thighs there, and 10k gets the kill, but a super thrown to the left-hand side, delays a little bit. Can he find that gap through? Chooses to do the 1-2 back to Valentine, and that's going to delay it. Trashan picks up that power-up, and that's going to be big in the late game.
Oh, hypercharge news there. He thinks he can chase 10k down just within this super. He might not be right there. 10k is going to be able to pull him out of the Shadow Realm and get back into the game. Oh, great off the gadget there from 10k. That would have hypnotized Trashan and made him an easy meal. We've had a bit of a stalemate breakout on the map. Dilchung is not incentivized to take the ball here. Yash looks threatening, and Ash King has that mid-control.
Yeah, much needed survival for Trashan there as he had the power up, and now hypercharge is there along with it as well. Gets it in flip though as 10k goes through. What a return to a position that is from Ash King. Turns back the clock and gets in front of the goal to stop that ball going forward.
At some point though, Upcore have to engage their strategy to advance the game state. There's Trashan, hypercharge super, Valentine not getting away from this one. Maybe not the target you're always going for, but 10k falls very quickly, and now you're starting to feel a burst of confidence. Opening up the map with the what was that? The ball just gets past that Dilchung.
Someone just walk it in, bro. Just walk it in. It's so easy. Trashan goes in there as well. Can't actually get out there, I should say, as 10k does go in.
Мисля, че и коментаторите вече не им се гледат този матч. Just lock it in, брат. Just lock it in.
Straight back to him should help along the way.
And then Ash King Super is massive here in overtime, right? It's an open map, so anything that mitigates the effect of those projectiles is very important. It's tough for Cordelius, who no longer has any walls. He has to hit these long-range shots to drag people in the Shadow Realm. And so Yash is the first to fall. Valentine comes up with a hypercharge. Trashan drags him down. That leaves Ash King having to defend on his own. It's a scary situation. 10k with the ball and just gets it over the line. A back and forth start in this brawl ball. Chapter of Happiness.
Брат, тия сега ако тръгнат да обръщат, просто закривай, брат. Мисъл... Що обръщат, брат, просто да бяха били предните игри.
And Travis big mad, folks. I'll give it to you straight. Upcore could have had it there, but a little bit of a stumble. Just as they're looking to close out the series, perhaps those land jitters setting in now. Prashant hits that super, but it's actually too low to fight. 10k even in the Shadow Realm at 100 health, so it would just take the Ollie out of the game. And yeah, it doesn't actually come out on top. This is pretty disastrous stuff. Too much poke taken by the Mushroom Man. But the ball
at least get
to play the game a little longer.
Gadget out and Jiao Chang forced to retreat as well. Now that Weekend Warrior coming in, trying to get some damage forward. 10k is there, trying to barrel forward. Get the ball, the Realm just before. Still should be forced in, but Trishant in the Realm might not be able to stop this and can't. And that's going to be one up for Chapter of Happiness.
You can see how much Upcore respects the Ollie. Massive health pool, mobility, being able to pass the ball to yourself and also see
Чат, смятам да приключа с стрима. Мисля да си легна и да си го гледа докато успивам. Има ли някой в чата, който ще ми се сърди, ако направя така? Виждам, че има един човек. Който вече е петия час на сен. Аз направих 6 часа стрим без да съм го обмислил.
Going to retract that statement, say good super, and 10k coming barreling forward on his skateboard. Yeah, really nice there, but a good return from Yash on that side, who already has a power-up. Trishant is going to
run. Добре, никой не пише нищо, така че ще ви оставам ап. Добре, и я дай да видим, ако бият сега. Представете свето като на момента мина. Наричат се лампички. Са буквално... Чакай.
Prashant's able to play in a bit of a individualistic fashion. Caught by a gadget, but still wins the duel against the Ollie. That's step one in the game plan for Upcore.
Така е по принцип, да. Тъмничко. Проснава се. Ой, апскор са на едно. Ема.
India's team are poised to extend themselves a lifeline here at the last chance.
Така е перфектно, нали? Оф, чай, че пак почнаха да правят на късно.
Just finding a few connecting meteors onto him, the heals there from Yao Chang as well. And Prashant just coming around the back, will get hypnotized and should be taken out. A few heals from Yao Chang will keep 10k back in the mix, but eventually he falls.
Nice connection there from Yash. Once again, the centerpiece factor for Chapter of Happiness is the Ollie. So losing him early does not bode well. And Ash King is a bit of a problem now. Starting to pin. Trishant takes Duchung down and still has that super available. So Valentine's going to be taking out the game.
Поставя, Терало, какво правиш толкова късно буден? Ти не си ли лягаше в 10?
Duchung to be the last one standing as the dust settles.
Now, I thought he was going to have the coldest trick shot ever there. He just baits out the wall break and just goes the other side of the goal. Would have been incredible, but Upcore not quite getting that goal in. Doesn't affect them too much. It's still 0-0 in this game. And 10k just waiting for an opportunity to count here. Mashking down the right side. In he goes, and that's an aggressive move.
Прав търговище. Пътувам се, ясно. Не лягай си, че ще стане късно. Инсейн, между другото, брат, Chapter of Happiness наистина ще вземат да тръгнем да обръщат. И ще гледаме този матч до 2 часа.
That's perfect. And it shows you that Jaeon don't just protect, he attacks sometimes as well. Whoa, he's done it again, hasn't he? I think Prashant's feeling the tides turn against him now as Duchung is being much more active now in an aggressive sense.
Yeah, Ash with his power up really wants to survive here, and that realm from Trishant will allow him to do just that. They need these power-ups in these closing seconds of the walls, and the grass being broken down in the mid bit by bit should put Ollie in a tough position, but he's thriving in it. Will go down now in a 3v1. Might be an opportunity to gain some ground.
Prashant with another super, he cycled them really effectively. Now that hypercharge means he's guaranteed the elimination within the Shadow Realm, but 10k hits the double stun. Oh, that could have been devastating for Upcore, but Prashant still has possession.
Insane.
They're still alive. They still have a chance.
Okay.
Nice score for Upcore, evening up the game in the last 20.
Остана с отбора електричари. Биха си и сега са... Утре ще ги гледам. То реално е 3 дена това нещо. Днеска е само първата квалификация. Днеска отпадат 4 отбора, утре отбарат 4 отбора и третия ден играят Джобелски.
would love to be able to find a hypercharge in this scenario, making him virtually impervious to so many of these objectives that are being thrown at him by Chapter of Happiness. Here's the gadget from the Rust, but Yash falls down. It was a bit more of a panic button than anything else. Trushan has to use his gadget to jump
тук аз не съм спирам стрима и ще си го гледам докато заспим. Няма да стримам до 4 часа. Добре, живи са между другото Апкор. О, инсейн. Уау! Това беше много добър плей. Остави си бутулчите, тук тръгна на там, върна се, спаси го и го изчисти. Инсейн. Все още са живи. 64 часа стрим, да. Аз лета го правил с първо спи, дори да е толкова конструктивен стрим. Няма на кой да подаде, брат. Равно. Да, преиграл.
Chapter of Happiness can stay alive and get a set.
I mean, what a save. What a save that was. He just uses the
Наистина това беше обаче инсейн сейв. Това е 100% влиза в best такова. Best moments of the целия турнамент.
Really nice play from Upcore. What should have been the set to Chapter of Happiness keeps them alive.
Clean elimination for Trushan. Valentine now really has to step to it.
Nah, как мислям пича.
Looking for a trick shot. Valentine into the Shadow Realm, but wasn't born yesterday. Upcore retreat back to midfield.
Wasn't born yesterday. Деливете са на 17.
Forced out to Cordelius yet again. Super coming down for Yash. He'll pick it up himself, and a little bit of grass break goes a long way when you're faced with an ult.
Ash makes use of a gadget. It doesn't really take him very far. It definitely doesn't take him out of danger. He's going to be picked up.
О, китайците напред.
10k flattened, and now Duchang will be served up next, but he can heal himself.
Yeah, man, nowhere, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yash here would like to work the map a little further. With Valentine low, there might be a chance to do so. With the score reset, Upcore need to make a statement here and get some momentum.
We'll move forward here. The hypnotizers there as well. Can't really fight against that double hypnotize.
Между другото, знаеш ли кое е фън нещо? Играят тим от китайци срещу тим от индийци. Това поне е забавно. В момента китайците водят. Не, реално китайците водят в матча, индийците водят в цялото нещо.
He'll be able to recover the ball now. Chapter of Happiness need to work on his mid control.
Well, Ashking trying to get 10k down on this right side, but can't find the connection. Trushan's still got a super in hand and just barreling forward, trying to get in range and get a bit of that super get. Covered, and eventually he will, but might need to just throws it away. I was going to say just wait until you respawn and come back fighting.
Maybe he's hoping it will be a deterrent, I'm not sure. At the very least, Trushan's able to stay alive, but there's 30 seconds left in the game, and Upcore have to get about it. They need to get busy and score. Trushan taken down though by the Otis, who's still nice and healthy, and 10k threatening a super from across the map. This is getting dangerous. Upcore esports have been given enough road to basically secure their own demise. Ash King wants to get ahead, super in hand, but that's not going to be effective on offense. Trushan needs to make something happen, but the ball is cornered. Time is not on their side, and Chapter of Happiness have done enough to emerge from this set. Still with blood in their veins. A close one, but a foothold here for our Chinese number 3.
Мичат, тия ще играят супер много време сега, така че ще ви оставям за сега. Надявам се да ви хареса този стрим, ама наистина няма да е много конструктивно, ако просто продължи да стримвам до 3 часа. Окей, двама човека ме гледат. Аре, аз отивам да лягам. Айде, лека, и аз отивам да лягам. Така че чат, лейка мека от мен. Нямам стрима да ви е харесал. Ще се видим и утре. Надявам се утре да не продължи толкова много, но ако продължи толкова много, ще видим какво ще правим. Зависи какви матчове ще има. Но at this point, този матч ми е много скучен. Така че това ще бъде двамата човека. Сме аз и ти. Не, аз не се броя за гледащо. Така, айде чат. Лейка мека, ще се видим утре.